Hi, everyone. What? Oh, hold on. Sorry. Had the stream up in another tab. Don't play that music. I've already heard that music. Anyway, hi. Before we get started, let me get some housekeeping stuff out of the way first. Number one, this stream took a little bit longer to get to, as you might know, than I planned. The reason for which I'm sure most of you know, and if you don't, somebody can fill you in on the side. That being said, I'm okay. I'm good to stream. I want to dip my feet back into it, but I don't want to talk about it. So let's not talk about it. That being said, second thing on the itinerary, I want to give a acknowledgement and basically say rest in peace to Atsuko Tanaka, who is the voice of Kyrie in Umineko. Yeah, Iconic Laser just gifted $5 right on time for that. She also voiced Motoko Kusanagi in Ghost in the Shell, Lisa in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and Bayonetta, if you wanted to know some other iconic roles that she played. So, she will be dearly missed, a great talent. And lastly, but not leastly, you might have seen in the waiting screen, but I just want to emphasize, it's a little hard to give content warnings for Umineko sometimes, because those content warnings are also kind of spoilery. But we're at the point now where this will become extremely relevant in this episode, so I feel it is prudent to warn for these things. This episode has depictions of fascism. It has some pretty intense ableism in some parts as well. There are mentions of sexual assault and incest, as well as pretty in-depth scenes depicting gender dysphoria. If any of those things are very difficult for you, then I obviously, as always, advise that you please take care of yourself and dip out if you need to. Is what it is. But you know, yeah, just take care of yourselves, as always. And now, before we start, let me go ahead and read off these donations that were sent in. Get this chat window situated. Okay. So, why won't it let me scroll all the way up? Why is it doing that? Hello? Let me see if I can scroll up on this one. Okay, there we go. Before the stream started, we had a $10 donation from Criminal Sen. I might be on for the stream, but wanted to post this in the chance I fall asleep. Just wishing you the best and sending you so many good vibes. Thank you so much. Our Habaki Gaming with the $10. Today starts a line of the most Frederico of all Fridays, so I'm sure stream will be great as always. I hope you're doing okay, Mercy. Your work means a lot to us, clearly. Everyone take care. Thank you so much. Citrine Ray with the Canadian $10. No jokes this week from me, just wishing you the best. Thank you. Archiver of Worlds renewed their membership for the 7 months. Fuck, why did I blank on the word that I was gonna say? For 7 months. That's, you know, thank you. Iconic Laser with the $5 in memory of Atsuko Tanaka. Rest in peace. Absolutely. And, yeah. Alright, that's everything. I believe we're ready. Let's get into it. Episode 7, Requiem of the Golden Witch. Good morning. Today is the day of the funeral for the Golden Witch and her game. The days of the game have now ended, and fond memories are all that remain. Here, the cold, hard truth will be revealed, and the game will meet its death. There is a bit of difficulty. Let's go. Earth to Earth. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, illusions to illusions, and dreams to dreams. A dream is something drawn in the sand between the coming and receding waves, something so fragile that it is wiped blank each time the waves draw back. For this reason, the heartless might sneer at the drawing and call it useless. However, no wave will ever come again to wipe away the dream she drew. Her final beautiful dream will not disappear for all eternity. Come, try to picture it. Picture it as the gentle afternoon sunshine on a warm spring day, as though the light would never dim again. After all, it is such a wonderful thing. Witness to your final dream. Publius Virgilia Maro. The suspects were gathered in a room, and several inquisitors were reporting on the results of their investigation. Their uniforms closely resembled those of Eisenjungfrau, but they were slightly different. Also different were the badges signifying their department. Then came the sound of someone clapping their hands once. It was the lead female inquisitor. It was her signal that all reasoning had been completed. For your attention, it is now beyond doubt. The preceding logic has proven the non-existence of your alibi. At the other end of her pointing finger was a quivering maid with frightened eyes. Her name was... No, that wasn't important. All that mattered now was that she could have freely entered the locked room study where the victim was found. And furthermore, that it had been proven that her claimed alibi for the time of the crime was contradictory. Shaking, the maid tried to continue her illogical pleading, but all her arguments had already been destroyed. With this, we have found sufficient proof for the whodunit and the howdunit. Know that your position as the culprit is now an unshakable fact. You must be joking! Why would I kill the master I loved and respected so? I have no motive, no reason! Who did it and how? Know that these are all that need to be established. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Know that motives are unnecessary in mysteries. The Inquisitor spoke coldly. After finishing her witch's prayer, Virgilia stepped back from the casket, which lay on an altar bedecked with many beautiful roses. In her place, Battler moved to the front of the casket, wearing his Territory Lord's cape. Pining Tree with the $5. Hey Marcy, my cat is recovering from dental surgery, so he's trapped in here with me for this sweet Frederica Friday. Aw, buddy, I hope he's doing alright. I hope he enjoys the stream. Though the cape was supposed to represent dignity and majesty, it somehow made Battler look smaller. Battler held a book with a majestic binding in his hand. It was a game record that had just been written. Or perhaps it was a tale, a game, or else a fragment. Written in it was the dream that would be more enjoyable for her than any other. Battler pressed it against his forehead and contemplated for some time. Then he kissed it and laid it gently in the casket. It was placed upon her chest. It made her look like a little girl clutching her favorite stuffed animal as she drifted off to sleep. This story is my gift to you, the only one that will ever be. This tale will be shut up with you in your casket for all eternity, so no one will be able to read it except for you and your casket. Shut away in that cat box, the only, unchanging, inviolable, eternal tale. This way, no one will be able to defile her tale. No one can deny it, and no one can argue against it. Belonging to just me and her, just the two of us. That is the only, that is the one and only, certain truth. Those bastards. A man dashed through a town wrapped in twilight. The daytime hustle and bustle of this charming old-fashioned village, which combined tradition with stylistic beauty and the classic style of the last century, now seemed like a mere dream. The orange setting sun was already hidden behind the clock tower, and the narrow alleyways were rapidly descending into darkness. As the gaslights began to turn on, they only made the darkness of the twilight stand out all the more. The man sprinted. There was no time. He had to hurry. He'd had several experiments to do and things he had to check, and it had all taken longer than he'd expected.
Yes, there's no mistake there. The whodunit...
Oh, wait. The whodunit and howdunit are all you need in mysteries. In the mystery genre, the motive, or the whydunit, is given the least precedence. The only thing needed for a murder to exist is for a culprit to commit it. No part of that requires a motive, so it's usually the most ignored element. In fact, these days, there are even some who call it an unnecessary element in mystery stories. Oh, Orsil with the Canadian $50. DK, don't know what to write here. Hope everyone's having a good night. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
If you determine the culprit with nothing but the whodunit, there's no mystery. That's propaganda. However,
that doesn't mean you can ignore the motive. It doesn't make it okay to ignore the heart. We both know how enjoyable her final rest will be, so I doubt there is anyone who could disturb it. After all, who could possibly disturb the sleep of a child dreaming with a smile on their face? Come, it's time for us to leave. If we're too noisy, we'll wake her from her dream.
You're right. What else should you do with a sleeping kid except put a blanket on them? Turn off the lights and walk away quietly.
After looking at the casket one last time, Virgilia turned around quietly. Battler did the same, but he then stopped and turned to face the rose-covered altar. Battler said his final words with his heart. As long as those words didn't leave his mouth, no one would ever know what they were. However, those words of the heart caused Battler's expression to change several times. At first, he frowned sadly. Then his face clouded with remorse, and then changed to a resigned, bittersweet smile. It flashed through several varied expressions. Then, the final expression that crossed his face was, surprisingly, a gentle smile. Something rose to Battler's lips. However, he bit it back down. There could certainly be no words to express the many feelings he kept in his chest. So, saying anything aloud would probably be crude. Battler understood this and stopped himself from speaking once more with a resigned smile. Mayday in Paradise with the $5. Here's to Game 7. Gonna have to catch the VOD, but hope you have a great stream and that Lady Byrne has a normal one. Well, I'll have a great time. I don't know about her. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I've done nothing deserving of your gratitude.
I'll leave the rest to you.
After seeing Virgilia nod back at him, Battler turned away from the altar one more time and left the chapel. Virgilia also disappeared, and all disturbances that might have interrupted her blissful sleep were gone. The Inquisitors listened with calm, no, scornful gazes. They listened to the frantic babbling of the maid accused of murdering her master. However, nothing she could say could bury the fault in her own alibi. They were all merely emotional arguments. I loved and respected my master so much, I had no motive for killing him. No matter how much she spoke, it only made her look more and more like the floundering true culprit struggling pathetically. The whodunit and howdunit had been satisfied. As for the whydunit, the motive, the heart, who would care? No matter how much she spoke of her gratitude for her master, who had graciously fed her and given her a job when she had been left to starve on the streets after various misfortunes, that didn't help her case in the slightest in the mystery genre. Therefore, her motive didn't matter. All of that could just be squeezed out of the culprit afterwards. An Inquisitor took out a roll of parchment and held it forth, cutting off the maid's sobs and protests. This is how you committed the crime. Know that this indictment has been received by the Great Court and that your arrest has been approved. Here is the warrant for your arrest. The motive is unnecessary. Know that such a thing is completely extraneous in the matter of pinpointing the culprit. With that in mind, I beg to inform you of the following. Know that we of the SSVD possess methods of forcing unrepentant criminals to reveal the truth. Be advised that with these interrogation tools, blessed by the powers of justice, we Inquisitors will strap up your limbs, burn them, crush them, hang you by them, and thereby wring the red truth out of you. It isn't even necessary for you to confess. Aides, arrest that maid! It wasn't me! I didn't kill the master! No! No!
Hold it right there. You've got the wrong culprit.
A man kicked the door open, and the Inquisitors were all shocked at the sight of him. Why are you here? Know that you are no longer in charge of this case!
Quiet. You find one person without an alibi and just assume that she's the culprit? Do you really think there's no need for a motive, for a heart, in crime? Crimes are committed by people. There are no crimes without a heart. I'll never accept any theory that ignores the heart.
Know that your focus on the whodunit is simply embarrassing. The whodunit is unnecessary. Such a thing can be easily extracted through interrogation. Even the Great Court has already acknowledged that this woman is the culprit.
The Great Court has heard your argument that the maid must be guilty because everyone besides her has an alibi, and they've mistaken your overconfidence and conceit for wisdom. If any one of the other suspects loses their alibi, your evidence so far proves nothing. Just look at how pathetic some of these other alibis are. Did the clock in the reception hall chime at midnight at exactly the right time? Did the dog by the back door bark at everyone? So you managed to prove the maid's alibi false. Congratulations. But does it end there?
Indigo with the 10 pounds. Yes, I remembered that correctly. Castlevania man, he would protect me. Oh, he would. He would.
It may have been possible for her to do it, but does she have any motive at all? Are the alibis for the others absolutely perfect? This maid wasn't the only one with a false alibi. You have to keep on searching if you want to find the others. Was there some sort of grudge against the victim, or some money-related problem? Don't abandon motive. Don't abandon the heart. Dry mysteries where the motive can just be figured out later aren't worth anyone's time.
If the maid isn't the culprit, then why did she fake an alibi? Even asking such a question is a waste of time. Know that we just have to interrogate her, wring out the red truth, and have her sign in red blood to everything that happened at the time of the crime.
Yeah, you probably can do that. You can just use that torture of yours to squeeze out everything frankly and objectively, as seen from the eyes of God. But you know what? I'll never accept mysteries and theories that lack heart.
I have already taken over responsibility for this case. I even have a decree right here. Come now, aides. Know that there is no reason to hesitate. I order you to arrest this maid! When she gave this order, her subordinates hesitated, looking back and forth between their superior and that man. Yuri Cannibalism with the $5. Get ready for the best chapter of Umineko and some of the best characters in the entire series. True. I don't know that I would say it's my favorite, but it's a very, very high point.
I won't let you. The real culprit is a different person. It's possible to use motive to find them. And the alibi trick is an old one. You can't forget the heart.
There's no need for that! We just have to find the suspicious ones who could have committed the crime, interrogate them, and squeeze out the red truth. On the off chance that they're not the culprit, then we just have to interrogate the next suspect.
You call that reasoning?
Stand back! We will arrest that woman! Know that this maid is the culprit!
It is forbidden for a servant to be the culprit.
What did you say? The words of power blasted away the aides who were trying to arrest the maid.
Van Dyne's 20 rules. Rule number 11. If you want to torture this maid, make sure you double-check the alibis for the second wife and her lover first.
Those two already have a clear alibi for the time of the crime.
That? An alibi? Damn it. A fool like you couldn't understand no matter how easy I make it for you. If you want to call yourself a Chief Inquisitor, try and figure out at least that much for yourself.
2 donations. Arhavaki Gaming with Arhavaki Gaming with the $5. Van Dyne's 11th. It is forbidden for a servant to be the culprit. If you understand the truth, this red should be no problem. Don't abandon the heart. And Spectro with the $50. Holy shit. Hi Marcy, since I have funds to spare for once, I wanted to share it and say how important this stream series has been to me. You are such a talented person. Thank you for introducing me to Umineko. Truly, without love, it cannot be seen. Thank you so much. That is very, very generous of you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Until then, I'll be taking that maid's arrest warrant.
Then what about you? Can you prove that this maid didn't commit the crime? Know that she was clearly away from the kitchen at the time of the crime. What was she doing then, and where? She can't prove it, I can't prove it, and you can't prove it! No one can! That's why we have no choice but to use these torture devices to interrogate her until the red truth is squeezed out!
You can squeeze as much blood and truth from the true culprit as you damn well please. But know this, I won't let you interrogate or torture anyone who isn't that culprit.
This is why everyone says you're too soft! All the suspicious must be interrogated. That's how we Inquisitors conduct our witch trials!
That's right. We are Inquisitors. Felling evil witches is our job. However, we must not risk hurting the innocent. We must not suspect them. All humans have their own personal truths. Those should only be exposed when they commit crimes. We've been given the right to expose them. But there's one thing we can't do.
What?
No one, not even God, has the right to expose the innocent truths of those who have not sinned.
The maid finally realized that he was trying to protect her.
I don't know who you are, but thank you very much. I'm really not the culprit.
Yeah, I know. Your boyfriend said he'd be willing to give up everything to prove your alibi. You should thank him. That kid said that honor and reputation are worth nothing compared to you.
But if he does that, he'll...
It won't come to that. Exposing the secrets between lovers is a job for third-rate magazines. That's not mystery. I'll never allow for heartless reasoning.
Then, for the first time, the man's sullen expression relaxed, and he patted the maid's head unreservedly.
I'm sure you two will be happy together. Still, meeting together in secret while on the job is hardly praiseworthy. Try to keep that to a minimum.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
These words were heard only by the two of them. The man had learned of her innocence, which could only be proven by exposing the secret of a pair of young lovers, and he had rushed about in search of a solution, resentful of the arrogance of those trying to expose this by forcible means.
The point of theory-making is not to create a culprit, nor is it to trample the truth in the hearts of the innocent in the process. Heart matters. If you want to play the detective, don't forget the heart. Forget that, and we're just intellectual rapists. Don't forget it!
The Inquisitors couldn't argue back any longer after the man's forceful words. The man's name was Will, but everyone used to call him by a different title. Chief Inquisitor in SSVD, the 8th District Repentance Enforcement Agency of the Great Court of Heaven. Wizard hunting right. Willard H. Wright, a member of the SSVD, the 8th District Repentance Enforcement Agency of the Great Court of Heaven, Inquisitor, ranked Archbishop, 1st class, goes by the name Right of the 20 Wedges, or Wizard Hunting Right. He was an ace Inquisitor in his youth, and was feared for being both ruthless and merciless in his work. However, at some point, there was a change in his work attitude, and his previous flashy escapades became a thing of the past. His current style is often fickle, alternating between laziness and obsessive bursts of energy regarding mere trifles. By now, everyone has given up trying to understand him. He has already submitted his resignation, and had it accepted. Only a few days remain before he will lose the name of Right.
That's the last thing I'm leaving behind for you all. If you want to be the next wizard hunting right, remember it. Never forget!
quietly, quietly. The rain fell down. The rain of sadness dripped down the outer walls of the chapel, quietly washing away the dust of the world of the living. The chapel doors were open. For a wedding, only those with invitations would be allowed in. However, for a funeral, the doors would be open for all those who remembered the deceased. So this must be a funeral. A figure holding an umbrella approached the chapel. It was Will. Oh yeah, I need to read off Heartwolf's that came in during the intro. $5. Willard Wright, wizard hunter and part-time SimCity creator. Yeah. Oh god. A reception desk had been set up in the entrance to the chapel. As the figure approached, Canon, who had been sitting at this desk, stood up and welcomed him with a bow.
This is the reception desk. We're collecting the names of all the mourners. If you would sign in here. Sorry, but I'm not here to mourn. I'm here to meet with someone. You came to a funeral to meet someone? A dubious expression rose to Canon's face.
Will pulled an envelope from his pocket and showed him the sender's name.
My apologies. Please, enter. Thanks. Could I at least have one of those? Thank you very much. I'm sure she would be pleased.
Canon handed him one of the golden roses being handed out to all the mourners. Will took it, silently bowed his head, and entered the chapel. Inside the chapel, several people who appeared to be the family of the deceased were gathered together, and they all seemed to be recalling memories of the departed.
Beatrice! Why? Why?
Father, you must compose yourself. Why don't you rest in the waiting room for a bit? I killed her. I did it! Absurd. How could that be, Rosa-sama? Father was really bawling.
Yeah, Beatrice.
I'm sure he didn't cry this much when Mother passed away.
Hey, now's not the time to say things like that.
Some sobbed, unable to conceal their tears, and some spoke softly of old memories. They were all remembering the departed in their own ways, it seemed. When Will approached the altar, several people turned around. Of course, none of them knew who Will was. Paying this no mind, Will walked in front of the casket on the altar, which seemed to be buried in golden roses. Inside the casket, there was no corpse. Instead, as though it lay there in place of a body, there was a single, thick book with an extravagant binding. The space all around it was filled with countless golden roses. There were words printed on the book's cover. To my beloved Beatrice, October 5th, 1986.
Miss Beatrice. If it was Mrs., then forgive me. I've never met you. However, allow me to express my condolences.
He took the rose he had received from the reception area and placed it in the casket. He had absolutely no connection with the woman called Beatrice. However, since he had come to visit a funeral, he had to follow this minimum display of respect for the dead. As part of this, Will prayed for the passage of the departed to the next world.
Pardon me, but who might you be? I'm USHIROMIYA Kraus. I'm acting in the stead of the chief mourner. This is my child, Leon.
Pleased to meet you. I'm USHIROMIYA Leon.
Leon?
USHIROMIYA Leon, the first child of Kraus and Natsuhi, Jessica is their second child, was given the silver ring of the head successor and will succeed the position of family head upon turning 20. Mild, polite, and without any clear faults, Except for being too young, this youth is more suitable to become the next head than any other, and is adored by Kinzo.
Just who are you?
It's written as Leon, but pronounced Leon. Sounds a bit strange for a Japanese name, doesn't it?
Will stared at Leon's face, wearing a confused expression. He hadn't seemed to be particularly interested in Kraus, but apparently Leon had drawn some sort of reaction from him. Heartwolf with the $5.
Leon! Help me, Leon!
Rather than interest, it was more as though he felt like something was out of place.
Kraus-sama, Madam says that it is about time.
I see. Ladies and gentlemen, if we're too noisy in here, it may disturb the dead. I've been told that the waiting room has been readied.
Indigo with the £2, not even a bit of Biney. I love them. Mm-hmm.
Shall we move over there?
When Kraus called out to everyone, they began to move toward the chapel waiting room.
My apologies. Leon, could you entertain our guest for now? I'll guide the others to the waiting room.
Yes, Father. It looked like a natural conversation, with no awkwardness for either father or child. Twilby with the $49.99. The Monarch of Gender Envy arrives. Thank you so much for these streams. Thank you so much for your donation. Arahabaki Gaming with the $2. Mods ban the Danganronpa fans. Well, all in due time.
Father and child, is it?
Yes, but why do you ask?
Yoshiromiya Krause's child is supposed to be Jessica.
Jessica's my little sister. Do you need me to call for her?
No, that won't be necessary.
Apparently, some sort of game was already being played right off the bat. Scratching at his head with an irritated look on his face, Will glanced around. By the way, fun fact for those of you who like voice actor trivia, Leon in the Japanese voice acting is voiced by the same, I forget her name, but the actress who plays Saber in Fate. Who could guess why?
Pardon me, but what sort of relation did you have with the deceased?
None at all. It's a real pain.
Then why did you come to this funeral?
Since Leon was a fairly mild person, Will's behavior was met with nothing more than a blank expression. A normal person would probably have put on a dubious look long before this. Will scratched his head again and yelled angrily at someone other than Leon.
I'm here. Isn't it about time you showed your face?
The members of the Ushiromiyya family had already followed Kraus's instructions and moved to the waiting room. By now, this cold, vast chapel, decorated with gold roses, was empty except for Will and Leon.
So you've come, Inquisitor, wizard hunting, right?
The girl's voice came suddenly from behind the pair. I can't guess why, because I know nothing about Fate. It's just because Saber looks almost identical to Leon. Like, Leon's design is very, very similar to Saber's. When Leon turned around in surprise, a girl had appeared out of nowhere and drifted down on top of the altar. She landed softly on the sacred funeral altar as though this was perfectly normal, crushing the golden roses under her shoes. Of course, Leon did not know this girl. Just why on earth were all of these people unrelated to the funeral, popping up one after another?
I'm already retired. If you have a job you need doing, go ask the new right.
No, you're the one I want to ask. I'm giving this case to you. Did you read the tale I sent you?
Skimmed it.
I don't know who you are, but please get down from there. That's a sacred altar.
Snapping out of a daze, Leon told the girl to get down off the altar, but the girl ignored this completely. On top of that, Will kept on talking to the girl as though Leon wasn't even there.
Leon, was it? Who is this person?
You've already heard who. Ushiromiya Leon. There's no case of a person with that name appearing in any of the previous games.
Is this your piece?
No. It's a true and proper piece of this game board. One of the appearing characters.
You're the game master. That means it's your piece.
I've just enclosed Beato's cat box in a larger cat box. Leon is one of the pieces who has a possibility of appearing inside it.
I see. In other words, it's your piece.
It's a piece I've placed, wouldn't be the correct way to say it.
So you're saying this piece isn't your subordinate, as Erica was?
Erica? Who's that? Erica, son?
Don't try to understand. You'll just get a headache.
Leon didn't have a clue what they were talking about. However, it seemed clear, though neither of them were familiar, they both knew a lot about the Ushiromiya family. I don't know what you two are talking about. At any rate, you there, miss, please get down off the altar. I ask this as the successor to the Ushiromiya family headship. Even Leon was finally forced to speak in a raised voice at this girl, who continued to chat while casually standing on the altar. However, the girl ignored this completely. On the other hand, Will did show a reaction.
The successor to the headship is supposed to be Kraus.
My father, Kraus, will be the acting head until I turn 20. When I turn 20, I'm to succeed the headship.
First I've heard of this. Can you prove it?
It seemed that even Leon was starting to get ticked off by now. That calm expression seemed to twitch slightly. This is the successor's silver ring of the one-winged eagle. Is that proof enough for you?
A silver ring? The gold ring of the head has appeared several times, but I've never heard anything about a silver ring for the successor. I don't remember Kraus or Jessica ever wearing one of those.
I'm glad. It seems you've read it pretty well for skimming.
When a witch hands you a story, you never know when something absurd will pop up. Especially when it's a great witch from the Senate.
But who in the world are you two? Sorry, but I don't have a clue what you're talking about. If you finished offering flowers for the departed, please make your exit. It seems you two are not worthy of our family's hospitality. Leon finally ran out of patience. These were the strictest words that this gentle kid can unleash. However, Will and the girl seemed not to care at all.
I didn't come here because I wanted to.
We're wasting time, so let's move onwards. Right. Try and beat this game. As the game master, Bernkastel, I invite you to join this game.
I refuse.
Why?
I'm retired now. Reasoning and mysteries aren't my business anymore.
Horse fry with the New Zealand $20. Don't try to understand, you'll just get a headache. Will has never met Atropos, I see. I mean... How do you intend to spend the rest of your life? Is wizard hunting right going to give up witch hunting?
There's fox hunting and clam hunting. I didn't come here to discuss the rest of my life with you.
So you came here to refuse.
Know that your powers of deduction are truly a sight to behold.
Then do as you will. Go wherever you please. That is, assuming you can leave the place.
So, what are the terms in payment?
In truth, Will had already given up from the beginning. Pining Tree with the $2. Poor Leon getting a lethal dose of the Chuni. Literally standing there in the background like, what are you fucking talking about? He knew that he was incapable of refusing an invitation from the great Lady Bernkastel. Who killed Beatrice? That's my game. In payment, I'll forgive you for your insolence and let you leave this chapel.
I heard that witches who have no love for boredom are very fond of insolent speech.
That's only for hags who've tired of life after 1,000 years. I'm still plenty young, so what I love to do to rude men like yourself is dream up horrible fates in which to trap you.
So, who's the enemy?
There is none. There's no one to stand in your way.
We just want to sit back and watch you make your beautiful checkmate in this game. I've even found you an ally. That's what this Leon is for. After hearing that name spoken out of the blue, Leon frowned once more. Apparently, they were moving things along without Leon's knowledge or understanding, which was truly irritating. Leon is a member of the USHIROMIYA family. Since no one in that family knows you, Leon should prove to be a useful ally.
I fail to understand what you're talking about, but I can't help you with anything unless I know the details.
There, see? With help like this, it'll be a piece of cake.
Entertain me, and my master, wizard hunting right. Ao may be a polite theater goer, but I might throw popcorn at you if I get bored, got that? Will scratched at his head with a displeased look on his face. He wasn't at all interested in getting involved, but by now he realized that he couldn't disobey Bernkastel's orders. Then he approached the casket and pointed at its rose-filled insides.
You asked me to solve the case of Beatrice's murder, but Van Dyne's 20 rules. Rule number 7. It's forbidden to have a crime without a corpse.
That's a devil's proof. Maybe it just isn't inside the casket. Unless you can prove that no corpse exists, this is mystery.
Rule number 1. It's forbidden to have a crime without all clues presented.
Don't worry. Everything is gathered here. There was no change to Will's unsatisfied expression, but he seemed to have understood that everything was at least in order. From the moment he was summoned by an uninhibited, fickle, cruel Great Witch of the Senate, a mere inquisitor like him was bound to be treated as no more than an underling. He had never possessed a way to refuse her.
So, you want me to find out who killed the owner of this empty casket? Fine, I accept. However, you'll let me do things my way.
As you like.
First off, I need to make you understand what's going on.
Yes, that would be a great relief. Leon's face was a goulash of displeased expressions, seeming nonplussed, angry, and confused all at the same time.
Over here. It'll be faster to see for yourself.
Wonderful. Please, lead the way. Will signaled with his chin for Leon to follow him and spun around. After snorting once in an unsatisfied manner, Leon followed Will while looking deeply skeptical of the latter's ability to explain any of this in a way that would make sense. As she watched the pair leave the chapel, Bernkastel sneered silently at them with a cold smile on her face. As the Miko of the Great Witch of theater-going, drama, and spectating, Featherine's something Al Aurora and the Witch of Miracles, I, Bernkastel, announce the start of this game. The tale's title is Requiem of the Golden Witch. Spin a tale fitting for Beato's funeral. Well now, let's just see how you drag out the guts. After watching the pair leave the chapel, Bernkastel's form evaporated into the empty air, just as she had arrived. All that remained was her unpleasant cackling. Outside, it was still raining. When Canon saw the guest and the head successor approaching the reception desk, he bowed deeply. Good work. You can take a break now, so would you mind leaving? It's Canon. Yes, as you wish. Canon bowed deeply, then disappeared.
You don't bother to remember the names of your servants?
Our family has many young servants coming in and out, and they're usually replaced quite frequently. Anyway, what's going on, and how are you going to explain it to me? Who are you, and what business do you have with this family? Of course, I'm not really in need of a satisfying explanation. I'd be just as happy for you to head on home.
There's no going home. Not for me. Not for anyone.
Could you please give that a rest? Stop speaking in confusing riddles like that all the time. Even I have limits to my patience. If you don't want me to see you off, should I call Genji or Goda?
Stop talking. Look at this.
Yes, I can see what it is. It's one of the memorial roses. Are you going to show me some kind of magic trick?
Will took one of the flower offerings, then showed it to Leon as if to demonstrate that there are no mechanisms or tricks. Then he slowly lifted it upwards.
Watch. Yes, I'm watching. Is a dove going to fly out of it? Or is it going to be flags and fireworks? Huh?
Will threw the rose. Anyone would have expected it to fly in an arc and land in some puddle amid the wind and rain. The betrayal of that expectation struck Leon dumb. Initially, the rose Will had thrown had certainly flown in an arc. It swished rapidly through the air. However, as soon as it was about to pass from the shade of the eaves into the rain, it stopped, right in midair, as though the air surrounding it had turned into syrup. That wasn't all. As it hung in midair, the rose's beautiful golden petals began to darken one after another, and it had become a black husk, like burnt charcoal. And, even after this happened, it remained suspended there in the air.
What sort of trick is this?
Don't move.
Leon had moved closer to try and touch the remains of the rose, which still hung in the air. Will had roughly blocked the way with his arm. It was as though he was telling Leon that leaving this place meant certain death.
This chapel has been cut off from the fragment. We're currently locked within a maelstrom of compressed time.
What do you mean by that?
Explaining is a pain, so I'll give you the short version. Basically, unless we play along with that witch's game, no one can leave this place.
What are you talking about? The funeral's already over. I'm sure some people will want to return to the mansion or the guest house. We can't be locked up in here.
If you've got a problem, that witch is the one to hate. Being stuck in a place like this isn't any more pleasant for me.
That girl is your friend, right? Make her stop all this weirdness.
She's probably sitting in a spectator's seat with a bucket of popcorn right about now. Even if I call her, she won't come.
What on earth is going on?
That short sentence described all of Leon's feelings at that moment. However, Leon had seen the rose Will threw wither in an instant in the rainy darkness. Leon tried doing the same thing with another rose, but the effect was exactly the same. No one would want to use their own body to test this fearsome something that could make roses crumble instantly.
There's only one way for us to be released from here. We have to play along with Burkestel's game.
You mean the one about who killed Beatrice?
That's what she's telling us to investigate. If you could tell me about it, it'd make things go more quickly. That fickle witch will be totally satisfied. We'll be able to get rid of the two of us, and I get to go home in time for my date with Diana. If I keep her waiting too long, she'll start tearing up the sofa again.
Who killed Beatrice, you say? That's hardly something to go barging into a funeral and start asking the family about.
Questioning the family of the deceased is one of the basics of the mystery genre. Just give up and accept it. I do know that Beatrice is the mistress of Kinzo, the family head.
You really are a strange person. How do you know so much about this family? Are you sure you have no connections with us?
Will knew so much about the USHIROMIYA family because Burkestel had shown him all of the fragments so far. Of course, he had no sort of connection with the USHIROMIYA family himself. The very plane of his existence was on a different level.
However, Beatrice died a long time ago. According to Genji, she passed away before the mansion was completed. But the reason for her death is unclear. To be honest, this is the first I've heard that she was killed. Tell me about it.
My name is USHIROMIYA Leon.
Willard. Call me Will.
For the first time, Will introduced himself. The mutual introduction was finally completed, and Leon was finally able to talk with him on an even footing. However, Leon took a deep breath and looked up at the sky, wearing a vague smile.
Wilson.
Call me Will. I'll call you Leon.
Will. To be honest, even I don't know much about this person called Beatrice.
I see. I guess it's called a game for a reason.
If only Leon could have told him everything, revealing the truth without any effort from Will. Apparently, things wouldn't be so easy after all. Everyone who enters the Ushiromiya family knows the name and image of Beatrice.
That's because of the massive portrait hanging in the entrance hall, isn't it? That portrait was first displayed in April of 1984.
Really? How is it that you know so much? Oh well. It's about time I stopped finding that odd. I'm sure you'll just start speaking in riddles again. Leon was the successor to the head and lived with the main family. Kinzo frequently chose to speak with his successor. Because of this, Leon must have been used to chatting with people who were moody or hard to follow. Deciding once and for all that getting hung up on trivialities would be nothing but a waste of time, Leon was able to converse naturally with this unknown man called Will, as though the two of them had been friends for a long time.
Everyone knows Beatrice, and yet no one knows her. Kinzo is the only one who's ever met her.
The head seems to be particularly upset today. I'll find a good time to introduce you to him, so I ask that you adopt an appropriately reserved and polite attitude, Wilson.
That makes things easy. I thought you'd resist a bit more than that.
I'm used to speaking with the family head. I've learned to accept most unreasonable situations and just go with the flow. Bernkastel had set up a barrier, cutting the chapel off from the rest of the world. To destroy that, they would have to find out who killed Beatrice. For Leon, who had been made to go along with Kinzo on many an occasion, understanding this much was all that was necessary. The Ushiromiya family members were relaxing here and there around the waiting room. A light buffet-style meal had been set up, but it looked a bit stale and not particularly appetizing. Even so, those voracious kids seemed to find it intensely appealing. The cousins had set up camp around it, with Maria at the center. The adult siblings had also formed a group in a different corner. Perhaps because of Kinzo's absence, everyone seemed to be a little more relaxed. Leon, where did you go? And who is that? Mother, I was entertaining this guest of ours. Will, this is my mother, Natsuhi.
No introductions needed. I just need to hear what she has to say.
Huh? Did you say something? No, he said nothing. This is Wilson. It seems he knew the deceased. With a smile, Leon casually smoothed over Will's words. He wants to know more about Beatrice. Do you know anything about her mother? Leon, the deceased is a woman to whom the head owed a great debt. Nothing more, nothing less. This funeral is a ceremony for the head to repay the debts he made to her while she was still alive. That's what I've heard, and there's nothing more to it than that. Thanks, Mother. Well, that's all my mother knows. Natsuhi was very resistant to the scandalous rumors that Kinzo, a man she greatly respected, had once had a concubine called Beatrice. However, she also understood that the scandal was probably the truth. Picking up that Natsuhi was in a bad mood and didn't want to talk about this anymore, Leon brought an end to that conversation before Will could say something rude again. Will, this chapel is the property of our family.
So you're telling me to follow the family's rules?
You'll speak in a manner appropriate for a guest of the family. And you'll conduct all of your conversations through me. I must ask that you follow those two rules.
I'll work on that.
The actions of this Bernkastel witch have caused us all a great deal of inconvenience. Because of that, I'm willing to help you. However, both of us stand on an even footing, so make sure you don't forget it.
And I thought you were just some pampered rich kid. You got guts.
I must be prepared to shoulder the Ushiromiya family's future, after all.
Got it. Let's solve this crime together, Watson.
I'm glad to have your cooperation. I wouldn't want to keep your dear cat Diana waiting. Don't you need to feed her soon?
I gave her extra food today, so she should be good for a while. I'm surprised you realized Diana was a cat.
I figured a woman who scratches the sofas when you keep her waiting would be a bit too eccentric. So,
Who will you talk to first?
Anyone. Everyone. Those ones over there are Krause's siblings, right?
From right to left, there's Aunt Ava, Uncle Hideyoshi. Over there is Uncle Rudolph, Aunt Kyrie. And over there is...
USHIROMIYA Rosa. When she was a girl, she once got lost in the forest and bumped into a woman calling herself Beatrice in a hidden mansion.
I know I shouldn't be surprised anymore. You really do know everything, don't you?
So you know about that story too?
I managed to overhear her saying that today. It looked as though it was bothering her, so I pretended not to hear.
Real model student you are. Introduce me. I want to ask about it.
You're asking this of the model student who pretended not to hear it because it might just be a painful topic?
Even this outrageous arrogance is nothing compared to Kinzo. After muttering this several times mentally, Leon shrugged and nodded at Will.
Oh, it's our great successor. And who is this? Oh, Aunt Ava. This is Will's son. He came to offer flowers for the departed.
But who cares about that? Tell me everything you know about...
He says he wants to know about the deceased's connection to the USHIROMIYA family.
Leon spoke with a bright smile while pinching Will's butt. Will silently protested, as though saying, even for a gag, that hurts. But Leon just played dumb and smiled at Ava like a model student.
Her connection to the USHIROMIYA family? Well, what is there to say?
It's probably more accurate to say her connection to father. We can be honest here. She was Dad's mistress.
If you call her that, Natsuhine-san will yell at you again. He's indebted to her, right?
Yes, of course.
Well, there you have it.
I have no interest in anyone but Rosa.
I do believe that you said you met with Beatrice, Aunt Rosa.
This whole time, Rosa had been hanging her head. Leon's words made her shoulders quiver.
She just suddenly came out with it today. It's a bit hard to believe. It's the truth. I killed Beatrice.
Great. Our work here is finished.
Don't get ahead of yourself.
Rosa broke down crying and laid her head on the table. Kyrie and Hideyoshi tried to console her.
Rokenjima is covered by a dense forest. We only know about one tiny portion of it. Just the mansion, the rose garden, and the little path that leads to the harbor.
Since ages ago, there have been stories about how Dad built a hidden mansion somewhere in the vast forest that no one knew about. And that he had his mistress living there. Rosa-san probably came upon that hidden mansion by chance.
But Aunt Rosa, why would you say that you killed Beatrice? If I hadn't taken her out, she never would have died. She was so innocent, like a chick. I took her out, so she just followed along obediently. She stayed right behind me, trusting me completely. And because I made her take such a dangerous path...
Did you make her walk that way because you were hoping she'd slip and fall from the cliff?
I never meant to do that! I just thought she'd like to see the ocean. No. It just looked like the path would be hard to walk. And thought it would be easier going if we went down the cliff first.
That's not what killing someone means. It was an accident.
It was an accident she never would have had if I hadn't brought her with me, right? It's my fault. And then I abandoned her when she was covered in blood and ran home.
It isn't your fault.
Or Habaki Gaming with the $2. We did it! The culprit is no more! Caesar bailiff!
It isn't your fault. Beatrice had never seen the ocean before. You showed it to her for the first time ever. She was probably so excited that she just happened to take a bad step.
How can you...
Beatrice is grateful for what you did. Of course she doesn't hate you for it.
Really? Really? Is that... really true?
She was the one who begged to see the world outside the fence, right? though it was only for a short while. You made that dream of hers come true. If I were Beatrice, I would thank you for that short bit of time. If she knew that you'd been suffering all this time for it, she'd probably feel bad herself. Beatrice is grateful for what you did. You're the one who taught her that the sea is blue.
Is that true?
I guarantee it.
Will made that statement openly and boldly. No one could tell how Rosa took those words. However, they had apparently been enough to remind her to take a handkerchief out of her pocket and wipe her eyes.
Thank you.
Even now, Beatrice is whispering those words to you.
Thank you.
Rosa wiped her eyes with that handkerchief one more time, and hung her head. It no longer looked like a fit of sobbing, but more as though she was speaking with the Beatrice of that day within her heart. One last time.
That was a lot of confidence you put behind a claim you can't back up. Back up? Is that really necessary to comfort a woman?
I misjudged you a little. For how many years had this tormented Rosa? Now, for the first time, Rosa would probably be able to face that innocently smiling Beatrice, who had seen the ocean for the first time in her life. She was the only one who could forgive Rosa. Now, the two of them could finally speak together.
I don't know who you are, but thank you. I wonder if she forgives me.
You beat yourself up about it for nearly 20 years. That's far too long. She's telling you to knock it off.
That's right, Aunt Rosa. The more you grieve, the sadder Beatrice would be. You too. Thank you. I don't know if I will be forgiven, but I'll keep on speaking to my heart to see whether she forgives me or not. Thanks, you two. Sorry for showing you such an embarrassing side of me.
And I'm sorry to say this right after saying something so pretty, but I want you to talk to me. Tell me what happened back then.
Will-san. Thanks, but it's all right. I'll talk. Hiding this stuff and keeping quiet about it for so long might have been my greatest sin.
Exactly when was it that you met Beatrice?
Upon hearing this question, Rosa closed her eyes lightly, reaching back to a past she didn't want to remember.
It was about 20 years ago. 20... or wait, it might have been 19 or 18 years ago. I'm sorry. I've tried to force myself to forget it for so long that I've nearly forgotten that part completely.
It should have been 1967.
Ronove had guaranteed that with the Red Truth in the third game.
That's right. It was probably about 1967. I can remember what happened as clearly as a picture. I'll never forget. If it's tough for you, don't feel like you have to tell us.
Yes, clear as a picture if you don't mind.
Damn it, that hurts, Leon!
What does?
I took it very hard when I found out that my tutor had told Mother about something I'd shared in confidence. I lost control of myself and ran deep into the forest.
This tale had also been told in a previous fragment. Back when Rosa was just a kid, she had gone deep into the forest, found a hidden mansion, and met with a mysterious woman who called herself Beatrice.
But that forest is so thick, it's hard to just move around in it. I even surprised myself.
Nightlight, you're gonna have to just go back to the beginning. There's no way we can explain it to you.
To think that I made it so far into such a dense forest. I was tormented by twigs and sharp leaves over and over again. However, that wasn't enough to bother me on that day. After all, I wanted to disappear into that forest and vanish forever. If by some chance there really was a witch's mansion in the depths of the forest, I hoped that she might take me to the land of happiness, or else turn me into a frog and make me a resident of the forest.
So, you then reached the hidden mansion, Kuwadorian. and met a woman who called herself Beatrice.
Yes, I did.
Was that Beatrice the same as the one in the portrait?
Yes, they were the same person. Beautiful blue eyes, golden hair, a black dress. It truly was the subject of that portrait. When Father first had it hung, I realized that the 20 years I had spent trying to forget must have just seemed just as long for Father, if not even longer, and I was racked by even greater guilt.
Stop there. Are we sure that this is the same Beatrice that Rosa-san met? Immediately, Kyrie spoke the question that Will had been thinking of. It would be too rash to assume that the Beatrice Kinzo met was the same person as the one Rosa met. The time and generation were different for each.
Beatrice is supposed to be that lady of leisure who lent Dad all that gold shortly after the war, right? Using Beatrice's gold as a foundation, Father revived the USHIROMIYA family and got super rich. Then he bought Rokenjima and moved over. Rosa-san's meeting must have been at least 10 years after that.
A woman with free control over 10 tons of gold could hardly be some little girl. And 10 more years passed after that before she met Rosa. Rosa. About how old did the Beatrice you met look?
She looked older than I was at the time, but even so, it looked as though she might just be on the cusp of adulthood. Yes, exactly the sort of age of the Beatrice in the portrait.
Did she look middle-aged or past her prime?
If I had to call her an adult or a child, she was clearly closer to being a child. There's no way she was middle-aged.
And isn't that strange? We have the Beatrice you met and the Beatrice who gave Father the gold, but their ages don't match.
In other words, they're different people.
Different people, who look very similar and have the same name.
It might have been her daughter. It makes sense for them to look alike if they were mother and child.
His mistress's daughter. It is possible. Perhaps Father had an illegitimate child with the Beatrice who gave him the gold.
So, the one Rosa bumped into is Beatrice too. Makes those ages work out nicely.
I see. In other words, there are two people called Beatrice.
Kinzo secretly raised his mistress's child in a hidden mansion. That would make logical sense. Everyone nodded, agreeing. However, Will's expression was slightly unsatisfied, and he scratched at his head.
So it would seem that this funeral exists for the two Beatrices he couldn't hold a ceremony for because he'd kept them secret.
Rosa, I know you probably don't want to remember, but tell me about that accident. After Beatrice fell, was she still breathing?
No. Her eyes were open wide. She fell upside down, head first, and knocked her head against a sharp crag on the rocky beach. And she fell from such a height. Her skull had split and caved inwards. The beautiful golden hair was stained red with blood almost instantly.
Was it the sort of wound that showed at a glance that she was undoubtedly dead?
Yes. I saw the insides of her cracked head. It caved in deep enough to fit your fist inside it. No one could be naive enough to see that and still hope she was alive. Will, do you really need to ask anything more?
That's enough for the time of the accident. What did you do afterwards?
I dashed away at full speed. I wasn't even thinking about calling for help. I wanted to escape from that place as fast as I could. Half crazed, sobbing and out of breath, I kept on running about at random. Eventually, I came across a familiar lion statue.
Oh, the one in front of the chapel?
No, the one behind it. Anyway, I made it back to the mansion. I couldn't tell anyone, and I didn't want to. I stayed quiet until nightfall. It was so horrible of me. If I had hurried and told someone, they might have brought her a first aid kit, and she might have been saved.
How is the first aid kit going to help with a crushed cranium? You didn't kill her. You didn't kill her. Don't worry about that anymore.
Then, what did you do next? That night, I turned over in my bed so many times, I couldn't sleep. Late that night, I quietly called Genji-san on the phone and told him.
What did he say?
He told me to let him handle everything and to speak of this to no one. I spent the next several days terrified that Father would call for me and scold me brutally. But he didn't. Genji-san kept on doing his job quietly, just like normal. Father stayed locked up in his study, not knowing any of it.
At the very least, none of us ever heard about it.
Genji-san probably managed to clean everything up nicely.
After all, I expect they couldn't let knowledge of that child go public.
Even if she was an illegitimate child, she was his own flesh and blood. Must have been tough for Father not being able to hold a real funeral for her.
I guess that's why we're having this funeral.
And then?
That's all I know.
And that's all I know, too.
I'm not hiding anything else. I've told you everything. I swear it.
Will scratched at his head, letting his gaze wander. It had taken Rosa a lot of determination to make this confession, but it was nothing particularly special for Will. It had been little more than a review of information he already knew.
Thanks, Aunt Rosa. Is that enough for you, Will? Are you satisfied?
That's enough. It was a nice review.
To Will, Rosa's memories gave only information that was already known. This was the first time he'd heard all of that about her running back to the mansion after Beatrice fell to her death, but none of it was particularly surprising. Apparently, Rosa really didn't know any more than this. If he wanted to learn something beyond the fragments given to him by Bernkastel, he would need to find new testimony.
Leon, tell Kinzo that I want to talk to him. It looks like we won't get anywhere without asking the man himself.
Where are you going?
I'll have to cool my head and organize my thoughts. Don't follow me.
Well, pardon me for asking. Please, take your time.
After giving an elegant bow, Leon made a face, tongue sticking out. Unless Will had eyes on the back of his head, he couldn't have seen this last bit. Will returned to the chapel by himself. The cold air and the monotonous sound of the rain were comforting.
So, how's the game?
And he had come here for a little peace and quiet. No sooner than he had let out a sigh of relief that voice rang out.
That's one for you to answer.
It was as though she had been sitting there all along. Bernkastel appeared on top of the altar once more. Apparently, she found this particular altar extremely comfortable.
Battler annoyed me over and over with his incompetence. You're very competent compared to him, so it's a lot easier to relax.
Unlike Ushirimiya Battler's games, I have nothing standing in my way. It's easy.
That sort of game has already ended. Tales can be enjoyed twice. First you love them, then you tear out their guts.
You think I'm a butcher?
Well, do you think you know who killed Beatrice?
Rosa's confession is something I already know from a previous fragment. There was no brand new information. We're still at square one. Unless Ushirimiya Kinzo tells us what really happened, we won't get any further than this. Don't tell me that sweet talking Kinzo into spilling the beans is all part and parcel of this game.
If it were, I'd die of boredom. Kinzo refuses to speak of the truth and is himself the king protected by his castle, but it wouldn't be any fun to have that stand in the way of your game.
I won't torture. It's not my style.
I know that. As the game master, I will grant you power, so that you can get the truth from Kinzo, of course.
Still wearing shoes, Bernkastel stepped into the casket, picked up one of the flowers that had been set as offerings, and blew hard as though scattering fluff from a dandelion. When she did, a single petal broke off and drifted down towards Will. No longer gold, but with the shine of a transparent crystal.
The detective's authority.
What's that pathetic ability? No. This is your invitation to the auditorium.
The theater-going authority? Granting that is supposed to be forbidden without authorization from the Senate.
I'm granting it. On my game board. Who's going to stop me?
Though the crystal flower petal danced in the wind, it wouldn't fly away anywhere until Will accepted it. Will remembered how useless it was to argue with witches, and he snatched it up. When he did, the petal flashed brightly for an instant, melted into Will's palm, and disappeared. Entertain me if you can, and try to enjoy yourself. You must also be interested in seeing what the guts of Beatrice's game board look like, right?
Not really.
After Will's rude answer, Bernkastel vanished into thin air, leaving behind an obnoxious laugh. After clicking his tongue, Will turned around, visibly annoyed. When he did, it felt as though his gaze crossed that of a shadowy figure standing by the door in front of him that led outside.
Who's there?
Pardon me. I heard a voice, so I wondered who it was.
Ah, Shannon. So you're running the reception desk this time?
Yes. I've been taking it in turns with Kanon-kun to run the reception desk.
And where is Kanon?
A short while ago, he was ordered by, Leon-sama to take a break, so he's resting now.
So you don't know Leon either?
Uh-huh. Of course,
Ushiromiya Leon is the successor to the head, and only one permitted the silver ring. Why are you stumbling over that name when you've worked here for 10 years?
That's...
Don't worry. I don't recognize Leon either. Kraus is supposed to be the successor to the head. Jessica is supposed to be his only child. There hasn't been a single fragment with anyone named Leon in the Ushiromiya family.
Upon hearing that Will didn't recognize Leon either, Shannon looked back up at him in surprise. Apparently, she was a bit relieved to find that she wasn't going crazy by herself. However, her expression quickly grew uncertain once more.
Where is this place? I think it's the Ushiromiya family chapel. However, something feels different about it. Also, I never knew that someone named Leon-sama existed. And yet, Madame Kraus-sama, the master, Milady, and all the relatives all talk as though it's perfectly natural. I just don't understand what's happening.
Leon is a piece placed by Bernkastel. She also said that she'd switched to a larger cat box to place that piece. On top of that, it seems this world isn't a proper world, but one made out of several different fragments sewn together.
It's as though this is a special stage set up specifically for this game.
I'm sure she's nodding at my thoughts right now, laughing and chomping down popcorn. How long have you worked here in this world?
10 years.
I see. So it really is a special stage. After all, right when I entered the chapel, I spotted KINZO. If Shannon had worked here for 10 years, then this is 1986, the stage of Beato's game. In that case, KINZO shouldn't exist. However, he definitely was here a few minutes ago.
Whoops, I accidentally clicked out of the window. There we go. Bernkastel promised that all of the information needed for reasoning was gathered here. She must have crammed all manner of stuff in here to make that true.
I see. So it really is a special stage. You've served the Ushiromiya family for many years. So, just how much do you know about Beatrice?
I know the master loved her deeply, but other than that...
Is that all?
And, they say that she is the master of Rokenjima's knight.
That's right. The name of the ghost rumored to wander the mansion night after night is also Beatrice.
That brings the number of Beatrices to 3. The first is the Beatrice from more than 30 years ago, who is said to have given KINZO the gold. The second is the Beatrice from 20 years ago, who met Rosa. The third is the Beatrice of the ghost stories, who is rumored to be the master of the night on Rokenjima.
Furuto Erika's reasoning was probably correct. It started out as the legend of the evil spirits on Rokenjima. Later on, elements such as KINZO's occult hobbies, the name and portrait of the mysterious woman Beatrice. and the epitaph got mixed in, and it all fused into the legend of the Golden Witch. And so the darkness of the night gained the personality of a witch. That's the third Beatrice. This is the veil the serial killer hides behind.
Apparently she didn't understand a word of Will's sudden monologue. Shannon tried to follow along, but she seemed to be having difficulty.
Don't waste your time trying to understand. You'll just get a headache.
My apologies.
Canon doesn't know Leon either, right?
Yes. Canon-kun was the same as me.
Shannon and Canon.
Call Canon over here. I want to talk to the pair of you about something.
When Will said these words, Shannon's face went blank, and her eyes went wide.
My apologies. We aren't allowed to leave the reception desk unmanned, so I can't leave to go get him.
Then find a replacement and have them take over the reception desk until you get back. You, me, and Canon. We, the three people who don't know Leon, need to talk.
We've been told that one person is enough to run the reception desk.
But no one told you there was anything wrong with two people manning it, right?
We're low on helpers today, so we're told that the reception desk does not require two people manning it.
Who gave you that order? KINZO? Kraus? Or was it Leon? I will ask about it.
It was the one who orders me. I cannot disobey orders.
Who is this person? I'll negotiate with them.
You cannot negotiate. It's the one who orders us.
Call Canon over here. I hate theater going just as much as I hate torture.
Slowly, Will pulled his right hand out of his pocket. When he slowly opened his fist, a small, bright glow emanated from it. The flower petal Bernkastel had given him had become a glowing birthmark which sparkled. He held that hand out toward Shannon and slowly approached her.
Call Canon. I want to check something with you two.
I can't not call him. Do you still wish for me to do so?
If you don't call him, I'm going to watch your play.
If you insist, I can call him especially.
There was some kind of incomprehensible tension between the two. Will stood there, his left hand still in his pocket and his right palm glowing and stretched out towards her. Shannon just stood there, her hands still folded politely in front of her. Her posture beautiful. And yet, it felt oddly as though raindrops were sparking and crackling in midair.
I will now call Canon-kun. Do you wish to proceed?
Will's expression had remained unchanged the whole time. Shannon's face was still kind and gentle, and yet the tension was as icy as a frozen lake. Beginners in chess will sometimes move their king into check without noticing. One might mercilessly capture the king in such a situation, but high-level players are supposed to calmly warn beginners about their mistake. If you take one more step, you'll get captured. This was similar to that.
I see. So after all... I get it. That's enough. You guys can take it in turns to run the reception desk.
Slowly, Will lowered his hand.
Thank you for understanding.
The glow slowly vanished from Will's palm. That completely incomprehensible tension melted away, like a sugar cube in water. However, nothing had changed since the beginning. Will's expression and Shannon's expression were the same as they always had been.
Oh, are you leaving?
Footsteps approached them. It was Leon.
I'm just standing here talking. I wanted to ask her something.
What could that be? Did you find what you were looking for?
Yeah.
I'm honored to have been of service.
That's a shame. If you were looking for an umbrella, I could have gotten you one right away.
Did you convince Kinzo?
I told him that a rare guest wanted to greet him. He says he'll meet with you.
Did you tell him that I wanted to ask about Beatrice?
Isn't that your job?
Isn't that your job? With a slightly mischievous look, Leon turned away. Will scratched his head and shrugged, looking annoyed.
Well. Guess I'll get a chance to try this out.
Will opened his right hand and showed it to Leon. It was just a hand, without anything remotely remarkable about it. Leon's head tilted to the side in bafflement at this strange gesture.
Good work. Your name was...
It's Shannon.
Ah, that's right. Shannon. Please continue manning the reception desk. Make sure you keep warm.
Thank you very much, Leon-sama.
Shannon bowed deeply in response to Leon's kind words. There was not even a trace of tension in her manner.
Let's go, Will. You won't want to miss your chance. The head's mood changes quicker than the autumn sky. Good luck.
Let's go.
I've brought Willard's son.
Kinzo and Genji could be seen in the VIP room. Kinzo was sitting back in a chair, his eyes closed as though in a troubled sleep.
My lord, the guest has come to see you.
Kinzo slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes were red from crying. They regained their focus and slowly fell on Will.
I am USHIROMIYA KINZO.
Will, I'm Willard. Allow me to express my condolences.
So, you've come to visit Beatrice's funeral. Just who are you?
I'm no one. I have no connections with anyone. Don't think too deeply about it. You'll just get a headache.
Ow!
I ask that you choose your words a little more carefully.
What a strange guest. So, what business do you have with me?
I want to ask about Beatrice.
What?
Kinzo's gaze grew sharp. Leon felt a bit lightheaded and wondered why this guy had to be so direct.
Why do you ask? I thought you were no one. Why do you want to know about Beatrice? What purpose could it serve?
Because I'm no one. I can listen to your tale without bias and record it. You will probably leave this world before too long. If you die without telling anything about Beatrice, your children will adorn her with their own fanciful tales and write them into history.
You entertain me, boy. You think yourself a testament taker. But that is wholly unnecessary. Beatrice is mine alone. No matter what anyone says, no one can defile our story. What they say is of no consequence. No matter how Kraus and the others misconstrue it, it matters nothing to me.
Willard-sama, the master does not like wills. He is not one to abandon anything while he still lives.
Probably true. I thought it sounded a bit unlike him.
The spirit to struggle onward to our dying breaths is what makes us human. The idea that I would give up before my time and leave behind a will is laughably absurd.
Yes, that does sound a bit more like you. It's not your style to ask someone to write about the past just because you feel you might die soon.
We know how deeply you loved Beatrice-sama. You are the model most worthy of respect that any of us know, and an example for us to follow in every aspect of our lives. Please, for the sake of us wandering souls, may we learn of how you loved her to the last, how your love for her guided you through life, and the strength of your love for her so that your story might guide us through our own lives.
You're pretty good at this.
R Habaki Gaming with the $2. Damn, he hates Wills. Willard stands no chance. Yeah.
It's your fault for being so tactless.
Boy, what do you know of Beatrice? A truly ignorant person would not hold any interest at all. The mere fact that you know her name shows that you are neither ignorant nor unconnected.
Good point. The Beatrice I know of is the woman you loved, the one you met before the mansion on Rokenjima was even built. However, she probably departed from this world, leaving behind a daughter. That's the girl who was raised in Kawidorian.
Oh-ho. Willard-sama, there's no building known as Kawidorian on Rokenjima.
That name, Kuidorian. You mentioned it when we were talking with Aunt Rosa, too. What in the world does it mean?
You should have an idea by now. It's the name of the hidden mansion deep in the forest, where his mistress's daughter lived.
Interesting. So, you actually know the name of Kawidorian. Continue. You've sparked my interest.
Kinzo shrugged and grinned.
The one living in Kawidorian was probably Beatrice's daughter. However, it seems you didn't think of her that way.
Oh-ho. Then how did I think of her?
When Ushiromiya Rosa went to Kawidorian, Beatrice told her a little about herself. In that conversation, she referred to you as Kinzo. It was the same when she spoke of you directly. Though she said she thought of you as a father, she didn't call you father. She either didn't call you that, or she wasn't allowed to call you that. That can only mean one thing.
And what might that be?
Reincarnation. You didn't think of your daughter as a child Beatrice left behind. You believed that the dead Beatrice had revived into a new body. Genji. Once in the past, you spoke in front of Natsuhi and several other family members, stating that there had never been a child between Kinzo and Beatrice.
I have no memory of saying this.
Of course, this game's Genji probably wouldn't remember that. However, near the end of the first game, when the survivors all gathered in Kinzo's study, Genji was asked whether Kinzo and Beatrice ever had a child together, and he denied it, saying, "I have not heard of anything like that." Yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody in the chat is getting the hint now. When I warned about some truly fucked shit being mentioned and talked about in this episode, yeah, we're getting to it. Yeah, nothing else to say other than yes, June has the right idea. Mods kill him.
I've not heard that. In a way, is a perfect sort of answer for one of Kinzo's confidants. After all, in Kinzo's eyes, she wasn't a daughter, but Beatrice reborn.
Will, I don't know what you're talking about, but I will not let you slander the family head.
This isn't slander. It's reasoning. However, I understand the heart. Beatrice was the woman you loved most. She remained that way even after death, for all eternity, and without fading in the slightest. However, given the child's blue eyes, beautiful blonde hair, and facial features which resembled Beatrice from a young age, if you'd gradually begun to think that she might actually be Beatrice reborn, that wouldn't be surprising.
My lord, shall I?
Shall I throw this insolent man out? Genji asked Kinzo. For a while, Kinzo hung his head in silence, as though remembering something from his own past.
Your daughter grew to be very beautiful, and nearly identical to her mother. You must have been ecstatic. However, it's doubtful that you were fully satisfied by this. After all, though she was Beatrice reborn to you, she didn't feel that way herself.
How can you know that?
She couldn't shake the feeling that there was something out of place about her being called Beatrice. People never feel anything out of place about the name they were given at the time of their birth.
Well, I don't know about that, Will, but... Sorry, not to interrupt a heavy moment, but... Anyway.
However, she did have that feeling. That must mean that she was aware that the name Beatrice was not hers.
In Kuidorian, she asked both Kinzo and Rosa about who she was. Rampaging X Snails with the $2. Throw the whole man in the trash and start over. Honestly, do we even need to start over? I don't think we need another Kinzo, actually.
Who am I? Everyone calls me Beatrice. And that does certainly seem to be the name of a great witch, as you say. But that is not me. I cannot use any magic. I simply have the soul of that witch sealed inside my body.
Her memory would have returned. She was without a doubt Beatrice reborn. Her memory was coming back bit by bit. My magical rituals were helping her regain her memories one little bit at a time.
Grandfather.
There's no need to be surprised. If you line up the information in all the games so far, this is the answer it leads you to. The Beatrice on the higher plane talked about this in metaphor, saying that Kinzo refused to let the witch's soul escape even after death, and instead caught it and locked it up in a body of flesh. She also said that her power and memory had been sealed. If you match that interpretation of hers to this theory, it all makes sense.
Village-sama. Thanks to a powerful magical ritual, the Master gained a reborn child of the late Beatrice-sama. That cannot be denied.
I won't contradict the stork, and I don't intend to doubt the depths of Kinzo's love for this woman called Beatrice. It's no one's business how a person chooses to show their affection towards their only living reminder of the departed. If she grew to look more and more like Beatrice, and Kinzo's love gave rise to a new special emotion, I find that a very human reaction.
You think you can understand my love?
I'm not qualified to understand it. However, I'm also not qualified to deny it.
Beatrice, please forgive me.
Yeah, I see this, like, I think Will circles around to, like, you know, evening out on this. Like, the wording in this scene sometimes bothers the fuck out of me, though. This is actually one of the few, like, L's that I think Umineko has in some ways. It comes back around on this, but, yeah. This part bothers me. Kinzo sobbed quietly for a while, wiping away his tears. Because of love, he believed she was Beatrice reborn and raised her that way. However, somewhere in his heart, he might have felt... Yuri cannibalism. I don't interpret his will justifying in the end, but just him finding it not a surprising thing for Kinzo to do. Yeah, that's also true. Yeah, I would take it that way too. Arabaka Gaming with the $10. There's a lot you can say about the heart, love, and what that means for Kinzo. IMO, empathy is not sympathy, so I understand Kinzo to an extent. However, rev up those Friars guys, we're having barbecue. Exactly. Like, fuck Kinzo. Like, bottom line, fuck Kinzo. I fucking hate this guy. But, yeah. Anyway. Pangs of conscience, telling him that he might be forcing his emotions onto someone who wasn't really Beatrice. Then, the Beatrice of Kuadorian had an unexpected guest, Rosa. Unable to believe that she was the Beatrice that Kinzo had desired, and suffering from her inability to understand who she was, she expressed a desire to escape from the outside world. Also true, Dark Everyheart. Will doesn't have to agree with him, but he does get that empathizing here is more likely to get Kinzo talking, which is also true. He's buttering him up to get more information as well. Then, she fell from the cliff and died.
Genji handled that death, which couldn't become public knowledge, very quietly. Funerals aren't for the dead. They exist so that those who are alive can sever their ties with the dead. You could never do that. That's why it festered within you.
Beatrice.
Grandfather.
You lost your mistresses, No, you lost Beatrice twice. Unable to let that sorrow show on the outside, you kept it locked up in your heart. And it eventually festered and turned to madness. That's what spurred on your abnormally strong interest in the occult in your later years.
Oh, Beatrice! Beatrice! Why? Why did you leave me twice? Your smile, that beautiful hair, those eyes. Why did you die in my arms not once, but twice? You said how much you...
By now, Kinzo wasn't even trying to suppress his sobs. Sometimes he scratched at his head in anguish. Other times he faced the heavens like an opera singer. Kinzo yelled over and over again, repeating Beatrice's name. At that moment, there was a quiet sound of a door closing. When they turned around, she was already there. Kumasawa had appeared.
If they already know that much, perhaps we can tell them the rest.
Though if they know that much, I don't believe there's anything more to tell.
No, we should tell them. As a woman, I've always thought that the heart of Kuwadorian's Beatrice is a story that should be told. And now someone who has appeared who is worthy to hear it. I believe that now is the time to tell all, without holding back.
Kumasawa-san, do you know something? About Beatrice?
Of course she does. In the 4th game, we have testimony from the ferryboat captain saying that Kumasawa went in and out of Kuwadorian. I'd be willing to bet that Kumasawa had different work shifts at the mansion and Kuwadorian. There was a young girl to be taken care of. Kumasawa, with her long experience in taking care of children, must have been of immense value.
That is correct. You might even call me her wet nurse.
No way. I can't believe it. So, everything Will-san is saying is the truth?
Yes, it is a fact. There was a secret mansion constructed on the opposite side of the island for Beatrice-sama. The existence of Kuwadorian is the truth.
I don't know when Kinzo married his official wife, but back when Kinzo already had an enormous store of wealth and had bought Rokenjima whole, he built 2 mansions and set up 2 separate lives.
Kinzo's children had also been aware of Kinzo's clandestine eccentricities at the time. It probably hadn't been easy to set up 2 lives. Moreover, Kinzo's wife had been suspicious and had sniffed around all the time.
The master stayed in Kuwadorian as much as time allowed. He would sometimes pretend to go on business trips and stay there for several days, treasuring the time he spent with Beatrice-sama. It was not simply a father-daughter relationship. You could sometimes catch a glimpse of his great love for the late Beatrice-sama, and it was a heartwarming thing.
The way you say it makes it sound like he sometimes treated her as a substitute for Beatrice.
If it sounded that way, my apologies. Beatrice-sama probably accepted her father's love. However, I will not deny that she was sometimes forced to bear a love she didn't understand.
Kumasawa's tone made it sound as though she was scolding Kinzo. As a mother who had raised many kids, Kumasawa had probably spotted that Kinzo's love was often of a mistaken sort. However, the more the girl grew to look like her mother, the more distorted and twisted Kinzo's heart became. Because of his deep love, it grew very, very twisted.
You're right to scold me, my friend. I understand. My love is eternal and undying. However, there were times when I directed it at the wrong person. And I must acknowledge that.
Grandfather. Wait, you don't mean...
Leon-sama, all humans in this world are tied to each other. Even if they do not notice, there is always some sort of tie. Those ties wrap themselves around people and bring them together.
No way. Grandfather!
Just as Kinzo had done, Leon also wiped away tears and stared down at the floor. Apparently, the truth had been too much of a shock for the young successor to handle.
My lord, perhaps the time has come to speak of it.
I see. So the time has come, my friend. Unless you tell us, none of the truth will become clear. My lord, I believe that they may have the qualifications and right to know. I know. Perhaps on this day of my fickle funeral, Beatrice in heaven has given me a chance to atone. Forgive me for not telling you this before now.
After taking a deep breath, Kinzo finally lowered the hands that had been covering his face, and looked at Will and Leon with those red eyes.
Grandfather.
You listen too, Leon. Guest. Willard, was it?
Yeah.
I thank you for giving me a chance to speak of the truth while I am still able. You must surely be a messenger from heaven sent by Beatrice. You have my gratitude.
Beatrice isn't the one you have to thank. It was some witch. Well, I guess they're both witches.
I do not care who it was. I've been given a chance. That is enough. I thank you, Willard.
Kinzo slowly stood up and held out his right hand. He was offering to shake hands. It must have been Kinzo's way of expressing his gratitude. Will responded. Then the two hands gripped each other tightly in silence. Kitty with the 5 pounds. All the guns in this house and none of them put to use, shall we say. Oh boy. When they did, a bright light poured out from the gap between the two hands. Will felt as though something the size of a grain had burned itself into his palm. It was that power that Bernkastel had given him. The light grew brighter and brighter. However, it seemed that Kinzo and the others could not see it.
Now I will speak. I met Beatrice Castiglione, just before the end of the war. She came from across the sea.
So, were you Kinzo?
It's how Grandfather looked in the past. I've seen photos. Just what on earth?
It's the theater-going power that Bernkastel gave me. Don't try to understand.
I'll just get a headache.
You're getting the hang of this.
At one time, Genji told Battler that he looked like Kinzo in his youth. Sure enough, though the young Kinzo wasn't exactly the same as Battler, they looked very similar.
Allow me to introduce myself again. I'm USHIROMIYA Kinzo.
Grandfather.
Even the voice seemed to resemble Battler's somehow. Clearly, Battler had inherited Kinzo's blood more thickly than any other.
I did not want to succeed the USHIROMIYA family headship. My being chosen as the head was nothing more than a prank of fate. In the Great Kanto earthquake, those in charge passed away, and you were selected from the branch families.
That's correct. After all, Grandfather was wise despite his youth, and he already possessed a dignity fitting for the headship.
I thought Marcy explicitly said the guy from that side story wasn't Kinzo. Am I misremembering? No, I said that was Kinzo when he was younger. That's what I said.
Ridiculous. Those greedy elders were so intent on looking out for their own personal interests that they couldn't even decide on a new head. They were like fools arguing about who the new captain should be on a sinking ship. So, since you had no connections with anyone in the main family, you were selected right out of the blue. It's all because of my toes. If only I had one fewer toe on each foot, my life might have turned out quite differently.
In the USHIROMIYA family, polydactyl was seen as a sign of good fortune. This was because it was a common factor among many of the greats in the family's history.
It was all very pathetic. The elders didn't care whom they dragged in as long as it wouldn't favor any of them over the others. So they just happened to hear that someone in one of the branch families had 6 toes, and decided that would do well enough. Precisely. The elders didn't care what sort of novice became the head, as long as they could make him their puppet. In fact, the more ignorant this person was of how to lead, the better it would be for them.
Grandfather.
Leon, it's quite different in your case. You will be the one who inherits everything I have. That's the fate you were granted on the day of your birth. That's why I gave you that silver ring and raised you so strictly. You're quite different from me. You're already a splendid successor, of whom no one could be ashamed.
Yes, sir.
A puppet heir. Huh. I doubt that could have been easy.
As he pondered about where to begin, Kinzo laughed bitterly. It would probably bring back nothing but painful memories no matter where he started from.
It lasted for so long, that span of gray days. That mind-numbing stretch of time I spent dead passed like moss growing on a rock. I became the rope in the tug-of-war between the elders who thought of nothing but their own profit, and I probably could have snapped at any moment. However, people are far more resilient than one would think. Though I spent so many days like a dead man, I was not killed. So I have to search for death on my own. The next thing I knew, I had reached the age where I could no longer refer to myself as young without drawing laughter from those who were. They were long, dreary, gray days without any substance, and they lasted for a full 20 years. In 20 years, a person can be born, find a purpose, and even become their own man with their own place in the world. In short, if one truly becomes a human only when they have become a working adult, then I spent an amount of time long enough to create a human, doing nothing except playing the part of puppet to those greedy old men. Ironically, though that time aged my body, it did not age my mind. In my heart, I was still young, and I looked back fondly on the fulfilling days before I was summoned to Odawara. Only my body continued to age, and at some point the gulf between the two had widened to the point that it was hard to comprehend. So I could hardly believe that the worn-out man in the mirror was really me. No, it really wasn't me. I was the head of the USHIROMIYA family in name only. I had no rights, no autonomy. There wasn't any need for me to do anything other than what was asked of me.
Neon roses with the $5. Can we throw Kinzo into the bronze bowl? I think we can think of worse things.
It was just a doll sitting there on the shelf gathering dust. I remember nothing but lazily flipping through Western books I liked, locking myself in my own world, doing nothing but playing with roses and drinking terrible drinks, and it lasted a full 20 years. Before I knew it, I had a stranger for a wife. It wasn't any wife I had chosen. She was someone that the elders had chosen and forced on me for their own reasons, the daughter of some noble family or something. But that hardly mattered to me. I did not love my wife, but neither did I dislike her. I just didn't care. I fathered a few children, but that wasn't out of any love for my wife. They were just born before I knew it. That's all there was to it. None of it mattered. No, that's not quite right. Everything was decided by someone other than me, and I simply obeyed. That was the job of the USHIROMIYA family head. On some level, I felt as though my life was being slowly and quietly snuffed out.
I can't believe it. You had always been praised for being such a bold and wise ruler, and yet you lived like that for so long.
Leon, there's nothing so long and insubstantial as a life you do not live for yourself, and yet it passes in a blink. Take this to heart.
A life you live for yourself.
Living means having your own will. You probably were dead during that time. Precisely. I wanted to live. No. I wanted to die. What must a puppet do to die?
the strings.
Correct. That would be death. It would be life. And it would be release.
Before I realized it, the world had grown troubled.
World War II. The Pacific War. Japan had extended their war fronts too far to the east and west, and the tide of the war was changing. Thanks to the influence of the elders, I was able to avoid conscription. Of course, this was not out of compassion for me. It was because I was their precious puppet. So the war never really felt that close to me. However, when I personally decided to abandon their protection, it was very easy. At that time, the USHIROMIYA family had almost completely collapsed. And since the elders had apparently pilfered enough of the scraps to last them the rest of their lives, they seemed to care very little for what I did, now that they no longer had any use for me. So I realized that I had finally found my time to die. One by one, I cut the threads I was hanging from, and began to search for a place to end my life. So you search for death on the battlefield. I thought that if I was going to die anyway, I should try to be some use to someone. No, that's a lie. I probably just lacked the willpower to end my own life. War was a suitable excuse for death.
I heard that your knowledge in public works and construction led you to being tasked with setting up facilities for the Navy construction team.
What a miscalculation that was. If I had just said that I had no useful skills, I would have been sent to the front lines where I could die at a moment's notice. So you ended up not having to go to the front lines? Some of the others were overjoyed at their luck. It was the opposite for me. My only desire was to get my hands on the intoxicating liquor of battle and drink myself to death. The US planes did nothing but cut across the skies of that forsaken island. They didn't even have a bullet to spare for me, much less a bomb.
Is this the time that you met Beatrice, grandfather?
Correct. She came to me from the sea. When did you meet her? You mentioned an island. It was here. She came to this island. So you met here, on Rokenjima.
What's going on? I heard that Rokenjima was uninhabited until you bought it, grandfather. I never knew there was a Japanese military base here.
Yes. You can hardly call that a military base. It was just a cave. It was just a cave. I was one of the guards of that cave.
(1944). Due to the honorable defeats at Saipan and Guam, Japan's absolute national defense zone strategy was in shambles. Where had the gallantry of the start of the war gone? The old attackers were now the ones on the defensive. At that time, it was said that the final trump cards for the Japanese military were the so-called special attack weapons. It was said that these ultimate weapons were packed with 1.55 tons of explosives, and capable of sinking any kind of warship with a single blast. To strengthen homeland defense, the Navy drafted a plan to build a string of hidden bases from Hachijojima to Yokosuka. Sorry, it took me a second. All to house submarines loaded with special attack weapons.
I knew that there was a base constructed on Hachijojima. To think that there was one on Rokenjima, too.
Just what sort of fool decided it would be a good idea to plant a base on this desolate island, I have no idea. To better preserve its secrecy? Ridiculous. I could never understand what the higher-ups were thinking, and I didn't particularly care.
These truly were ultimate weapons, able to take down large warships in a single strike. It was hoped that the presence of submarines capable of loading these weapons in the waters just off of Japan would allow for a powerful sea ambush as a final line of defense. So to aid in the establishment of a base with absolute secrecy, the uninhabited island Rokenjima was raised as a possible candidate. An investigation of the island resulted in the discovery of a large cave in the cliffs, and this was apparently deemed to be a suitable location for a submarine base.
So you were tasked with aiding in the establishment of that base? Establishment? Certainly, if you can call digging out a cave establishment. Not only that, the base was abandoned before its completion.
Why?
Because at that time, Japan no longer had any submarines large enough to carry one of those weapons. How truly laughable. What's the point in having a submarine base if there aren't any submarines left? If there's one thing that never changes, it's politicians and their meaningless projects.
The base on Hachijojima was actually outfitted with those weapons and became a base for direct attacks. But Rokenjima was never supplied with any. Not only that, they canceled the construction work entirely, leaving only a crew of minimal size stationed on the island, waiting for orders from above that never came. Could it be the fact that it was a hidden base sealed our fate? The higher-ups had already completely forgotten about this useless and pointless cavern.
We were nothing more than guards for a mere cave. We spent our days farming, fishing, and playing with the dirt, all the while gazing up at the American formations flying past. Some of our group were relieved at the prospect of the war ending before anyone remembered we were here, and before any of us had to face a real battle. Of course, it was the opposite for me. I hoped beyond hope for the American troops to advance and kill me as soon as possible. And then, on one of those hallowed days, let us go back there now. Back to the turning point in my life and my fate, when USHIROMIYA KINZO finally became alive.
I am going to very quickly BRB to check on a couple of things. I will be back in just a few. Alright, I'm back. Let's get into it.
Step it up! What are you doing, slacking off when the fighting is so close?
Star seems to spin around inside my head. I could just lie down on the floor, but that'd only make him more angry. I have no intention of being obedient. Still, it'd be stupid to get myself punched for no reason, so I got up and stood at attention. The fighting is close, is it? You really think the American troops are likely to show up on this forgotten island? And let them come right now. That's what I've been waiting for all this time.
What's this cowardly look you're wearing? Is this how afraid you are of death? Are you so scared of those Americans? You won't be killing any of them with an attitude like that!
They hit me again. Could you please quit your whining already? Filthy cowards. They give themselves over to this inexplicable anger because it's the only way to distract themselves from their own fear. Heart and spirit aren't any use when the battle becomes hopeless. When trapped by an insurmountable hopelessness, humans rely on several other emotions to escape their fear. These young, inexperienced soldiers found anger to be a very convenient emotion to fall back upon. They did drills by shouting in loud voices and swinging their bamboo spears around. Drinking the wine called anger was simply what they needed to do to numb their fear. The more one drinks wine, the more one needs to drink to get drunk. Their useless anger continued to pile up day after day without pause. As for me, I did not fear death, so I had no need of the wine called anger. This made their cowardice all the more apparent to me.
There you go again. That look in your eyes. Ushiromiya, your spirit's rotten to the core. You're a fish, that's what you are. You've got the eyes of a dead fish.
However, it went both ways. Just as I was able to spot their cowardice, they were able to pick up on my lethargy.
Is Ushiromiya KINZO here? The lieutenant's looking for you. Stand up. No slouching about. Double time!
Whoop. Whoops. Sorry, my voice cracked.
First Lieutenant Yamamoto was the commanding officer in charge of the Requiem garrison. He was just another filthy coward trying to forget his fear with violence, and would reprimand his subordinates for slacking off at the drop of a hat. The stories of his life he'd spout off when in a good mood were all about how much of a thug he'd been, ignoring the rules of society. On and on about how so-and-so was a prick, so he taught them a lesson, or how everyone was so scared of him that he got special treatment. He kept on talking about what a vile human he was, as though it was a badge of honor. Normally, I had nothing to do with this disagreeable lieutenant. He would always hang around with his non-commissioned subordinates, so as long as I treated him with a snappy salute, I could more or less ignore him for the time being. Now that the construction project on this island had been suspended indefinitely, there was no longer any use for an engineer like me. So why did the lieutenant ask for me specifically? At that moment, I couldn't think of anything.
Ushirimiya, I hear you're good at speaking foreign languages, is that true?
I'm proficient in both English and Chinese, sir. The lieutenant liked to brag about his education in front of the non-commissioned officers, but he held a bit of a grudge against me for being even more highly educated than him. He also felt uncomfortable about having me as a subordinate because he was younger than me, so I was definitely not the kind of person he could hit it off with. Just the fact that I knew several languages must have hurt his pride.
What about Italian? Do you speak that?
I'm afraid not.
So you wouldn't be much help as an Italian interpreter, then?
It should be possible if one of them speaks English as well, sir.
Ah, yes. Very true. Have you ever talked with a foreigner in English?
I have, sir. Why on earth would he need an interpreter in a cave on an uninhabited island that even our superiors have forgotten? His question made it clear that someone who would need an interpreter would be visiting Rokenjima.
Good. Ushirimiya, you'll be my interpreter. That's an order.
That evening, I found out exactly what he was talking about. The pointless cavern submarine dock that had never been used was now being approached slowly by a submarine of the Italian Navy. Of course, I knew that the Italians had to be our allies. However, this was the first time I had seen anything from their military with my own eyes.
What was the Italian Navy doing here? Didn't Italy surrender in 1943? What's going on?
It was the Kingdom of Italy that surrendered. However, the ones who couldn't accept that surrender formed a pro-German government called the RSI so they could continue fighting.
The RSI?
The Italian Social Republic, also known as the SALO Republic. You know your history. The ignorant often call the Italians cowards, saying that they surrendered first to the Axis powers in 1943. That's not true. The military of the Italian Social Republic fought bravely from the outbreak of war until April 29, 1945.
Fuck off, Kinzo.
And Berlin fell just 3 days after that. Far from being cowards, they gave one hell of a fight. Still, I'm surprised the RSI Navy even had possession of a submarine that could travel all the way to Japan.
Even if they did, it's a surprise that they'd come out this far at all. Why would they come to Japan? To Rokenjima?
The submarine was both weather-worn and massive. This dock had never been used by one of our own... Oh, wait, okay. It's him.
This dock had never been used by one of our own country's submarines. I doubt anyone here imagined that it would end up welcoming in one from a far-off nation. All of the guards of Rokenjima, all of which were only about 30, stood at attention as the submarine docked. Never seen the Italian military before. Heard a mine or some kind of accident trashed their sub. From what I heard, their ventilation system was hit and they couldn't stop the cabin filling up with chlorine gas.
The lieutenant was hinting about there being something very important in there.
You mean like a code machine or a blueprints for some new kind of engine? I couldn't care less what they're carrying. I'm more surprised that the higher-ups still remember we exist.
Move it, Ushirimiya. How are you supposed to interpret from over there?
Yes, sir.
On the top of the hatch was a young Italian saluting us. Normally, this should have been the job of a commissioned officer, but his clothes looked like that of a sailor. It didn't look like he had the dignity and composure of a ship's captain. That probably meant all of the commissioned officers in charge had died in the accident that had befallen this sub. Crew members crawled out of the hatch one by one, but they all looked pale and entirely worn out. I wasn't sure how long ago the accident had happened, but being crammed together in a tiny sub filled with chlorine gas for any amount of time can't be good for your health. Adding to the problem with the broken ventilation system was the fact that they couldn't afford to travel about carelessly on the surface of the waters about Japan right now. They had essentially traveled here inside of a can of poisonous gas. Almost all of them were unable to walk without leaning on someone else. It looked like a bunch of people staggering out of a hospital boat.
Ushirimiya, ask them who the captain is. Tell them that I'm in charge of this island.
Welcome to Japan. Do any of you speak English? The crew members seemed to understand that I was speaking English, but it looked as though none of them could speak it. Eventually, someone who seemed to be dressed as an officer saluted. Welcome to Japan. Are you the captain? I cannot speak English. Please wait. The officer answered in slow, laborious English. After asking us to wait, he shouted something to his subordinates in rapid Italian. It looked as though he was telling them to get someone among them who could speak English.
Ushiromiya, what are they talking about?
They've asked us to wait. They might be looking for someone there who can speak English. At that moment, I heard a high-pitched cough. It wasn't a man's cough. It was a woman's.
I speak English.
As she came down from the hatch, a woman with beautiful golden hair said this in English. In this filthy cavern, the appearance of one as beautiful as she seemed like as beautiful as she was seemed like an angel descending upon us. Welcome to Japan. Is the captain there?
The captain is dead. That man over there is the only officer left.
My condolences. Can we do anything to assist you?
Well, we would like some fresh air and water. Some of us are still having trouble breathing. We'd like a place to rest.
We would be happy to help. Do any of the others understand English?
There were some who did, but they're all dead. I'm the only one now.
Ushiromiya, what's that woman talking about? Who's the captain? That man from a second ago? Who is that woman? Let's see some translating, damn it!
The lieutenant wouldn't shut up. He must have been surprised to see such a beautiful woman appear from the submarine, and more than a little annoyed to see all of her attention focused on me alone. It was a mark of how divinely beautiful she was. Sir, it seems she's the only one who understands English. She'll act as their interpreter. Their captain is dead. That officer seems to be acting in his place.
Who's that loud man who keeps yelling at you? Don't tell me he's your superior.
Yes, unfortunately. He probably doesn't like seeing me have such a beautiful lady all to myself.
I didn't expect such flattery from an Asian. Your English is superb. I imagine you've been brought up very well. Unlike that rude man who keeps on shouting. They should have made you the officer in charge around here.
God, that's such a backhanded compliment. Girl.
Oh? I didn't expect such flattery from a Westerner.
You're an interesting man. What's your name?
Ushiromiya, KINZO. If you don't mind, may I ask for your name as well?
Beatrice Castiglione.
Welcome, Beatrice. Welcome to Japan. That was when I first met Beatrice, the woman who would capture my heart for the rest of my life.
So, Beatrice was an Italian.
Yes. She was the daughter of a high-ranking RSI official. Apparently, their most important cargo was her father himself. Sadly, he had already died by the time they reached Rokkenjima.
Why would a high official like that come to Japan? You're saying he went through the Suez Canal and crossed the Indian Ocean to come all the way here?
That's a good point. If they wanted to reach one of their allies, Germany should have been much closer. So why would they make the long trip to Japan?
It may have been a part of some grand, outrageous strategy. I don't know all the details, but shortly after I learned that this submarine's mission was far from a minor one.
They said that there had been about 60 of them at the time of their departure. However, only about 10 of them, including Beatrice, had survived. Their submarine had apparently hit a mine or something in the nearby waters and sustained a great deal of damage. They told us that it had flooded rapidly with water, which had taken out the batteries and released a large amount of chlorine gas. Their sub had become completely incapable of continuing further. Nothing but a massive lump of metal floating in the dock. Since this sub seemed to be carrying something of immense value, the higher-ups ordered us to investigate. After questioning the Italians, with Beatrice and me acting as double interpreters, we concluded that this thing of immense value must have been her father himself. Apparently, Beatrice's father was extremely high up in the RSI hierarchy, and it was thought that he might have worked alongside the Italian Prime Minister himself. Though their massive voyage had apparently been part of some top-secret mission, now that the man himself and all of the commissioned officers had died, their reason for coming to Japan remained a mystery. And since the higher-ups were telling us to investigate, that meant that even they didn't know what it was. Their ship had broken down, their mission was unknown, and the high official they had been carrying was dead. And even the Japanese government didn't know why they were here. The Italians' great and perilous voyage had come to a meaningless and utterly fruitless end.
That's a relief. I always assumed the Japanese ocean air would smell like soy sauce.
What do you mean by this, ma'am?
What a coincidence. I've always thought Italians had hair made of pasta.
Of course we do. You don't know how hard it is to get that perfect al dente texture. I imagine you Japanese all wear spaghetti al nero.
Oh, you know quite a lot, I see. In Japan, we like to use squid ink instead of shampoo.
You really are amazing, Kinzo. It seems you know everything. Have you ever been to Italy?
Never. I've read a lot of your books, though.
An Asian man reading Italian books? Wow. What kind of books?
That's Niccolo, right?
Niccolo Machiavelli. And Dante Alighieri. So I know, of course, that you were the Eternal Lady.
Oh, what a surprise. You must be quite the bookworm. Does this mean you came from some Japanese noble family?
Who knows?
You're completely different from...
Oh my god, I don't even know if I want to say that! Stop it, ma'am!
I can tell. You must have come from a noble family. Are the Ushiromiyas some sort of Japanese aristocrats?
Of course not. They just managed to strike it rich with the spinning industry in recent generations. I didn't study to prepare myself for nobility or anything like that. I just wasn't allowed to do anything else. Reading books, playing around with roses, and getting myself drunk were the only ways I had to occupy myself.
Beatrice hadn't asked that question out of malice. It had been a curious question asked to a friend from a faraway country. However, Beatrice was from a noble family herself, so she could tell. She could see the faint, gloomy look on Kinzo's face.
Forgive me, Kinzo. I was so surprised that a high-class person like you would be a simple soldier in a place like this, that I didn't stop to think about why.
I don't really care about my family line. The name Ushiromiya will mean nothing when I'm dead, and that will be what finally sets me free.
So, you joined the army because you wanted to die? You mustn't do that. Your family would be so sad.
Family? I have no family. I have a wife for the sake of public appearances, and children. However, I've never wanted any of them. Everything is a fleeting daydream created by a selfish, greedy old man. So at least being stuck on this island, I can forget about all of that and find some peace. Peace? But haven't I spent each and every day complaining that I wasn't sent to the front and haven't managed to die yet?
I can't understand the pain you're going through, but I do realize that my thoughtless words have hurt you. Forgive me, Kinzo.
Forgive me, Kinzo. Oh, those words. I think they set me free. All of the Japanese people call me Ushiromiya. Every time I hear it, it's a constant reminder that I'm the property of the Ushiromiya family. But she's different. She calls me Kinzo, not Ushiromiya. So maybe, just for the time I chat with her like this, I can forget that cursed family.
Kinzo.
I hadn't meant to make Beatrice feel guilty, but she seemed certain that her thoughtless words had hurt me. Thank you.
Huh?
You calling me Kinzo makes me feel like I can finally be my own man. I think that I've finally met a person who truly sees me for who I am.
Kinzo. You may be a foreigner I met in a distant land, but I know your heart is very sensitive and beautiful. If we had grown up in the same neighborhood, I'm sure we'd have become quick friends. I'm happy too. You always call me Beatrice, not the daughter of the Castiglione family.
We were both in the same position. Her Castiglione family must have been a rigid place as well. Though we came from different countries, we had finally found something we could truly understand about each other.
Do you have a nickname that people close to you use?
No. They would just call me Kinzo.
Well then, you should stop calling me Beatrice. All of my close friends used to call me Bice. I'd like you to call me that too.
Very well. From this point onwards, I will call you Bice, as a sign of our friendship.
Oh, come on. You can't talk all stiff like that. We're friends now, okay?
A bright smile stretched across Beatrice's face.
No matter how many decades pass, that smile will never fade from my memory.
So by meeting Beatrice, you managed to regain your sense of self.
Or as most people would put it, he cheated on his wife.
If you plan to continue being rude, I suggest you get in the habit of covering your butt.
After having his butt pinched once more, Will hopped around in pathetic agony.
So, in your eyes, Grandfather, Rokenjima was always special for being the place you first met Beatrice.
If I had never come to this island, I would have never met her. It truly is an island of miracles.
Is there anything left of that submarine base today?
Yes, it's still there, close to Kuidorian. It's in the shadows of a cove that can't be seen from the outside. After all, fishermen never approach this supposedly ill-omened island. It's unlikely that anyone besides me knows of its existence.
Is the 2-kilometer-long underground passage between Kuidorian and the mansion a remnant of that base?
That's correct. There was some nonsense about carving a network of tunnels out of the limestone caverns, which would connect a number of bunkers across the island. I made use of those tunnels and had 2 mansions built, one at each end of the island.
Two mansions, 2 families. The Ushiromiya family mansion, and the mansion for Kinzo, released from the shackles of the Ushiromiya family.
Correct. It was something I needed. A place for me to escape from the cursed name of Ushiromiya.
Yeah, Corporal is right. We're going in sequence here. We have to. We're going through Kinzo's entire life, sort of chronologically here.
Still, I do feel bad for you. It must be awful to have come all the way out here and been unable to fulfill your mission.
I don't really know what Papa's plan was. He said that we needed to run far away to hide it until the time came.
And what is it?
I don't know. It was something very important, and he planned to hide it for many years until the right moment. Oh, and he planned for us to remain hidden along with it. I know because he apologized to me that I might be spending a very long time on foreign soil.
Didn't
That's Ensign, right? Ensign?
Ensign Angelo say that you had no cargo in particular? And that you were transporting your father instead?
The Ensign doesn't trust you or the others. Even I know a few things he's kept hidden from you. He might even know what Papa's goal was, and what the cargo is.
Whatever it is.
Ensign. Okay, sorry. Probably sounded stupid there for a second, but it's okay.
That's a mission for That's a mission for the Italian military. It has nothing to do with us. In fact, given that we're allies, we'd be willing to help if only they asked.
I have no doubts that you're a good person, Kinzo. I've even told Ensign Angelo that you're a man we can trust, but why is it that men always get so rigid and uptight when they're in a strange land? Normally, they're all very bright and cheery people. Ever since we came here, there's been this strange feeling of tension. Ensign Angelo has ordered that his subordinates be armed at all times. It's almost as though we're in enemy territory.
That was true. The Italians were clearly the very opposite of relaxed. The Japanese soldiers watching this began to suspect that the Italians didn't really trust them at all. That's normal for a soldier. This is precisely the time for them to straighten up their guard so they don't embarrass themselves in front of a friendly army.
They have a person stand watch every time they sleep, and they're still keeping a lookout to make sure that none of you approach the submarine, even though it's nothing more than an unusable scrap heap now. It almost feels as though they're acting openly hostile towards the Japanese, and that bothers me.
True, they had set up a constant sentry by the submarine and had refused to let any of the Japanese soldiers come near. This hadn't made the Japanese particularly happy. However, submarines are treated as classified in all countries. Maybe it was just natural for them to stop foreigners from approaching it without reason. They're probably uncomfortable with being made to live in a way they aren't used to. That boat which is supposed to take you back to the mainland is still being delayed by weather and problems up the command chain. Just how long will it take before they can send you there? We had been told that a boat was being sent for them directly from the mainland, but apparently thanks to the weather, problems up the command chain, and the recent air raids, there were no ships to spare for a forgotten island like this. There might be some sort of diplomatic problem. After all, their homeland had already surrendered to the Allies. I didn't know the details. The only thing I knew for sure was that they'd been stuck on Requiem for 2 whole weeks and no one had come to get them. Of course, we had some small boats on Requiem. There was nothing physically stopping us from taking them to a nearby island. Still, Requiem was technically a top-secret base, and contact with the outside world had been strictly forbidden.
Well, nothing we can do about it. And it isn't all that bad, really. After all, if a boat did come for us, I'd probably never see you again, Kinzo.
True.
Callan, didn't you say Ohara didn't speak English herself? Ohara speaks some English. She is, she's actually a little bit good at some basic English. It's just that she needed a translator for, more than, basic English. But she speaks that basic English very, very well.
To me, those 2 weeks were the first I'd ever truly lived. The faint 20 years before all seemed to vanish in the sparkle of those 2 weeks. I realized that she would have been able to leave this place eventually. She would have to leave this place eventually. And yet, this one moment felt so rich and dazzling that I felt myself wishing it could last forever. Then I heard a voice calling for Beatrice in Italian. It's Ensign Angelo. Looks like he wants you for something.
Probably to scold me. These days he keeps on yapping about how I shouldn't get too friendly with the Japanese soldiers.
The ensign approached, saluting Kinzo.
And after glancing at Beatrice as though asking her to translate something, he began to speak in Italian. Judging by his tone, it sounded like something serious.
Ensign Angelo has something very important to say, so he wants to talk with your commanding officer. He seeks assistance with something. I don't know what.
Something important? Got it. I'll go find Lieutenant Yamamoto.
Ensign Angelo had 2 of his subordinates with him and wore a stern expression on his face. They didn't have to say anything for us to realize that this must be something very serious.
That's it! Lift it up!
The winch creaked and the thick chains rang out with a dull clank. Very, very slowly, it was lifted up out of the submarine's cargo hold. Now I get it.
So this is why those Italians didn't want us near their sub.
The lieutenant and the others looked up at what the winch was slowly lifting up. All of them wearing unpleasant, forced smiles.
Unbelievable. So this is what Papa brought all this way?
Incredible. I've never seen anything like this.
It was a mountain of gold ingots. Those carefully piled bars were being slowly lifted out of the cargo hold, one group after another. This gold had been their true cargo. I don't know where they were planning to take it. They might have been trying to sneak it into Japan, one of their allies. Or they might have been on their way to hide it in some remote area. Was it some sort of strategy?
A conspiracy? Embezzlement? Top secret transportation of wealth? This incomprehensible amount of gold led to all sorts of dark suspicions. We didn't know anything about the truth.
Iconic laser with the $2. Cursed from the very beginning. Yeah. It's a little bit heavy-handed, I will say, but, like, I do think this is actually so fitting for the themes of the story that, like, yes, this gold is literally fascist gold, and it drives people insane the moment they see it. The fact that, like, just, like, it's, like, the perfect representation of greed. It's so fucked. It's so fucked. Mira with the $2. The gold is real. All told, the gold weighed an incredible 10 tons. That was the only truth we could wrap our minds around at the moment. Horse Fry with the New Zealand $5. Fun fact, this song it's like, I forget, it's like Boreal, I forget how you pronounce it, is Bolero by Maurice Ravel, Bolero Ravel, with the letters for love removed. Oh, shit, I didn't realize that. Damn, okay.
They had strongly resisted showing this to us. However, the submarine could no longer make sea, and it was apparently continuing to take in water bit by bit. Requiem had been outfitted in an extremely slipshod way, so we had no means of repairing it. Also, while we could unload the sub, there was no way we could lift it up again once it had filled with water and sunk to the bottom. It was clear that unless action was taken, the gold would soon become completely impossible to transport. And so they made the decision to unload it. Of course, they made no effort to explain the reason for all this gold.
Atropos with the $2. Someone should make an epitaph about this. You know, I think, don't quote me if I'm wrong, but I think somebody might be working on that.
They just asked us to help them take it out. Why would they take so much gold out of the country? Couldn't they have changed the course of the war with this much wealth?
Weapons change the course of war, but after the war they aren't useful for anything. Money may also change the course, but it remains just as valuable after the war.
There was no longer any way to change the course of this war. The Axis powers would probably all surrender, leading to an Allied victory. Anyone could tell this simply by looking at the American planes flying across the sky day after day. However, gold would still be valuable after the war was over. Everyone stared upwards, dumbfounded, as the winch slowly lifted the dully sparkling gold. Lieutenant Yamamoto, the Italians don't want us to tell the mainland about this gold.
So, they don't want our country to take possession of it.
What did he say?
He's saying your group probably doesn't want it reported because you fear that Japan will take possession of the gold.
Ensign Angelo is actually more afraid of Italy itself finding out. To us, our homeland's current government is a mere puppet set up by the Allied forces. If they find out, the gold will be returned to them. However, that would be the same as handing the gold over to our enemies.
They had come all this way to make sure that the gold didn't fall into enemy hands. They needed to hide the gold from the puppet government, until their homeland could be truly restored.
USHIROMIYA, make a proposal to the Italians. Tell them that we wish to offer our assistance.
What sort of assistance?
I understand what the Italians are trying to say. They want that gold to be hidden so that their homeland doesn't find out about it. However, they would need to obtain at least a transport ship if they plan to take it from this island. If they tried that, however, the mainland would hear about it, which means that the Italian government would too.
That's right. In other words, there's no longer any way to take that gold off Requiem. Their mission must have been to hide that gold in absolute secrecy until the day of their homeland's restoration. Later on, several plausible rumors would circulate about how Germany also moved much of its secret wealth to certain hidden areas in South America just prior to its surrender. It was a very natural conclusion to reach. That submarine was their only method of transporting the gold in secrecy, and it's become completely useless. They can't fully stop the water from seeping in, and it will probably sink completely before much longer. There's no longer any way for them to transport the gold in secrecy. In other words, their mission has ended in failure here in the Far East. So, just how is Lieutenant Yamamoto proposing that we assist them?
The Rokenjima base is top secret, and no one knows about it.
The islanders in the surrounding area believe this island to be ill-omened and deserted, so they never come near it. Do you get my meaning, Ushirimiya?
What did he say?
As we told you earlier, no one knows about this base. And as you see, it's no use to us. It's of no use strategically, so the higher-ups have already forgotten about it. Sounds like Lieutenant Yamamoto suggesting that you hide the gold on this island.
Beatrice quickly translated this and told Ensign Angelo. The ensign began discussing rapidly with his subordinates. They didn't look happy. Japan might have been their ally, but they probably didn't want the gold for reconstructing their motherland to be entrusted to Asians. Still, it's hard to imagine any other option for them.
It's a fierce debate. Some say there's no other option, while others think we should remain loyal to our homeland no matter the cost. Ensign Angelo is stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Hiding this gold was the final order given to them by their fallen homeland. However, by now there was no way for that order to be carried out successfully. If the mainland or their own homeland found out, the gold would probably be confiscated by the wrong people, from their point of view. If they really wanted to carry out their homeland's orders faithfully, Lieutenant Yamamoto's proposal was extremely reasonable. Though the lieutenant couldn't understand their words, it seemed he realized how divided they were.
If we help out, we'll be able to hide the gold in the utmost secrecy. Fortunately, there's an abandoned tunnel that stretches all the way across this island. He's saying that if you hide the gold underground and bury it on this island, no one will be able to find it.
Our side is saying that it sounds like a realistic proposal. However, there seems to be some resistance against accepting Japanese assistance.
It seems they're having difficulty coming to a decision.
Do you really have a choice, Italians? You don't think you can hide that gold without our help, can you? And I doubt you want to leave it lying around on the beach for much longer.
Ensign Angelo wants to minimize the number of people who know about the gold. He doesn't trust the Japanese, but it looks like he's decided that Lieutenant Yamamoto's plan is the best possible option. But he seems suspicious.
About what?
He's wondering whether they really intend to move a full 10 tons of gold and swear themselves to secrecy, without any sort of compensation.
50-50.
Sir, you can't be... Hand over half the gold to us. With that as our work wages, we'll hide the other half nice and safe for him.
He's telling you to give us half of it.
The instant Beatrice translated that sentence, Ensign Angelo slammed his hands on the desk and stood up. Instead of flinching, Lieutenant Yamamoto, true to his boasts of once being a thug that everyone feared, actually looked even more relaxed and confident than he had previously.
After all, they really don't have the option of refusing. I could demand 80% if I wanted. I'd lower that to an even split as a sign of good faith.
Of course, we aren't the only ones with leverage here. If the Italians decide to leak this to the outside, all of the gold will probably be taken by Japan or Italy. We won't even get a single yen out of it. This can only work if we're both partners in crime here. He's saying that we should all be partners in crime of embezzlement. By now, he's already moved on to speaking it as an individual, not as a soldier.
Insane. So he's been blinded by greed.
Lieutenant Yamamoto was grinning. It really did look as though he had been blinded by greed, just as Beatrice had said.
They just leave it piled up where it is. You can be sure that it'll be noticed when the boat comes for them from the mainland. If that happens, none of us will profit.
They ought to accept our proposal and hide the gold as soon as possible.
It sounds like Ensign Angelo is dead set on the Japanese and Italian governments not finding out about this. He wants to carry out his duty until the end.
So, what exactly does this mean?
He wants the gold buried deep within the island, even if he has to pay someone some percentage to buy your silence. Of course, some of his subordinates object strongly. They're saying that 50% is out of the question.
Ushirimiya, how's it going over? They also don't want any more people laying eyes on the gold. However, they seem to object to the portions.
Ensign Angelo says they'll consider 10%, though he's also saying that he's fairly sure Lieutenant Yamamoto won't accept that.
Ushirimiya, What's the Italian's answer? They'll consider handing over 10%.
This time it was Lieutenant Yamamoto who slammed down on the desk. But the Italians didn't flinch either. An incredible tension filled the small room. However, despite his violent outburst a second ago, Lieutenant Yamamoto's expression still looked smug and in control. He was probably confident that he now had the initiative.
10%! Now there's a modest proposal. Very well. I'll give up 10%. 40-60. Tell them I won't go any further than that.
40% for the Japanese. 60 for the Italians. The lieutenant made it sound like he was willing to stand firm on that, but in truth, these negotiations were not being made on an equal footing. If the Italians just wanted the gold for themselves, there wouldn't be much of a problem. But what if they really were true patriots, and decided they ought to return the gold, even to the defeated puppet government of their homeland, for the purpose of reconstruction? If so, they would probably report the existence of the gold to the Italian embassy. Eventually, the Italian government would petition the Allied nations for the retrieval of their gold. It probably wouldn't all make it back to Italy, but it might be used effectively to repair and rebuild the battered towns. If that happened, Lieutenant Yamamoto and his friends would only be able to sneak out a few ingots at most. He was greedily planning to make this his own treasure island, so that he and his subordinates could have an enormous fortune all to themselves. If he wanted those ambitions to bear out, the Italians would have to conceal the presence of the gold.
But there's one thing I don't get. If Ensign Angelo doesn't want to let anyone have the gold, he could have just let the submarine sink. Why did he have it unloaded?
I'd rather not think about it. But Ensign Angelo might have started planning to embezzle the gold as soon as he found out that their mission would be impossible to complete. Right now, he's asking his subordinates for their opinions, both as soldiers and as individuals with families waiting for them back home. The more straight-laced soldiers are furious.
The discussion between the Italians was becoming fierce and emotional. Though their homeland had fallen, they had come all this way in accordance with its orders. They had probably been given this mission because they were particularly faithful and duty-minded troops. It seemed they just couldn't agree to a foreigner's proposal to embezzle and split up the gold. Ensign Angelo looked like he was doing all he could to calm the unexpectedly fervent rage of his subordinates. Looks like the gold is blinding them, too. It seems no one can sort out their own personal feelings and the way they want to be perceived.
How's their answer coming? USHIROMIYA?
Peter, Lieutenant Yamamoto is asking for an answer.
They're saying they want some time to think. I had you to talk to so I could let off some tension, but that wasn't true for the rest of them. They lost a lot of comrades at the end of a very long journey, and now they're here in a tight spot. They've even lost their mission, the one thing they could depend upon to guide them. They don't know what to do.
Sir, they say they'd like some time.
Sure, let them talk it over all they want. But there isn't much time. If we're going to hide it, that'll take time and effort. Make your decision before noon tomorrow. That's all, Italians.
He's giving you until noon tomorrow. That bastard. It's like he's trying to threaten you.
Ensign Angelo is saying he'll ask everyone's opinions.
How does it look?
It'll probably be tough going. It seems the ensign is willing to consider splitting it, but his subordinates and the others will probably oppose that. All of them have lost close friends on their voyage to the Far East. They're firm in their desire to do their duty for our homeland.
Will they refuse the lieutenant's proposal?
Even if they do, the gold will just fall into someone else's hands. If nothing is going to be left anyway, Ensign Angelo suggests they each sneak at least one ingot back with them, and some of the others seem to agree, but men always get carried away at times like this. Even I can't guess what they'll do. I imagine the Italians had some complicated feelings about all this.
In their eyes, Italy after the surrender was probably like an enemy country. Letting the gold go back to Italy would erase the meaning of their entire voyage.
However, embezzling and splitting the gold would also erase the meaning of their journey.
The country they felt obligated to serve had already fallen. That alone destroyed the significance of their journey. Not a happy story for them.
If it's bound to be meaningless anyway,
Wouldn't keeping hold of even just a few ingots be better than nothing?
Sure, if you want to calculate straight up profit and loss. But men aren't like that.
The Italians were gathered in a cramped room, arguing fiercely.
I don't like it. We must remain true to our soldier spirit until the end, for the sake of our fallen comrades. And how do you define remaining true? By hiding the gold on this island? By accepting the proposal of those Asians? We can't trust them, especially that Yamamoto person. We must not let our guards down.
Unloading the gold and letting the Japanese see it was a huge mistake. We should have let it sink with the sub.
Oh, wonderful idea. Let's just let it sink right inside a Japanese base. It would have been pulled up eventually. That wouldn't hide anything.
There's no way to get the gold off the island without anyone knowing in any case.
If we had just taken the honorable path and scuttled the sub, none of this would have happened. If we had known back then that the sub was already broken beyond repair, why did you ask the Japanese military for help, Ensign? How were you planning to carry out the mission if they found out about the gold? Our mission was a failure from the moment you asked them for help. All of us have families waiting for us back home. And we've done more than our part, I'd say, voyaging all the way to this island country in the Far East. You could call this a fair and just payment for our services.
Chatter, 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 chatter.
Ensign Angelo, if the Japanese prove to be less than amicable, we need to be prepared to take extreme measures. And what do you mean by extreme measures, Corporal?
Someone gulped. A stiff tension hung over the room.
The Japanese here are pushovers. They're all cowards with no battle experience. And we're elites. We know the layout of almost the entire base, along with the number of Japanese troops and how they're arranged. If Ensign Angelo gives the order, we should be able to subdue them quickly. Only a few of them, Yamamoto included, look like fighters. The rest are just laborers attached to the military. May look like they have the advantage of numbers, but we have the greater military force.
If we kill the Japanese, how are we going to explain it when the boat comes for us? You really think that'll work?
There should be plenty of ways, so long as the corpses aren't found. Ensign Angelo, it'll be easy to subdue this base. If we kill Yamamoto and the few strong fighters, the laborers will probably surrender easily. Let's have them carry the gold and bury it. Of course, we'll have to silence them afterwards.
Are you suggesting we massacre all of them?
Let's do it. If we kill them all, no one will have to know about the gold.
At that moment, the door, which had supposedly been locked, opened slightly and a metal object was thrown in.
Grenade!
As the yell rang out, the table was kicked over to be used as a shield and they all dropped to the floor. However, in this cramped room, it probably wouldn't do them any good. The Italians were all prepared for death.
Huh? A dud! It's a dud!
Fortunately, the shoddy grenade was a dud. The door was slammed open and 3 Japanese soldiers wielding pistols jumped in.
Damn it, it's a dud! Kill the Italians! Kill the Italians! Return fire! Fire at will!
In this small room, no matter who shot where, it was bound to hit someone. The exchange of bullets instantly caused a rain of blood, with casualties on both sides. The 3 who had jumped in were covered with bullet holes and fell over, moaning and thrashing.
Gino! Gino! Damn, they got his lung! We can't save him! We should consider ourselves lucky. If that grenade had gone off, we'd all be dead!
The grenade was still rolling about on the floor. It had been a surprise attack. Lieutenant Yamamoto had probably judged that the negotiations would not go his way and had decided to make the first move. Or else, maybe he had been planning from the beginning to put them in the position of having to take a vote, in order to gather them all in one place. Requiem belonged to the Japanese. If they killed all of the Italians, then not half, but all of the gold would go to them. There was still a chance the grenade might go off late. The Italians rushed out into the corridor. They heard gunfire from down the hallway. It was coming from the direction of the submarine dock. Clearly, the troops guarding the pile of gold were being attacked.
Ensign Angelo, what are your orders? We have no choice. Kill the Japanese! Lieutenant!
These guys are good. Those Italians aren't your ordinary sailors.
I see. They needed men good enough to guard that gold. We have the numbers. Keep your cool, surround them, and kill them! Let's hunt some Italians!
As soon as I heard the sound of repeated gunfire, I knew. I knew that whatever it was had been smoldering since the time the gold was unloaded. Had finally burst into flame. The eyes of our soldiers when looking at the gold had not been normal. Yes, those eyes had been entranced by demons. The Italians had also been at breaking point due to the heavy burden they bore. Who wouldn't have snapped after becoming trapped in a distant land where you can't understand the language or the writing?
Yeah, normal Gabriel. I plan to put a warning for that one in the pinned comment later.
Thinking I had to do something, I ran towards the sound of gunfire. Looking back on it, that was an extremely foolish thing to do. That sound meant that there were people shooting at each other, people killing each other. And yet, unarmed as I was, I dashed towards the sound as though I was trying to mediate some schoolyard fight. It didn't take long before I learned how foolish and naive such a thing was in the heat of battle.
Hiroka!
Warrant Officer Hiroka was lying face down, his entire body drenched in blood. Judging by the trail of blood behind him, it was clear that he had somehow managed to crawl here from a different room before dying. No, he was still twitching. He might not be dead yet, but on this island without a doctor. No, even if we had a doctor, how could anyone possibly save a man who had been shot this many times in the chest? When I looked into the room he must have crawled out of, I saw 2 more blood-stained Japanese corpses. I fell backwards pathetically on my butt, my mouth hanging open in shock. Come to think of it, that was the first time I had ever faced death in my life. This entire world was at war. Even though millions were dying both east and west, this was the first time I met with a person's death directly. Ridiculous. Didn't I join the army hoping to die? Didn't I whine about not being sent to the front lines? Yeah. So rejoice, Kinzo. Isn't this the death you were looking for? Why not spread your hands and yell out loud? Come for me, my magnificent death! Someone came running towards me. It was a colleague of mine, a Japanese man, Tajima-kun. He dashed towards me, pale-faced and out of breath. His face seemed horribly contorted with terror. Mine probably looked the same. Tajima-kun, what happened? Run away. We'll all be killed! Someone yelled in Italian, and at the same time, Tajima-kun let out a scream. Then, he grabbed onto me as he fell to the floor. A red stain was spreading across his back before my eyes. Tajima-kun... As he spat out bubbles of blood, he said that one word and died. But the shocking event of seeing someone die right in front of me did not capture my attention. No living thing is concerned with the deaths of others at a fundamental level. The one thing that matters is whether they themselves die or not. My attention was fully occupied by the barrel of the gun the Italian soldier was pointing. Tajima-kun's back burst once more as he leaned against me. Flesh tore, blood splattered.
Or Habaki Gaming with the $2. Kinzo the Nihilist, afraid of his mortality. Ironic. He's like that one guy from Smiling Friends.
A warm splash of it covered my face. Was the Italian still trying to finish him off, even though he'd stopped moving for good? How foolish I've been. Can I still not understand this scene in front of me? Rejoice, Kinzo. Now you finally get what you've wanted all this time. The Italians hadn't fired to finish off Tajima-kun. He had been aiming at the man Tajima-kun had fallen on. Me, USHIROMIYA Kinzo. I pushed his corpse aside, scrabbled against the floor, and dashed away, tumbling over myself. My hands had pushed off against the floor hard enough to tear off the ring finger fingernail on my left hand. When faced with death, humans truly can resist with all they've got. I tumbled over and over as I ran, scraping up parts of my body. It was painful, hot, but that didn't matter at all. I heard the yelling in Italian come from behind me over and over again. It felt like they were running, chasing after me. I didn't want to look back, so I kept on running and running, as though the Italians were right behind me. It's death. Didn't you want to die? No, I don't want to die! Why? Didn't I want to die so badly? But now I know. I know how wonderful it is to be alive. She taught me. Beatrice did. I can only be free when I talk with her. No, by talking with her, I was finally alive for the first time! I was finally born! I want to live! I want to live! I want to live! I want to live! I don't want to die! I want to live and see her! Right now! If I don't see her, I'll die! I'll be killed! Stay cool, Kinzo. She might be killed too. If you live and she dies, you might as well be dead! Before I knew it, my face was covered in tears, snot, and drool. When I stumbled over something and fell, I was finally able to come to my senses a little. I could still hear intermittent gunfire. The gunfight was still going on, and it had spread throughout the entire base. Beats, are you okay? I'll find her and take her to a safe place. This lieutenant will probably kill all of the Italians to steal the gold. Beats probably won't be an exception. Beats! Meeting you was the first time I ever lived. The first time I was ever born. So if you die, I'll die again. I can feel every cell in my body being reborn. Not as USHIROMIYA Kinzo, but as a completely different Kinzo.
Of course, I was terrified that I might really be shot if I went back. But I no longer wanted to die, in the truest possible sense. So I was able to overcome my fear. Beachy!
Rubens! What on earth is going on? What is all of this?
There's no need for you to know. Just stay hidden there. Don't come out until one of your fellow countrymen calls for you. I heard an Italian voice! He's over there! Goddamn Asians!
Rubens stood with Beatrice behind his back and neatly shot the two men rushing at him with two 9mm bullets from his Beretta M1934. However, one of the 8mm bullets from their Type 94 semi-automatic pistols went straight into Rubens' chest. All three of the shooters were struck in the chest and fell down in a heap.
No! Rubens!
Go up to the surface. Hide in the forest.
Rubens!
My. Aren't we chatty?
The next person to appear... Oh, okay. The next person to appear was the commanding officer of the Japanese soldiers, Yamamoto. The blast of 3 guns had just sounded. Adding on Beatrice's screams, it was hardly surprising that he had noticed the encounter.
If it had to come to this anyway, we should have taken this woman as a hostage in the first place. Damn annoying, that's what they are.
Yamamoto spat. Beatrice used that moment to snatch up Rubens' gun.
Oh, picking up a gun without hesitation. Italian women sure are scary. Damn it, you both managed to screw up.
He spat this last part at the 2 dying men who lay moaning at his feet. However, it wasn't particularly surprising, and this wasn't the only place it was happening. Nearly everyone met head-on in these tiny, cramped tunnels. When both sides shot recklessly in a situation like that, the result was 2 corpses. So the way to be fastest was to pull the trigger immediately the moment you sensed another person. That was the only way to make it through this battle without ending up with a bullet in your chest. Because of this, both Japanese and Italians killed each other without hesitation, and they sometimes even pulled the trigger on their own countrymen when they unexpectedly ran into each other. And in the midst of all of this, large numbers of Japanese men who had no idea what was going on ran towards the noise and became victims one after another. It didn't matter whether the other person was holding a gun or not. Everyone reflexively pulled the trigger at the sight of anyone other than themselves, trying to stay alive. The slaughter engulfed the entire base. There was a fierce gun battle taking place in the submarine dock, and a massacre resembling a hunt was taking place inside the base. Most of the non-combatants assigned to this base were killed before they knew what was going on. The Italians were indeed quite seasoned troops, but their numbers began to drop bit by bit. Blood-stained corpses lay scattered all across the base. At first, it had probably been a proper gunfight. However, as they gradually became desensitized, it devolved into that most basic cause of wars throughout humanity, the desire to kill all foreigners you don't understand. Whenever they heard words they didn't understand, they pulled the trigger. By that point, the screams of foreigners sounded no different from those of man-shaped beasts. After all, they couldn't understand pleading in another language, so it had long ago turned into a mere massacre. As the number of dead surpassed the number of living, silence began to return to the base. Just when it felt as though everyone had died and the desolate sound of the wind blew through the caves, there would be a sudden scream, the crisp sound of a gun, and one would remember that the massacre still wasn't over. This happened over and over again, until eventually true silence fell. It marked the pitiful end for those led astray by gold. The leader of the Italian soldiers, Angelo, had managed to survive somehow. He encountered nothing but the corpses of friend and foe. All was quiet once more in the base. If he was careless enough to call out, he might be shot from the shadows somewhere. So he snuck about like a panther, breathing quietly and searching for the remaining enemies. There was no trace or sign of any living person. Maybe all of the people in this base had died. Damn Japanese. The Japanese struck first, but at that time we were also talking about killing them. They simply made their first move as military men, so perhaps I should be grateful for today.
Even if the boat had come to take us away, there would have been no honor for us. We would have been mere failures in our mission, unfit to face our dead comrades. Perhaps dying here in the Far East alongside my gun is a more fitting end for a soldier. From around the corner, I noticed the sound of a leg being dragged along the ground, and I strained to hear. Is someone seriously wounded and shuffling with a limp? Noticing them before they notice me greatly helps my chances. At this stage, there's no point in taking prisoners. We must dispose of all the Japanese. I'll dash around the corner, quickly check to see who they are, and shoot if it's a Japanese person. Nothing more. I've been hiding my footsteps the whole time. They probably don't know I'm here. Once the shuffling footsteps had come close enough, Angelo leaned around the corner and raised his gun. The voice that reached him spoke Italian.
Run!
You! I've been looking for you, Ensign Angelo. That makes all of you.
I've been counting Italian corpses, you see.
No! Don't die! Ensign Angelo!
Blood poured from Angelo's chest. His gun fell to the floor. Then his knees and the rest of his body crumpled and stopped moving. Yamamoto's accuracy with a gun wasn't particularly stellar. However, Angelo had waited until they were fairly close before jumping out, so Yamamoto had been able to hit his target. And he had managed it with a short-barreled handgun in one hand, and a woman as a hostage in the other.
Really? Really though, our Rokenjima garrison was pathetic. Am I the only one who's not dead?
Trash. All of them.
Can't you fight without using a woman as a shield, you brute? Let go!
Quiet! Noisy, these Italian girls. If you'd just be cooperative, I'd at least spare your life.
It was such an obvious lie that even he wore a bitter smile.
The Italians were spies working for the enemy, and they all died along with the garrison in a gunfight.
That was the story Yamamoto had wanted to tell, so he couldn't afford to have any Italian survivors. At this point, he wouldn't be able to keep the entire pile of gold. but he could at least grab as many ingots as he could carry. Even that would be worth a huge amount of money. Beatrice suddenly swung her head, smashing Yamamoto's nose hard.
Someone help! Someone!
You bitch!
She almost managed to escape. However, Yamamoto quickly grabbed her leg and tripped her. She fell onto her back, and Yamamoto mercilessly stomped his foot down on her stomach and pointed his gun at her.
I don't make a hobby of taming tomboys. Die!
Lieutenant Yamamoto, she had nothing to do with this! Let go of her!
Kinzo had jumped out from the shadows. He was holding a gun he had stolen from one of the corpses.
Shiromiya? Ah, so you're alive.
Let her go! You're hurting her!
It was you, wasn't it? You tipped the Italians off.
What are you talking about?
Yamamoto didn't know that the grenade had been a dud. The surprise attack, which he had been certain would work, had failed. So he had decided that Kinzo must have tipped them off.
It's your fault the surprise attack failed. And now look what's happened! You turncoat. I know you've been working with them through this woman!
Can't you see that you caused all of this because you were blinded by gold?
Run, Kinzo! This man has shot people begging for their lives! He'll shoot you too!
Don't talk Italian! If you open your mouth again, I won't hesitate to shoot!
It hurts.
Yamamoto ground his heel into Beatrice's gut.
Stop it! Stop it!
She has nothing to do with this!
Huh? Are you pointing a gun to Superior Officer? Stop and think of it, fool. If we agree to keep to the same story, we can have that pile of gold all to ourselves, right? I can only grab a few for myself, but if we work together, we can sneak off with even more. I don't mean this as your Superior Officer. Let's split it between us. Let's split it between us as men.
Haven't you already killed the last people you said you'd split the gold with?
Ushiromiyya.
Looks like you prefer lead to gold.
Without any hesitation, Yamamoto raised the barrel of his gun towards Kinzo and pulled the trigger. It grazed Kinzo's right ear. If Yamamoto's aim had been just a bit better, the bullet would undoubtedly have slammed into Kinzo's face.
Kinzo! How could you?
Not letting Yamamoto's momentary distraction go to waste, Beatrice lashed out and planted her right foot into Yamamoto's crotch. After moaning in pain, a demonic expression flashed across Yamamoto's face, and he stomped on her chest.
BJ! You bitch! Die!
Beatrice shut her eyes tightly, hoping that she could withstand this coming pain. No one would want to have their hands open at the moment they were shot. Thick spurts of blood squirted out of Yamamoto's chest.
Just as you took many lives for your own sake, I take your life. For mine.
Was Yamamoto able to hear the last of Kinzo's words to him? In his last moments, Yamamoto seemed to grin. Then, slowly, he fell over backwards, a river of blood trailing from his body.
Kinzo, are you okay? I was sure you'd been shot.
Indigo with the 2 pounds. Honestly, Kinzo major based moment. Yeah, take it while you can. He won't be getting much more of these. Beatrice tried to stand up, but then doubled over and started coughing.
Peach, are you hurt?
My ribs are hurting. That brute really was stomping them hard.
Will you be alright? I hope they aren't broken.
Italian women don't break so easily. But thanks. I owe you my life. If you hadn't come, it'd have all ended there.
Yamamoto had shown no mercy. Her ribs were probably cracked. We didn't have the option of waiting.
Possibly for several days for the ship that was coming. I made the decision to ferry her off this island. The man who kept yelling about preserving the secrecy of the base is lying there dead. The next island over, Nijima, is close. A small boat should be able to take us there.
I need to take you to a hospital. The wound might be more serious than you realize.
That's interesting. Never knew that there was a hospital on this island.
There isn't. I'll use a boat to take you to the next island. I'll take you to a hospital. But I need to return here and clean up the mess on this island, or it'll mean a court-martial.
I have a request. Please don't take me to a hospital.
Why?
If we go to a hospital and the embassy is contacted, I'll eventually be sent back to Italy. If that happens, I'll be interrogated about all kinds of things. I won't acknowledge those people who let Mama die. There's no homeland for me to return to now. This is the end for me. So, there's nowhere I want to go anymore. The people who were so kind to me, Aunt and Angela, Rubens, and everyone else, they're all dead.
And because of that, you want to die here too? I thought you said Italian women weren't weak. Live!
Hey, Kinzo, what does it mean to live? You're the one who taught me, aren't you?
Arahabaki gave me the $2.
And that's how I met your father, Nanjo Torimasu. That's how I got him pregnant. It was never Beatrice, it was all Nanjo.
Living is more than just breathing. I don't want to go back to Italy.
Beatrice.
You said that you were dead before you met me, but it's the same for me. I died in that submarine. My homeland fell. Mama died. Even Papa died. I prayed that our sub would just sink to the bottom of the ocean. So when we reached this place, I was actually disappointed that we'd survived. Then, right after that, Ensign Angelo started asking about whether anyone could speak English.
When Kinzo met Beatrice, he finally forgot about dying. And when Beatrice met Kinzo, she also forgot about dying.
Now that I've lost my homeland, my family, my friends, I wish you would whisk me away.
Beatrice.
But I know that's a wish that couldn't come true. So at the very least, I want to be with you until the boat comes for us. I don't care about the pain in my chest. After all, when the boat comes and takes me away, I'll die.
Beatrice spoke this, smiling softly. She did her best to hide the pain in her chest.
Please, Kinzo. Just for the few days until the boat comes. Steal me away.
That's a wish I cannot grant.
Looking apologetic, Kinzo lifted Beato up and gently sat her in the boat.
Coward. So Japanese men are weak after all.
You're right. I am a coward. So I can only grant you half of your wish.
With a clunk, he placed the object wrapped in a jacket into the boat.
What do you mean?
The part about until the boat comes for you. I can't make that a reality.
Huh? What do you mean?
Stealing you away. That wish I will make come true.
Kinzo.
There has to be a doctor
on Nijima. I'm wearing a Navy uniform. I should be able to pass myself off as a survivor of a boat carrying a VIP that was sunk by enemy ships. If the doctor happens to be of the greedy sort, all the better. After all, I have right here the golden magic to make people do what I say. She came from a distant country, took my lifeless body and gave me a soul. The witch, who came bearing gold, revived me with her magic.
You are a witch. The Golden Witch.
Yes, the Golden Witch. Even though I use the same recipe as everyone else, only my alchemy can turn pasta into a smoking black heap. Just like you, I'm nothing but a corpse that's only allowed to live while you're there beside me. If you disappear, I'll die within moments.
I won't let you die.
Really?
No matter what.
Take some responsibility. After all, you're the one who spirited me away.
I see. Well, so Kinzo-san told you that much.
Then, wait, was it you? You were the Nijima doctor that grandfather took Beatrice to?
Why so shocked? You should have leapt to mind at the moment the words Nijima doctor showed up.
All of a sudden, a soldier of the Navy appeared along with a foreign woman. Of course, I was astounded. What's more, he told me to treat her wounds confidentially, since their presence was a military secret.
Was that the first time you met grandfather?
Yes. That was when we first met.
So, you're the greedy doctor who followed orders for the sake of the gold.
That's a bit harsh. He suddenly brought in a foreign woman patient, told me it was a military secret, promised that he'd pay the medical fees later, and handed me a gold ingot as collateral. I didn't want to get involved with any funny business. I was reluctant, to say the least.
I see your point. But in the end, you did conceal Beatrice, didn't you?
I may not be as skilled as Kinzo-san, but I do have some familiarity with English. I managed to overhear part of their conversation, and that was enough to convince me that they were not troublesome people. Of course, if I were to say that the ingot didn't tempt me, that would be a lie. I was much younger then, you see.
What happened to her next?
I treated her for some time before someone came to me on behalf of the USHIROMIYA family, and said that she would be moved to Odawara. They took her away.
So grandfather didn't come to get her himself?
Regardless of how Kinzo explained away the incident on Requiem, he probably wouldn't have been able to move about freely for some time afterwards.
Precisely. Kinzo-san had said that deceiving the military was the greatest challenge of his life.
So Beatrice went to Odawara, and then what?
I've heard that she hid in one of their unused villas. After all, Kinzo-san had already had a family at that time. It must have been tricky to manage.
So Kinzo was a master of the double life before Kuidorian even existed. Whoosh.
What are you doing? Is your butt itching? And later on? Beatrice and grandfather continued their happy relationship in the villa from then on?
I've heard that it was a modest, peaceful life. Several years later, they had a child.
And so Kuidorian's Beatrice was born.
The birth didn't go well. Truly a sad tale.
You don't mean... she died?
Don't be surprised. Kinzo believed his daughter was Beatrice reborn. Don't ignore the heart. It's possible to reason it out.
You're right. My apologies.
I don't know how many years Kinzo-san spent with her in Odawara. However, judging by Kinzo-san as we know him afterwards, even if it was only a few years, one can tell how deeply he loved her.
I see.
So then, he made Kuidorian for his daughter.
Kinzo-san cleverly made use of the submarine's gold to build up a fortune in a flash. Then he made use of his considerable skills in English to make connections with the GHQ, becoming immensely wealthy in a short span of time. I'm sure there's no need to explain this part to you, Leon-san.
Yes. He used that vast wealth, bought Rokenjima and built the mansion. The remaining relatives in Odawara scoffed at grandfather, thinking he was crazy to buy an entire deserted island.
If you could carry 10 tons of gold around in your pocket, Kinzo probably wouldn't have bought Rokenjima.
He hid the gold somewhere in Rokenjima, built up a fortune with the ingots he'd taken out of it, and then bought up the whole treasure island.
Exactly. And that started the legend of the USHIROMIYA gold.
What about the mark of the one-winged eagle that was supposedly pressed into the ingots?
It was less a one-winged eagle than an eagle that appeared to have only one wing.
What do you mean?
You see it often in Europe, do you not? A crest or a coat of arms with an eagle spreading its wings on it. The flag of the SALO Republic also had an eagle, or was it a hawk, emblazoned on it.
So the imprint was made too lightly, or else it was poorly done.
Correct. It was a hasty wartime stamping. It was probably supposed to look like the crest of an eagle spreading its wings, but half of it cut off at a diagonal was too faded to see.
So, half of the eagle spreading its wings disappeared, making it look like a one-winged eagle.
Kinzo thought the seal on the gold of Beatrice, the woman who had changed his fate, looked like a one-winged eagle. That must be why he decided to make that his own crest.
If the imprint had been made correctly, it would have been the eagle of the SALO Republic's flag. Or could it have been the two-headed... No, that would be ridiculous. At any rate, passing the night away with Kinzo-san in front of that massive pile of gold, drinking and dreaming, was truly an enjoyable experience. However, Kinzo-san didn't want anyone using that stamp to figure out where the gold had come from. The gold he took outside was all repressed with the one-winged eagle design he had created.
And all he did was show you the gold? What a cheapskate.
Of course, after he became immensely rich, Kinzo-san came to me once more and paid me in full for the overdue medical expenses. The amount he came up with was a bit much for the medical fees, though I did make sure to give him his change.
And you've been friends ever since?
Yes. Kinzo-san was extremely grateful to me for keeping his secret and concealing Beatrice.
Grandfather always says that the old relatives in Odawara were a bunch of greedy liars. I'm sure he appreciated your strong sense of duty, Dr. Nanjo. I think I understand why a person like Grandfather came to trust you.
I also had some interest in foreign countries, as well as a hobby of playing chess. Kinzo-san and I have gotten along well ever since. It was a friendship that built up gradually, but grew strong before we knew it. Yes, we've been friends a very long time.
People who deal with large amounts of money are quite mindful of small amounts as well. When you refuse to accept anything more than the medical fees, that must have earned you his admiration.
You think too highly of me. No, I was just frightened by the large quantity of money. I began to regret it later. It seems I've never had real guts.
No need to worry there. Guts are the only thing you've got no shortage of.
You think so? Well, I appreciate the flattery.
That wasn't flattery.
After Kinzo dies, Nanjo is complicit in keeping his death a secret for at least a whole year. Of course, Natsuhi must have given him a fairly hefty sum of hush money. All the same, he's at least gutsy enough to withstand the pressure from Kinzo's children for that amount of time without slipping once.
You're plenty gutsy if you ask me. That sense of duty must be part of your character.
Perhaps that's my only redeeming quality.
I think Grandfather was blessed with a good friend. I think I now understand just how much the woman called Beatrice influenced Grandfather's life.
We haven't learned anything.
God, this mic keeps falling at a weird angle. Stay over here, thank you.
Who killed Beatrice? That's what we've got to figure out, or we'll never be able to get out of here.
You're right. We need to finish this quickly. The funeral is already over, after all.
You got it all wrong. This is the funeral.
You mean what she's making us do?
None of the Beatrices we've heard about so far were killed. We need to change that. That's the real funeral, as far as Bernkastel is concerned.
No one knows about the killed factor. And that's the truth we're trying to expose?
You are perceptive. It hardly feels like I'm talking to a piece from the lower plane. It must be because you were given to me as my Watson.
Ouch!
Don't call your partner a piece. So what next? Willard Holmes?
The basis of my investigation is asking questions. There's still a Beatrice we need to ask about.
To indicate who they should talk to next, Will nodded in the direction of George, Jessica, and Maria. Maria seemed to be lecturing the others about something.
Wow. Beatrice sounds pretty incredible.
Yeah. And then, inside the upside-down cup, she made tons of candies appear out of nowhere.
Inside the overturned cup? That's wild. Sounds like magic to me.
Maria-chan really does love witches and magic.
Can't pass up the chance to talk to an authority on witches, can we? If looking for someone to ask about Beatrice, Maria would rise to the top of the list. The Beatrice she spoke of wasn't the real Beatrice spoken of by Kinzo and the others. However, on the Requiem of 1986, the being that the name Beatrice referred to was probably the Beatrice that Maria always talked about. I don't see Battler anywhere.
USHIROMIYA Battler, the one who was made to fight as Beatrice's opponent in many games, and the most important person in this game and this tale. A Battler in this world would probably be the peace version, but even so, it should be possible to get some vital information out of him. Will probably wanted to talk with Battler too, but he was nowhere to be seen in the Cousins group.
Battler-kun isn't present at the funeral today. It's a shame, seeing as he's the cousin closest in age to me.
You two on good terms?
Yes, of course.
And you pinch his butt every time he says something perverted.
Oh, how did you know? Did your detective instincts tell you that?
Poor guy.
Bernkastel said that everything was gathered here. Since Battler isn't here, that probably means it's possible to find out everything without asking for his side of the story. Or maybe she's intentionally hiding the core elements and
making us take the long way around as part of some fickle witch's game. Since he isn't here, that probably means there's no need to hear his story for the time being. Let's talk to Maria and the others. I won't say anything perverted, so keep your hands off my ass.
Then why not try choosing your words a bit more carefully?
With a roguish smile, Leon pinched the air, index finger against middle.
Ah, it's the future heir. You done babysitting the old geezer?
At least Leon is impartial. No mercy, even for Jessica. Will felt a bit gratified.
I see. Since you're both the successor and Krause's child, that makes Jessica your little sister.
He was so used to Jessica being an only child that, though the scuffle between the two looked perfectly natural, something didn't feel quite right about it.
Jessica, can't you talk a bit more like a little sister's supposed to? And while we're at it, why not try talking more like a girl your age? Also, how many times do I have to stop telling you to stop calling me future heir?
Cram it! I live the way I want to! I'd suffocate if I had to act all refined like you, future heir. Ouch! Ow, ow! Stop it! Don't pinch me! This is sister bullying! Pervert, stop it! Ow!
Jessica, why are you talking like that in front of a guest? Do you want me to get Mother involved again?
Looks like those two are close in their own special way. Well, Leon is a person of impeccable character, perfectly suited to being the next head. I guess I understand how Jessica-chan feels. Leon might be a bit too perfect sometimes. She gets compared to Leon no matter what she does. So, you think that made her rebel? If Jessica-chan had been born an only child, I'm sure she'd have become a composed, quiet young lady. That's an interesting thought. Don't worry. Only child or not, her personality wouldn't change a bit.
Georgianie-chan, who's this?
This is the first time I've met you, correct? But it sounds as though you know a lot about our family. I'm George, and this here is Maria. Pleased to meet you. I know who you are, Banana Suit. Don't think I don't know about what you do. What? I thought it looked a bit more like an avocado myself, but... Call me Will. I'm investigating Beatrice. I want you to tell me what you know.
Beatrice? See? Beatrice exists!
Though Maria had looked hostile towards this unfamiliar man, as soon as she had heard the name of the witch she loved pass his lips, her eyes began to sparkle.
Hey, Maria-chan. You've got to greet our guest properly.
Hello, my name is Ushiriyomiya Maria. I'm glad to meet someone who knows Beatrice. Handshake,
Maria suddenly stuck out her small hand, and Will reached out for it reflexively. As soon as he did, he felt a bright light seeping out from the gap between their hands. The theater-going power that Bernkastel had given him had affected Maria.
Beatrice is the Witch of Rokenjima. She plays with me every time I come to Rokenjima. She's my best friend and a fellow member of Maria's Sorcier. Ooh!
The light grew brighter and brighter. This time, he could feel himself being drawn into Maria's world.
I'm Ushiromiyya Maria. My mom is Rosa. My papa... I don't have a papa. I think I remember Mama showing me a picture long ago and saying, "This is your papa." It was a picture of a man with a dark suntan, on a beach wearing a swimsuit. Later on, when I learned what papa meant, I asked Mama to show me that picture again, but she said there wasn't any photo like that. But there was. I drew a picture of it and showed it to Mama. When I did, she got really mad and said that photo didn't exist, or that if it did, she'd already thrown it away. Ever since then, she kept saying that I didn't have a papa. Did you know? People say you need a papa and a mama to have a baby, but that's a lie.
The virgin birth.
Behold, a virgin shall be with child, and shall bring forth a son, and they shall call him Emmanuel. Call his name Emmanuel. If I was a boy, that might have been my name.
Book of Matthew, chapter 1, verse 20.
No, verse 23. Verse 20 is, "But while he thought on these things, behold, the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a dream, saying, Joseph, thou son of David, fear not to take unto thee Mary thy wife, for that which is conceived in her is of the Holy Ghost."
So, you think your father is the Holy Ghost?
Everyone said that everyone has a papa. They said it was strange to not have a papa, that I was weird, that they felt sorry for me. But when I asked Mama, she said I didn't have a papa, that he didn't exist. She got mad and hit me, even though all I did was ask. So I didn't really understand who gave birth to me. I was not right as a human, an immature and irregular creature. I realized I was a strange, pitiful girl, different from everyone else.
It doesn't matter who your parents are or what other people say. You are who you are.
It must have been hard to teach that to a young, immature girl. My kindergarten teacher might have said that to me when I cried after being bullied. But even those words of encouragement couldn't fill the blank space. No, the questions. Nothing anyone said could answer the questions in my mind.
And the book is what gave you answers.
A priest came to see us. I think his sermon was part of a class to enrich our minds. To most of us kids, it was no different from an ordinary fairy tale a teacher could have told us. No, it was harder to understand, and I think that made us bored. Then at the end, the priest said something important.
That God knows everything?
Yep. So I asked him. I only have a mama. I don't have a papa. Mama gave birth to me without a papa. Is that strange and sad? I asked. The priest taught me. He said there was nothing strange about a child having no papa. After all, Jesus Christ was born of a virgin, and the one who gave birth to him was the Blessed Virgin, Maria? I was surprised. Maria, the name I was given, was the answer all along. I was so surprised I asked the priest to say it again. He said that the Virgin Maria gave birth to a baby by herself. So I asked him if that meant I could give birth to a baby all by myself too.
And how'd he answer that?
He said the Virgin Maria was with child because of the Holy Ghost. Book of Matthew, chapter 1, verse 20, last part. For that which is conceived in her is of the Holy Ghost. That surprised me again. What do you think that means?
You interpreted this to mean that Ushiromiya Maria had no human father, that your real father was the Holy Ghost. Regardless of what the Bible actually meant, the young, sad girl who had lost her sense of identity because of her lack of a father had finally created a way to understand herself.
Once I realized that, I knew why I was different from the other kids. The ones who made fun of me were all children of Joseph, that I alone was different. I wasn't worse than everyone else. I was a child of God, a child of the Holy Ghost. When I got back, I told Mama. I had no papa after all. Mama gave birth to me all on her own thanks to the power of God.
It was probably painful for Rosa whenever Maria asked about her father. Why do I have no papa when everyone else has a papa and a mama? Every time she was asked this, Rosa flew into a rage and changed the subject. and now, somehow or other, Maria had independently found an explanation that satisfied her. She had no papa. She was the child of Mama and God. It isn't too difficult to imagine that Rosa, after hearing the explanation the young girl had found in the Bible, might have gone along with it as though it were true.
Beatrice said that the minimum number of people needed to create a world was 2. I thought she meant that you needed 2 parents to create a child. That was when I came to a new thought. Beato may be a witch, but she's a witch born of a human. Beato isn't a child of the Holy Ghost. But I'm different. I was born from Mama alone. I was born of the Holy Ghost. Beato can't create a universe without me. But I have God with us. I can make a universe all by myself, along with the Holy Ghost. Beato called me the Witch of Origins, and she also said that eventually I might become a creator who can create anything alone. All by myself, I can create something out of nothing. Beato can take that and make it expand infinitely. Anje was the witch's apostle who would spread the word far and wide.
And that was Maria's sorcier.
There's a huge difference between 1 and infinity. That's why Beato is so great. But compared to the difference between something and nothing, 1 and infinity are both just something. I'm the child destined to become the best witch. No, the greatest creator in the world. Maria's sorcier was the nest to warm up my egg. I am USHIROMIYA Maria. Maria who stands by God's side.
Neon roses with the $5. Thank God we're out of the fascist zone. Yeah. It's pretty harrowing, but we've still got some harrowing stuff ahead, unfortunately. Pining Tree with the $5. You see, Maria isn't autistic. She's Jesus. Jesus did break gender roles, to be fair. Well, who's to say Jesus wasn't also autistic? Gotcha! If we liken Maria's sense of identity to a universe, then this endless stream of words coming from her might be like the Big Bang. She spent so long tormented over how to interpret her lack of a father. Then by chance she saw a line in the Bible that seemed to affirm her existence, and she finally formed an understanding of herself. The sad girl who had hated herself for being different from all of her classmates finally found her own meaning. At that moment, Maria's universe, which had once been nothingness, was born as a clump of ultra-hot, ultra-high-pressured energy. Then, later on, she went to Rokenjima, met the endless witch who called herself Beatrice, and the clump of energy exploded in a big bang, giving birth to their joint system of magic. That was the universe known as Mariage Sorcière.
We're jumping ahead a bit too fast. Let's take things one thing at a time.
Sure. Where do you want to start?
After you decided that you were the child of the Holy Ghost, it's easy to imagine that you gradually became more and more interested in the occult. And then what? Once you reached that state, where did you meet Beatrice? And how did the two of you interact?
It really did happen all of a sudden one day. I had wanted to meet the witch called Beatrice who lived on Rokenjima, as a fellow witch.
At that time, you had already thought that you were a witch?
I did. I already knew more about the Bible and the occult than most adults. So even though I couldn't use magic, I believed that I was a witch.
Indigo with the £5. Well, who's to say Jesus isn't also autistic? Marciabs 2K24. I stand by it.
It's a bit funny, isn't it? And that's why I'm only a witch apprentice.
When did you meet Beatrice?
I don't really remember when. But I do remember what it was like. It was really, really sudden. Huh?
So, you are USHIROMIYA Maria, I presume?
It was such a very, very abrupt encounter. I had just been drinking some milk tea, all alone in the Rose Garden Arbor. Mama said that she had to talk about something important with Uncle Kraus. So she told me to go outside and play. Suddenly, she was sitting right there. I didn't know anyone who spoke that way. I quickly realized that she was someone I didn't know at all. Who are you?
You were the one who said first that you wished to see me. Here I am, welcoming the witch who came to visit my island, and yet you ask my name?
Beatrice?
Precisely.
I am Beatrice.
Yeah, that is pretty sudden.
Yep, really, really sudden. Witches and spirits always exist right beside us. They just choose not to show themselves. And when they do show themselves, it's always sudden, as though they've been there the whole time. That's what I learned that day.
And then, you and Beatrice became friends?
Yeah. She stayed and chatted with me the whole time until Mama was done with her business. We talked about magic and witches, and about how I was a child of the Holy Ghost.
And what was your impression of Beatrice then?
I don't like saying it, but I knew more than she did back then. At first, I thought she wasn't a very good witch. Well, that was just my conceit. There are many different systems of magic. Also, mine was based on self-study. I probably only viewed Beato that way because her system of magic was different from mine. It wasn't long before I came to regret that and apologized.
Apologized? Did Beatrice do something to win your respect? I see. So, she showed you magic.
We moved to the beach and talked lots, sitting at a table under an umbrella.
Very interesting. Maria, I see that you've been quite diligent in your studies. At your age, to be capable of teaching a 1,000-year-old witch such as myself is truly an accomplishment worthy of admiration. And what sort of magic can you use?
Magic?
If you call yourself a witch, you must be able to show me some sort of magic, correct?
I was stunned for a second. Of course, it should have been obvious. I was a child of the Holy Ghost, and since I'd studied so much of the occult, I was also a witch, not a human. Until that day, I'd been so sure that both of those things. So when I was asked what sort of magic I could use, it left me in a daze.
When one knows of magic and can speak of it, they finally reach the rank of apprentice. One is only a witch if they can put such knowledge into practice and use magic, correct?
So, I'm not a witch yet?
You have studied well, and I can sense a very rare talent within you. One day you may become a witch so great that even I could not compare, or perhaps even a creator, as you've told me. However, you're still young and immature. You're an apprentice. A witch apprentice, you might call it.
So, does that mean that you can use magic, Beato?
Of course. I could not call myself a witch otherwise.
Incredible. Show me. I want to see your magic.
Until this day, Maria had never doubted the magic-related concept that she was the child of the Holy Ghost. However, no one had ever proven to her that occult phenomena actually existed. Maria could create a universe all by herself. However, she wanted to share it with a second person, so she could believe in it even more strongly.
In the past, I could have drawn a rainbow in the sky, transformed it into 7 colors of candy, and eaten them at my leisure. However, my power is weakened so much that I cannot even preserve my form as well as I would like.
I just heard about that. You can't use your full power because of the shrine.
It will take quite some time before my power returns. At this moment, I cannot turn rainbows to candy. However, perhaps I can show you a bit of that power with some simpler magic.
I want to see your magic.
Very well. However, I must ask for your assistance. As I've already told you, no matter how pure your soul might be, all humans are tainted and filled with the toxin that resists magic.
Yeah, I remember. You told me about the anti-magic toxin. It wasn't in any of the books I've read. You must really be incredible to know so much.
Beatrice lifted up an empty teacup, then turned it around in front of Maria to show that there weren't any tricks or strings.
Right. The magic to make candy appear inside an overturned cup.
How did you know? You're incredible, Will. You even know about the witch magic.
That's because it's one of the most basic types of magic a witch can use.
It was just a normal cup, without any tricks in it. I wanted to see true magic.
Maria had a desire. She had a desire to discover the occult in others, to help her believe that there was an occult side to herself. That was why she agreed to help Beatrice with her magic. She didn't want her own toxin to ruin her chance of knowing the miracles of magic.
Good. Now try looking inside that cup.
There's candy! There's candy!
As a gift to mark my meeting with a new witch, and as a sign of our friendship, I offer this to you.
This was a true miracle of magic. For the first time, I felt shame and embarrassment at my conceit.
I could feel that sense of omnipotence disappear. The idea that I was a child of the Holy Ghost and the most important and special person in the world. Instead of a child of the Holy Ghost who can't do anything, I'd rather be a witch who can use magic. I, Shiromiya Maria, wanted to become a witch, starting off as a witch apprentice. Already, as I was obsessed with Beato. I want to become a real witch too. I want to be your disciple.
How modest. You already have an abundance of talent and diligence. Also, though it may have been different from when I was at my full power, I cannot take on a disciple in my current state.
So I can't become a witch's disciple?
You cannot become my disciple. However, you can become my friend.
Really?
Yes. From this point forth, we shall be friends. Let us continue to talk of the deep and profound world of witches.
Oh, thank you, Beato. Can I eat this candy?
No, let that be a souvenir. Instead of eating it, keep it in that lovely bag of yours.
Right. I'll eat it at home.
Maria, that candy was brought into being by magic. Therefore, it is fragile. If you deny my existence with that toxin of yours, it will melt and fade away.
No, I don't want your precious magic to disappear.
Then be sure that you do not forget your meeting with me. And if you will keep some simple promises to me, I will greet you the next time you come to this island.
I'll keep them. And what are the promises?
Well, to start, each time you arrive home, wash your hands. Then, rinse out your mouth. You must not complain about this, for it is an important part of a witch apprentice's training.
I'll do it. Every day when I come home, I'll wash my hands. I'll rinse out my mouth. If I do that, will I see you again?
I promise it. If you keep your end of the promise, your body will be cleansed and I will regain even more of my magical power. Then, the next time you come, I will show you magic of an even greater splendor.
I'll keep my promise, no matter what. I'll do it. I'll become your friend and a witch apprentice.
Your resolve is heartening, Ushiromiyya Maria. I hope that you will quickly grow to become a full witch and my close friend.
I think that was the first time I met Beatrice.
And was that candy still there when you got home?
Yep, but I doubted a little, so it was half melted. I regretted almost doubting her. If I had doubted her more, I'm sure the candy would have been completely gone. I almost lost the proof of the magical miracle that had happened before my eyes.
A hard piece of candy melted?
It wasn't hard, it was caramel, I think. It was half melted and squishy.
About what time of year did this happen?
I'm not too sure, but I remember that the milk tea had ice in it. Why does that matter?
Never mind. Did you tell Rosa about your meeting with Beatrice?
Yep, I told everyone about it at dinner that day. Uncle Kraus laughed at me. And then Mama, who was sitting next to me, got mad and told me to stop talking about it.
Next to you? By your family's ranking system, your seat shouldn't be next to Rosa's.
It wasn't a family conference. It was just when Mama and I came to visit. There was only Uncle Kraus's family, Mama, and me. And we didn't leave gaps, so we weren't sitting in the same spots as a family conference.
And Rosa was sitting in the seat next to you?
Yeah. Why does that matter?
It doesn't. Have you met with Beatrice outside Rokenjima?
No. After all, Beato's body is fragile, so she can't go wherever she wants. I told her that she could just possess me if she wanted, but she said that she couldn't leave the island.
And after that, you met her every time you came to Rokenjima?
Yeah. We became really good friends. The more I talked to Beato, the more I realized what an amazing witch she was. She showed me wonderful magic every time I saw her. Then, she told me about a system of magic that was different from mine, and we both talked together about the mysteries of magic. I wanted to reach her level as soon as I could. I wanted to become the kind of witch Beato was.
Did you ever introduce Beatrice to your mother?
Nope. She said Mama's toxin was far too strong, so they couldn't mate each other yet. Almost all adults are no good when it comes to the toxin. They're all tainted.
Was anyone other than you able to see Beatrice?
They couldn't at first. She said her magical power was weak, so her body would crumble if even a little bit of the toxin reached her. But she gathered magical power bit by bit, and eventually she could appear in front of other people who had small amounts of toxin.
And who was that?
There weren't many of them. Just a few of the servants.
Specifically?
All of the servants here today. Huh? But not Goda-san, I think.
So there were 4 of them. Genji, Shannon, Kanon, and Kumasawa.
And Dr. Nanjo, too.
Apparently, they would sometimes come to visit Maria and Beatrice's witch tea parties. Of course, it was only for small things like bringing them extra tea. However, they were certainly aware of Beatrice and even talked with her. How did the servants react to Beatrice? She was a guest who shouldn't have existed. Weren't they surprised?
No. After all, Beatrice's the other master of the mansion.
She said that the servants treated Beatrice as an honorable guest, and sometimes they were permitted to witness the new miracle of magic along with Maria. So, on the Rokenjima of 1986, the ones who could actually meet with Beatrice were you, Nanjo, and the 4 servants excluding Goda, for a total of 6?
Yeah. Beatrice said that she'd need to store up much more magical power before she could appear in front of anyone else.
So, she intends to show herself in front of more people sometime in the future?
Yep. She said that the day she made all of the humans acknowledge her would be the day of her resurrection.
Maria, the servants, and Nanjo had acknowledged her. She had probably chosen those humans whose anti-magic toxin was weakest and appeared before them first. Beatrice's game must have been to steadily increase the number of humans who could recognize her, until she could make everyone on the island acknowledge her. In that case, the last person for Beatrice to appear in front of would be Battler, the one said to have the strongest anti-magical power. Does this mean Beatrice thought that Battler would be the hardest one to convince? It seems true that Battler was one of Beatrice's goals. However, if we go with Battler's chessboard thinking, we might say that Beatrice, who wanted others to acknowledge her existence, was someone who could not exist unless she was acknowledged. Battler reached this thought himself back in the first game. Yes, there is something different about the Beatrice of 1986.
She's different from the Italian Beatrice or the Corridorian Beatrice, both of whom certainly did exist. The Beatrice of 1986, the one of whom we are so familiar with, is in a mysterious way, yet who has no existence. What does it mean to kill the Beatrice who has no existence? The minimum number of people required to create a universe is 2. However, Maria had said that even a single person could give birth to a universe, and yet Maria had desired a second person to nurture the world she gave birth to alone. Because if it was born and not nurtured, it would die and disappear. Let's replace the word universe with Beatrice. The minimum number of people required to create Beatrice is 2. However, even a single person could give birth to her. And yet, that single person desired a second person to acknowledge the Beatrice created by the first person. That meeting with a second person is the scene that Maria has just described. The single person who created Beatrice had looked for a second person to acknowledge Beatrice, and selected Maria. We don't need Furuto Erika's heartless reasoning to know that the teacup magic was a sleight of hand. Maria, believing in the story about the anti-magic toxin, would close her eyes whenever magic happened. Any sleight of hand would be possible while she had her eyes closed. The caramel Maria had been given as proof of her meeting with a witch had melted a little because Maria had doubted. In a season where one was likely to put ice in their tea, it was only natural for a caramel left in a bag to melt. USHIROMIYA Maria, the girl who is too trusting and will accept a story easily. Beatrice appeared first in front of this girl, who had, in the language of witches, very little of the anti-magic toxin. If we liken the creation of Beatrice to the laying of an egg, then when a single person creates her, it is no more than a delusion, like a chick inside the egg. If and only if a second person acknowledges her, the shell cracks and she appears. She only appears when a second person comes to warm the egg. When Maria acknowledged Beatrice, she finally hatched, and the chick was born. In that case, Maria's sorcière, which nurtured Beatrice in her system of magic, was like a nest. Beatrice had a dignified presence, called herself the Witch of Rokenjima, and claimed to have lived 1,000 years. Thinking about the Beatrices who appeared in the previous games, this sounds less like the chick Beato, and more like Beato the Elder. So does this mean that the meeting Maria had just spoken of marks the birth of Beato the Elder? The egg itself had already been created by the first person. During the time before the meeting with Maria, it matured fully inside its shell, becoming the character with the dignified presence of 1,000 years. Then, when Maria acknowledged it, it hatched, and the Witch of Rokenjima finally gained a form. Perhaps that moment marks the birth of the Beatrice of 1986. The younger, chick Beato, was born out of a love for Battler. Since that birth has not yet occurred at this point in time, then the birth of Beato the Elder and the existence of Beatrice at this time must have nothing to do with Battler. Are you enjoying this reasoning, Burn Cousteau? If you are, let's at least have some applause from the audience. Great. Thanks a bunch.
I have a lot of things I want to ask Beato to grant me with magic. So I'm helping Beato with her resurrection.
What kinds of things?
Lots and lots. No telling.
You want to protect your mama from the Black Witch, right?
How do you know so much? You're incredible. Ooh.
And your happy world will never return without a witch's help. That's what you think, now?
Yep. I love Mama. She's so nice. I want to be with her forever. For all eternity.
Now I'd like to hear about Maria's sorcière. What's wrong?
Don't wanna.
Huh?
I'm thirsty, so I'm gonna go get something to drink. See you later.
Maria suddenly started acting distant, bowed her head, and left without waiting for a reply. It was a very un-Maria-like thing to do.
I see. So, the Game Master has moved the piece. Apparently, she's telling me to ask about something different for now. At some point, Leon had started chatting with the other family members. Jessica seemed to be getting irritated at having her butt pinched so much, and George was trying to calm her down. Jessica and George. Guess I'll hear their stories next. Compared to Maria, the anti-magic toxin's very strong in these two. At least at the beginning of the other games, they didn't acknowledge Beatrice. Maria showed me the point of view of one who believes. Now to hear from those who don't.
So, about earlier. Sorry you had to see me acting like that. I blame the future heir.
It's not gonna leave a mark, is it? Talk about merciless.
Did you say something, Jessica? Of course not. I've already, learned my lesson, okay?
Leon, who had apparently been chatting with the adult siblings, spun around with a smile and stared at Jessica. Looks like the older siblings firmly in control around here.
Those are some sharp ears. I think I finally get this Leon person.
Yeah. Future heir has always been annoyingly sharp. Not to mention the favorite of all the adults. I'm always compared against this kid at home and at school.
Come to think of it, Leon was the student council president for both middle school and high school. And the head of the badminton team, too.
So, everywhere you go, you get compared to Leon, and it doesn't work out well for you.
I said it as soon as I got into middle school. The future heir was already the vice president of the student council. I said if you're planning to become council president next year, that'll just put more pressure on me, so stop it. But the next year rolls around, and guess who signs up as a candidate and wins in a landslide? Same thing happened when I started high school. I said, please just give it a rest this time, but by that point the future heir was already the vice president. Then, senior year, immediately president of the student council. Dad was oh so proud. Mom kept saying, now you make sure you do your best as the little sister, over and over and over again. Ugh!
But even so, you're still proud to be Leon's little sister, aren't you?
It's not like I ever thought about that. No, never. Not even once.
It can be tough to be compared against perfection. Still, other people are other people, and you are you. There's no need to feel dwarfed. You should live the way you want to with all you've got.
Of course. But Mom and the others are always going on about how I needed to follow in the footsteps of USHIROMIYA Leon as the younger sibling. They keep telling me to join the student council, go play badminton.
Didn't you play in a band?
What? Shh! That's a secret. No one knows.
Apparently, she's keeping it a secret from her family.
Interesting. People often like to blame their family for what they've grown up to be like. But even in a different world with a different family, the interests of the girl called Jessica are the same as ever. It's admirable that she has such a true and constant interest in something. I love that kind of stuff. Pet on, sweets, sweets. Nothing wrong with the extraordinarily accomplished sort, like Leon, but kids who act their age do have their charms. That's the best way to go through life. Enjoy your youth to the fullest.
Well, thanks.
Oops. Apparently no one had ever told Jessica that they approved of how she lived.
The direct way Will had put it made her turn red and hang her head in embarrassment.
I want to ask you two now.
The same thing you just asked Maria-chan?
Yeah. Please tell me everything you know about Beatrice.
Well, you can see how much Maria-chan likes witches and the occult. For her, Beatrice is a symbol to be admired, like an anime heroine. She believes every little thing is some sort of prank caused by a witch's magic.
You're an adult. And the fact that you never say this to Maria is also very adult of you.
Of course. Childhood dreams only happen when you're a kid. I think respecting that precious experience is an adult responsibility.
Looks like the two of us will get along well.
George's position was that Beatrice was nothing more than a fairy tale. However, that phrase, respecting a child's dreams is the adult thing to do, that might be worthy of further scrutiny. When she got a candy from Beatrice by magic, Maria probably got excited and told George and the others. Then the adults followed his lead and positively went along with her story, as adults should. However, there could be other ways this sort of reaction could occur, other than as an adult's response to a child's claims. For example, it could be an inferior's response to the claims of their superior. If Kinzo, tyrant of the USHIROMIYA family, claimed that Beatrice existed and had revived, perhaps the other members of the family would positively go along with his story, as his inferiors should. Though Beatrice only appeared directly in front of a limited number of people, it's probably safe to say the concept of her existence penetrated deeply within the USHIROMIYA family, even among those who had never seen her. Sad boy. I love how different Will's character design is compared to the others in the USHIROMIYA family. My character design brain has me foaming at the mouth in a good way. Yeah, it's really good. I do like Will's design a lot. However, no matter how deeply that concept penetrated, she was only viewed as a sort of fairy tale character. It would be necessary to transform the concept of that character from an imaginary fairy tale into reality. So a person attempting to do this would need to perform something that could only conceivably be done by magic. And that something was the series of witch incidents that started with the nighttime window opening pranks played by Beato the Elder, and ultimately escalated to locked room murders. Beato the Elder referred to this, saying that the anti-magic power filling the mansion would be weakened bit by bit the more she made her existence known. Beatrice, why did you desire so greatly to make all others accept your existence?
Because the imaginary becomes the truth if everyone accepts it. Because at that moment, the being called Beatrice will be acknowledged and become human. In that case, before Beatrice is acknowledged by all people, she's less than human. She's furniture. Why would furniture want to become human? It feels like this was the theme of the previous game. Because they want to gain the right. Furniture cannot. So they tried to become human for the right to. It really is quite simple. It's directly connected to the reason the chick Beato was born in the first place. I see. I do understand, but it's complicated. I can't ignore the heart.
I feel bad for saying this at Beatrice's funeral, but truth be told, I don't know enough about Beatrice to explain her. My apologies. As far as that goes, Jessica-chan does live here, so she might know a little bit more than I do.
Savoy, do I have a ref/art of my Umineko OC Sona? I think I remember you talking about it in a previous stream. I do. Let me drop it. Actually, wait a minute. I was gonna say I can drop it in the server, but I remembered that I had you added because I commissioned you one time, so let me just send it to you directly instead.
One sec.
Yep, there it is. Boop. There you go.
As far as that goes, Jessica-chan does live here, so she might know a little more than I do. Speaking of which, have you introduced yourself to this gentleman yet, Jessica-chan?
Nah, not yet. There's this idiot going around pinching people's butts, so I didn't really have the chance yet. A bit late, Jessica looked embarrassed for acting rudely in front of an unfamiliar guest. She cleared her throat and made a beautiful bow that didn't fit well with her normal attitude. She even lifted the corners of her skirt in a curtsy.
Pleased to meet you. My name's Jessica. Allow me to welcome you to the USHIROMIYA family on this splendid day. Please enjoy our hospitality, and...
Willard. Call me Will.
Huh? Huh? What?
Jessica's greeting had been of the old-fashioned sort, so Will also treated her like an old-fashioned lady. He bent down on one knee, took Jessica's right hand, and kissed the back of it. Not expecting her greeting to be returned with such an old-fashioned in such an old-fashioned and formal way, Jessica turned red and was unable to speak. However, Will had returned the greeting in what he thought was a perfectly serious way, so he didn't understand what was making Jessica's face glow.
Have I done something strange?
No, I just didn't...
I want to hear what you know about Beatrice.
A glow leaked from Will's right hand, which was grasping Jessica's. Looks like the theater-going power is having its effect on Jessica. Didn't mean for that to happen.
Oh well.
Beatrice, is it? Well, I can tell you, but will you promise me something? Promise you won't laugh. Thinking about it now, it sounds more than a little crazy.
What is it that you know? I won't laugh. Tell me.
Sure. Where should I start? To me, the Golden Witch Beatrice is sort of like one of those 7 mysteries of the USHIROMIYA family. You've heard of those, right? Almost all schools have a set of tall tales or ghost stories that get passed down. Like, on some days the piano in the music room will start playing by itself, or the skeleton in the science room dances around at night, or the walls will ooze green slime.
Oh wait, they always do that.
But what was that third thing?
Everyone's heard of them, but of course that doesn't mean they believe in them. The stories about Beatrice were the same. It was just one of those strange tales about our way too big mansion. The servants would sometimes talk about seeing things or whatever during their night patrols. Sometimes I felt a bit annoyed about them turning my home into a place for ghost stories, but I didn't pay it any more attention than that. That's how little it mattered to me. So during my normal everyday life, I would completely forget about the name Beatrice. Of course, when that huge portrait was first hung, I was definitely creeped out. Even I tried not to meet her eyes after dark. So yeah, I don't blame the servants for finding it eerie. But that only lasted for a short while. I mean, I walked by that portrait every day. I gradually got used to it and eventually bored of it. It was just a portrait that grandfather blew a bunch of money on, showing the mistress from his delusions. I was past caring.
I get that.
I'll bet it was different for the other relatives who only came for a few times a year.
Exactly. That's why every time the family came for a family conference, they'd always stand in front of that portrait and talk about Beatrice. So I was reminded of it every year.
Beatrice! I've come to play again. I've drawn another new spell. Take a look at it later, okay?
You really do like Beatrice, don't you? You've been in such high spirits ever since Grandfather had this portrait hung.
Huh? Where's Anje?
She went back with Aunt Kyrie to take some medicine.
Anje gets sick so easy. Totally the opposite of Battler.
And she's the sort that gets sick whenever she's stressed. I also used to get sick on big holidays or days when we were going to the movies.
Maria's really tough by comparison. She's been talking about Beatrice non-stop since we left Nijima. Don't you think she's taking this a bit too far?
It's not so bad, right? It's normal for kids to have an active imagination. If a kid told you that she'd met Santa Claus, would you tell her that she's a liar?
Well, of course I wouldn't go that far. Erica popping out of the flower vase like, but I would! Maria kept talking to the portrait as though it was an old friend. She promised to play with it later, as if she was talking to a living human. George, a man, seemed to think that this behavior from a younger member of the opposite sex was cute.
But to be perfectly frank,
Jessica, who was the same sex as Maria, found this behavior a bit unpleasant regardless of Maria's age.
at one time, even I was fascinated by anime heroines and other fictional characters. However, Maria's behavior seemed to signify something more direct than mere fascination. Something much more definite, more vivid. Am I the only one who notices something odd about her? I'll bet others all notice too, but try to ignore it because of that adult dignity George Nissan's always talking about.
My apologies, everyone. The head's quite busy with his noble research. He wishes to eat lunch in his study today.
Until a second ago, Kinzo's children were complaining that eating lunch with their father would give them indigestion. But now that they knew he wasn't coming, they started grumbling about how he should at least spare the time to come down during the annual family conference.
Then let us begin lunch, everyone. I, Goda, have made use of all my talent and experience to make sure that all of you, who have come from so far away, will be entirely satisfied with your meal.
No one's stomach would fail to rumble after hearing that from the great chef Goda. By the time the splendid dishes were laid out, everyone had stopped talking about Kinzo's absence. It was now Anje's absence that was being discussed. Apparently, her stomachache had gotten so bad that neither she nor Kyrie could make it to lunch.
Poor thing. Goda, make sure you talk to Kyrie-san later and have some porridge made.
Thanks a bunch for the concern. Really sorry about this. Seems she just can't handle much stress.
That's how it is when they're young.
They're cute, at least when they're not regurgitating.
George used to do that all the time. He really was frail back then. Right?
Let's not talk about the past. It's not exactly a mealtime topic.
Oh, poor Anji. She doesn't get to eat this yummy food?
Yeah, poor girl. Let's make sure we play with her a lot when she gets better.
Oh, can't. She can't play with me.
What are you talking about? Why?
Because I'm gonna play with Beatrice, of course. So I can't play with Anji.
Play with Beatrice. You mean you're gonna go off on your own again to mumble to yourself and read some book?
Jessica slightly regretted that she hadn't been more tactful. However, she couldn't wipe away that uncomfortable feeling she got every time Maria talked about Beatrice. And that feeling slipped out through her words. Lurf with the 50, what the hell? Child support for chat to cover for my long absence. May it go into their college funds. Can't believe you're on episode 7 already. Let's fucking go. Pop off, Mercy. Thank you so much, Lurf. Thanks for coming back on a white horse for chat.
How? I don't do it on my own. Beatrice was there too.
Maria may have been young, but she already knew how to read a person's tone. She immediately burst out in anger, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Normally, Rosa would have stopped her at this point. However, Rosa happened to have gone to the bathroom, so there was no one to calm Maria down.
Poor Jessica, you're just a clump of the toxin. With Beato's weak magical power now, she'd burn to a crisp if she ever appeared in front of you. But she'll appear before you eventually. Yes, in front of everyone else, too. And then the door to the Golden Land will open. But who knows if you'll be invited in. Of course, she'll take me there, to the Golden Land. But not Jessica. Not Jessica. Not someone who makes fun of Beatrice. Not an unenlightened, stupid, confused, filthy, toxin-stained human.
When someone makes fun of Beatrice, it's like Maria becomes a totally different person.
There was a theory about Maria having multiple personalities, wasn't there?
Multiple personalities? Yeah, that probably describes it perfectly. Maybe that was Maria's idea of her ideal personality.
You mean the thing about creating another self, the way you want to be?
Huh? How'd you know my motto?
Don't think too hard on it. You'll just get a headache.
That was something Jessica had once told Canon. She had been talking about how anyone could create another self that they could really grow to like.
I think we heard those words somewhere near the beginning of the second game. Now that I think about it, some very interesting topics have been talked about since very early on.
Everyone has something they really want to become, but they never do it. The restrictions on their everyday life are what made them who they are today, so they have no way of changing themselves.
True. Changing yourself means changing your environment. That's not easy to do.
So my idea was to leave who I am now unchanged, and create another self to be the person I want to be.
You felt suffocated, forced to live the life of a rich family's daughter, and you thought up a self that you wanted to be.
But I couldn't do anything outlandish at home, of course. Nothing fun about having Mom yell at me all the time. So I made my plan. At home, I would obediently do as my parents said. But I would also create a second self to do what I wanted.
At home, you do everything your parents tell you, and outside, you do what you want. That's a good way to live. You should be proud.
Thanks. And well, if there's something you really want to be, and you really work hard for it, it's easier to do than you'd think. I figured Maria was pretty much the same.
You think Maria's doing the same thing when she gets excited and starts talking and talking?
And that's the person Maria really wants to be, is how I think about it sometimes. As the youngest member of the family, she's adored but not respected. Every time she learns something, there's always someone in the family who already knows it. She doesn't get to show off her knowledge about anything. Whenever she does learn something new, we try to smile and praise her, but that might actually have hurt her.
So Maria wanted to become an authority on something.
It's something that all young girls, boys and girls who want to shake off their childhood think. It's not a bad feeling when you learn something new and your parents praise you, but when you realize your parents already knew that thing, it sometimes feels like they're talking down to you. When a kid learns their one-digit times table, their parent will probably praise them. However, inconsiderate parents will sometimes ask mean questions like, then what's 11 times 11? Or what's 16 times 16? Or something similar. If that happens, the kid will lose his feeling of accomplishment and start to feel as though he could never surpass his parents. So it's easy to guess why Maria got interested in the occult, something no one else knew about, and started learning more and more about it. I think the person Maria wants to be is an authority on the occult who's respected by everyone.
And if she talked about the occult all the time during her everyday life, Rosa'd smack her. So like you, she's been hiding this other self most of the time.
And that's what I think she's doing at times like this. Maybe I should say that this is her real self slipping through the cracks to cover up her normal self. Actually, I had had some experience with that myself. I used to admire the image of a delicate, sheltered lady and wanted to seem more frail, so I pretended to cough a lot. It sort of became a bad habit.
Because everyone would be nice to you if you started having coughing fits.
No, whenever the conversation turned to something I didn't like or something that made me feel uncomfortable, I could do that to change the subject.
I see. And that's another self you wanted to become.
I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell anyone about that. Atropos with the $2. Me about the epitaph. Yeah. I mean, you are kind of the epitaph expert around here.
Then just what is the other self in Maria's case. An authority on the occult who can out-argue even adults. Or else, someone who converges and mingles with witches. Either way, denying Beatrice in front of Maria is clearly taboo. In her search for something more than her everyday life, Maria had found it in Beatrice and inside herself.
Yeah, Bazinga Girl Moment's right. Jessica isn't faking her asthma entirely, she just fakes coughing sometimes.
Then, is going to the Golden Land with Beatrice Maria's wish?
Looks like we've gone off track. Anyway, Maria kept up that tantrum until Auntie Rosa got back. It was my fault too, arguing back when I should have let her be.
And you said there was no way Beatrice could exist?
Something like that. If she exists, then just let me see her. Of course, once Maria started crying, I realized I'd gone too far.
And then?
At the end of the family conference, I was the only one still upset. Maria acted as though nothing had happened. Instead, she went off somewhere on her own and came back talking happily about how she had played with Beatrice again. Everyone, me included, decided not to contradict her. By that time, it was best to just accept it and ignore it.
Is that all you have to say about the family conference?
About the conference, yes. What I wanted to talk about was what happened after the conference was over and everyone left. Even after the conference ended, I still felt a bit uncomfortable. If Maria had just stayed mad, we'd have made up with each other and I could have put it all behind me. But since Maria got over it, it felt like I was the only one unsatisfied.
Oh, milady. Why the gloomy face?
Oh, it's you. It's nothing important. Did everyone make it back okay?
If they're still on schedule, they should have reached the NezumiVA airport by now. You've done your part well, milady.
I haven't done anything. It's you servants who've done a great job.
Is the argument you had with Maria-sama yesterday still playing on your mind?
Sorta.
Come now, she's just a child. It's not something you need to worry about all grown up and in high school.
That stuff Maria was talking about, do you think it's all just a kid's nonsense?
About Beatrice-sama? You mean?
See, even you call her Sama. Beatrice is the name of grandfather's mistress, the person he's still infatuated with. I realized that as a servant, Kumasawa-san can't speak of her indiscreetly. Still, that's now become the name of the fictitious witch who lives in the mansion. And it's almost normal for people to call her Sama. Beatrice is just a ghost story created by the adults to stop us from wandering into the forest. Maria just thought it was interesting one day and decided to pretend it was true.
You'll end up cursed if you say such things. After all, Beatrice-sama exists.
Come on, we both know that isn't true. I don't need George Nissan to tell me not to make a fuss about Santa not existing, but that doesn't mean Santa actually exists.
You'll find you're wrong there, milady.
Wrong?
Oh, yes. The gods do dwell in all things. In the same way, Beatrice-sama dwells on this island, in this mansion. Like the gods, Beatrice-sama will do you no harm if you respect her. As you say, it is as though she doesn't exist. However, if you ever fail to show proper respect, it will most certainly come back to haunt you. Of course, that can be said of no more than Beatrice-sama.
If there's a curse, let's see it. I'd just love to meet her.
Milady, you mustn't say such things.
Milady.
You were splendid today.
Shannon, Goda-san. You guys know about Beatrice, right?
Huh?
Oh, well, I do know of her, of course. Why do you ask?
The two looked at each other. They looked like a pair who had just heard a clueless person suddenly utter a forbidden word.
Let's have it straight. Does she exist? That ghost?
If it's a question of whether she exists or not, I would have to say that she doesn't. Probably.
I really do think she does exist.
And why do you say that she exists?
Have you ever met her?
I've never met her directly, but
Shannon talked in detail about how she would sometimes feel a strange presence, or see a silhouette while doing the midnight rounds. Jessica dismissed each example as it was given, saying Shannon must have seen it wrong or been mistaken.
You haven't met her either, right, Goda-san?
Of course, but... however... well...
He was being very evasive. Even a man as big as Goda was apparently unable to deny the existence of someone he'd never met. This really didn't sit well with Jessica. She was herself a resident of this mansion. They were acting as though someone else, someone she didn't know, was living here. Of course she didn't like it.
Wait a sec. Tell that one again.
You mean...
the story about the VIP room?
Goda and Shannon had been recounting several ghost stories about Beatrice. One of those drew a reaction from Jessica.
Yeah, that one. Sounds pretty cool.
Goda and Shannon glanced at each other. They hadn't been trying to talk about anything cool.
The VIP room is never to be entered at 2 in the morning. Is that the one you mean?
The one about how Beatrice-sama returns to the VIP room at 2 o'clock every morning? So you mustn't go near it?
Yeah, that's it. Pretty cool. All the other stories are people saying they heard or saw something they thought was Beatrice, but this one isn't. It says that if you go to the VIP room at 2 in the morning, you can actually meet Beatrice-sama.
Well, I wonder.
Milady, they say the servants who speak ill of Beatrice-sama will be cursed. Furthermore, the VIP room is Beatrice-sama's room.
Even you, milady, should probably reconsider.
The VIP room is locked right now, right? Where's the key?
Was that key in the key box?
I think Genji-sama keeps that key by his own chair.
The master key can open it, right? Let me borrow yours.
I cannot do such a thing.
Milady, you mustn't approach an ill-omened place without reason.
Hold it, don't you go calling my house ill-omened. Anyway, I've made up my mind. If you can't give me your master key, then there's still that key for the VIP room, right? Let me borrow it.
Milady.
To Jessica, it was their two expressions that felt more like an ill omen than anything else did. It wasn't the witch or the VIP room that felt foreboding to Jessica. It was them, Maria and the others who believed in witches. In the end, Jessica forced them to agree, and she made them bring her the key to the VIP room.
A classic test of courage. Beatrice would really appear in the VIP room, and to see if Beatrice would really appear in the VIP room or not.
Pretty much. Still, I wonder why I was so stubborn about it. It must have been because of my fight with such a little girl. Of course, the weather just had to be terrible on that particular night. To be honest, I slightly regretted sticking my nose into something so pointless. But I'd already said so much and even borrowed the key from them. I couldn't just go to Shannon the next day, let her ask me how it went, and answer, well, I got scared, so I gave up. Tee-hee-hee. That'd be just pathetic. Normally, I go to sleep long before 2 a.m. If Mom found me wandering the corridors at that time of night, she'd definitely yell at me. So I waited in my room, staring at the hands of my clock as it ticked closer to 2 a.m. Outside, the rain was incredible, and the wind was strong. The swaying, rustling trees were particularly creepy. I'd complained to Shannon and Goda about making up ghost stories for my house, but I was starting to feel as though they had a bit of a place in it after all. The Ushirimiya mansion's huge. Honestly, I can't think of the entire mansion as my own house. As Mom says, the hallways of the Ushirimiya mansion should be treated like public roads. In other words, my own room is part of my home, but the hallways and the rooms I don't usually enter are outside. So while part of me felt this VIP room ghost story was ridiculous, another part of me was so creeped out that it kept trying to convince itself that the first part of me was right. 10 to 2. If I want to greet 2 a.m. inside the VIP room, I need to have already gone in there before then. Guess it's time. Sorry, but I'm not giving up that easy. Nothing is going to happen. I know that. It'll just be a stupid waste of time for a few minutes.
I touched the doorknob to the door of my room and was startled by how unpleasantly cold it was. As long as I stayed in this room, I could laugh off anything. After all, this was my room. But it wouldn't be like that in the hallway. That's outside my territory. And the doorknob, the barrier between the two, was ice cold. Idiot. What are you so scared of me? You aren't taking Shannon's, Goda-san's, or maybe Kumasawa-san's gossip seriously, are you? I'll prove it. There's nothing strange in the VIP room. The corridor was only dimly lit. The hallways were brighter before lights out. But to avoid wasting energy or something like that, we kept the lights to a minimum at night. So even though I was inside my own house, it was very obviously the middle of the night here. If Mom found out that I was wandering around at a time like this to do a test of courage in the VIP room, which I'm not supposed to go in, I'd get in a lot of trouble. To make sure she didn't find out, I tried to hide my breathing and my footsteps, so the silence felt unbelievably loud. Even though it was so quiet, the eerie sound of the wind was loud in my ears. The sound of twigs rustling, the sound of some pillar in this old mansion creaking. What's that sound like a beak tapping against glass? Though it was so quiet, all of the little suspicious sounds felt obnoxiously loud. Damn, I'm an idiot. Why couldn't I have brought a flashlight at least? A flashlight to use inside my own home? That's even more idiotic. I mumbled this to myself, hoping it would drown out the sound of the wind just a little. Then, I saw it. The door to the VIP room. The VIP room was supposedly reserved for important guests. However, as far as I knew, it had never been used. None of the guests who came to this mansion had ever been given the right to use this room. Though I'd been clutching the key all this time, it didn't feel warm at all. The icy metal tormented me ruthlessly. Maybe that was a warning. If you go back to your comfortable room and hide in your bed, this night will pass like any other. Like hell I'm doing that. I can't give up after coming this far. The key had been freezing in my hand, urging me to turn back, but the keyhole made no further attempt to stop me. All that's left is to turn the knob, open the door, and I'll be inside the VIP room. It's not like I've never been in the VIP room. Long ago, when I would often play hide and seek or go exploring, this room I rarely entered had seemed unusual and exciting. However, I got in trouble for going in and was told that this room was important, so one mustn't enter without reason. After that, they made a rule of locking up unused rooms and I couldn't go in anymore. So, it's probably been several years since I last went into the VIP room. In fact, it might have been more than a decade. The inside of the room's probably different from how it was when I knew of it. Come to think of it, even then, I felt that there was something unsettling about this room. Slowly, I pushed the door open. It was light, and even after I let go of it, it kept opening by itself, as though beckoning me in. Beyond it was a darkness as thick and heavy as ink. Even the dim light that seeped in from the corridor seemed bright in contrast. Swallowing hard, I stuck my head in, feeling about for the light switch next to the doorway. This was a horribly unnatural and awkward way to do it. All I really had to do was step inside and search for the switch from there. Unwilling to take even a single step into the room, I timidly stuck just my arm into the darkness and felt along the wall. There. Click. The switch, which was hardly ever used, felt stiff and lifeless. However, once the light turned on, the darkness vanished in an instant. And there, exactly as it had been, as though not a thing had changed in all these years, was the VIP room. The curtain and bed cover might have been slightly different. Maybe the chairs and the like had changed too. Still, if I had to put it into words, I'd call it the feel. The stiff, lifeless feel of the room hadn't changed. If I hang around here, someone might find me. I'd rather not have Mom find me here. I readied myself. And though I hadn't been able to bring myself to enter this room with the lights out, I finally entered. As soon as I closed the door, I felt an oppressive, suffocating sensation. All right,
I've shut myself in the VIP room. Come out, Beatrice. What time is it now? I looked around the room, but I couldn't see any clock. I'm not in the habit of wearing a watch around the house. Damn. Now I'm not sure what time it is. Still, I know it's only a few minutes at most. I tried to suppress my desire to use going to get a clock as an excuse to run away from this place. Even so, just standing around like this was boring. When I looked around again, searching for something to sit on, I found something strange. What's this? It had been placed on the side table next to the bed. If this room had been used often by someone, I'd have thought it was just one of their personal belongings. But there was no one living in this room. So it was impossible for this to belong to the room's owner. What is this? An offering or something? Creepy. It did look like an offering. A small French doll was sitting on the side table. That doll's hair was gold. It was wearing a black dress. Just who managed to find this doll and where? There's no doubt that someone placed the doll here to symbolize Beatrice. Does that mean this doll is supposed to be the owner of this room or something? And as though it was an offering to that owner, there sat a small plate with several cookies and wrapped chocolates. It was all set out neatly, and there was no dust piled up on the doll. In other words, both the doll and the offering were being taken care of on a regular basis by the servants, and kept in good condition along with the rest of the room. Taken care of? No, it was more than that. It looked like an offering. No, like some sort of worship. A prayer saying, "Please don't curse us." So while the doll was eerie enough by itself, psychologically it was even more unnerving to think about how it must have been kept safe and worshipped in a place like this. Stupid. Am I supposed to clap my hands together and say, "Please don't curse me"? Jessica forced herself to look away from the bizarre doll. She couldn't bring herself to sit on a bed that wasn't hers. Then again, she didn't really feel like sitting down on a chair either. She had lost any desire to sit on anything in this room. Wandering about aimlessly, I peeked out the window through the gaps in the curtains to stare at the dark, rainy night. What the hell am I doing? Hanging about in the VIP room this late just because that fight with Maria's still eating at me. This is beyond stupid. I'm disappointed in myself. Beatrice, huh? Just when did that strange witch start living in this mansion? Grandfather's always yelling about Beatrice. Since it's apparently the name of his dead mistress, people started talking about how her ghost must haunt this mansion. There's that kid's horror story about the Witch of the Forest, which might be a ghost story made up by the adults to stop the kids from going in there. The portrait Grandfather had hung up in April was really striking. There was also that weird epitaph. The creepy words on that, which sounded like some sort of ritual with human sacrifices, made the name of Beatrice seem all the more unnerving. At some point, those stories mixed together, and they now say the witch Beatrice exists. I don't believe in Beatrice, because I know she's just a fictional person made by the fusion of a few horror stories. The Beatrice who was Grandfather's mistress probably did exist, but she wasn't a witch. The story of the Witch of the Forest was made up by the adults to prevent their kids from getting lost in the woods. But that was just a made-up story, not reality. In fact, I've heard that kids were once threatened about wolves living in the forest. Apparently, the kids realized that wolves couldn't exist on the island, so it was changed to the witch. When the portrait was hung, that once vague character suddenly had a face, and people acted as though she had been around since long ago. That's right. It's all a ghost story someone made. A fiction. And Maria calls Beatrice her best friend, and the servants worship her like a household shrine. I just don't get it. It creeps me out. The sudden ring of the phone made me jump so hard that I thought my heart would explode. There was a phone on the bedside table, across from the one with the doll, and it was ringing noisily. However, I was only surprised by the first ring. By the time it had rung 3 times, I'd regained my cool enough to grumble about this being a prank done by someone to scare me. I If I rush to pick it up, I'll probably hear someone laughing at me saying, "Were you scared?" I thought about ignoring it instead, but it kept on ringing incessantly. It's a pretty loud sound to have going on and on this late at night. If Mom somehow manages to hear it from her room, I'm screwed. Okay, I've got it. Might as well say you scared me or whatever. I decided to pick up the receiver. I'll just say, that surprised me. And maybe follow up with, looks like Beatrice didn't show up after all. After all, this is my victory in a sense. Hello?
Hi, Beatrice.
Huh? Maria? I don't get it. Did I hear that wrong? Why would Maria be calling here? Hello?
Thanks for teaching me that fun song last time. In return, I'm gonna sing you a song, Beatrice. I just learned this one.
The voice, the intonation, the manner of speech, all of it clearly belonged to Maria. But what is she talking about all by herself? Maria just kept on talking happily as I stood there, stunned and unable to interrupt. Eventually, Maria started singing an old, familiar kid's song that even I knew. I don't get it. Maria, hello? Wait a sec, stop singing! What's going on? I don't get it! Hello? The voice, the lights, everything disappeared. In the pitch black, I couldn't see anything, couldn't tell what was happening. I don't get it. What's going on? What the hell was that? Does being in darkness really slow us humans down so much? I know it's dark, but I really do have absolutely no idea what just happened. What was that shuffling sound just now? I'm not sure. I can't explain it. It was a loud sound, like someone crawling out of bed. I wouldn't say something as non-committal as I felt like I heard it. I wouldn't say something as vague as I sensed a presence. I definitely heard it, right next to me, clearly. However, there was no change to the bed. No one had been sleeping there in the first place, and the sheets were still perfectly straight. Someone had crawled out of the bed and had laughed in a creepy voice before leaving the room. That's what it felt like. Felt like? I'm here, and the bed's right there. I'm not only in the same room, I'm right next to it. So why am I so unsure about what happened just a few seconds ago? I gripped the receiver, which had gone completely silent, and waited there on it, alone, unable to move, in a quiet room that seemed exactly identical to the one I had first entered. What? If nothing had changed since the beginning, I could just pretend that the last minute or so didn't happen. However, if something had changed, that would be proof that something really did happen. The hell? Where did it go? Did it fall to the floor? No, it's not there. No matter where I look from whatever angle, it's not there. Though the offering plate with the cookies and chocolate's still there, the thing they were being offered to. The doll is gone. No way. Then, what just happened? Is the Beatrice-sama doll supposed to have cackled out loud and left the room? No, that crawling sound was too loud to have been made by a doll. It was a noisy sort of sound, like a kid with a blanket, and using it as a cape. Playing with a blanket, rather. Then, what? Is that Beatrice-sama-like doll supposed to have turned into a human, and then run cackling from the room? No way. After that, nothing happened. The doll alone disappeared, and nothing else changed. In a VIP room that had remained completely unchanged and was filled only with the sound of wind and rain, I stood there, too shocked to move.
Did you ever find that doll?
I looked everywhere, even under the bed. I literally crawled in there looking for it, but I didn't find it.
Just what do you think happened in that room?
I don't think it was actually Beatrice-sama's curse. It might have been a prank done by the servants.
Prank?
Maybe they recorded Maria's voice on a cassette tape or something ahead of time. They had been called at exactly 2 a.m. and pushed the play button. They could have cut the power at the breaker or something. Then someone who had been hiding in the VIP room beforehand would make a creepy laugh, take the doll, and leave. If that was how it happened, everything does fit.
Doesn't sound like you're really convinced it happened that way.
Can you blame me? I mean, if that was a prank just to scare me, it was way too elaborate. They made Maria sing beforehand and recorded it. Then someone called the VIP room and replayed that recording. Then someone waited until exactly the right time and tripped the breaker for the VIP room. To turn off the power to the VIP room, you'd have to go down to the basement. There's a breaker box down in the boiler room. There's no phone line down there, so you'd need a different person to play back Maria's tape. And you'd need another person to hide in the VIP room and cackle before leaving. And just how long would this last person have to hide in the VIP room beforehand? How long would they have to hide in the pitch-black VIP room, under the bed, for example, waiting to scare Jessica, who might or might not have come? There's no way it could be a witch's curse. But still, imagining that so many people planned everything down to the slightest detail, and waited for several hours in the darkness just to scare me? To me, that's even creepier.
I agree. I'd much prefer a curse. Did you ask the servants about that later on?
What's the point? They just play dumb, of course. And there had to have been at least 3 of them. On that day, only Genji-san, Goda-san, Kumasawa-san, and Shannon stayed the night. So 3 of those 4 helped out with that creepy prank? It doesn't make any sense. That's why I couldn't ask about it.
True, it had been a strange experience for her, but it wasn't something completely impossible for humans to do. Even so, it really must have been more unnerving to imagine a large number of people planning so carefully just to scare Jessica. It's no surprise that she found this scarier than Beatrice's curse. Do you still believe the servants pulled a fast one on you?
No. I probably just freaked out and mistook what I saw and heard. The doll probably just fell somewhere and I had trouble finding it.
You trying to say you imagined the whole thing?
Other than the doll disappearing, there was no other proof that anything had changed. Later on, I talked to Maria and she said she didn't know anything about that song or the phone call. I don't know if she was lying or not, of course. Anyway, what happened that night is just something I thought happened, and there's no proof of any kind.
That's ironic. Even if you had met Beatrice directly, you wouldn't have been able to prove that either.
For a while, I was pretty rattled about it, but as time went on, I began to think that lightning or something had shut off the power for a second and spooked me. And maybe one of the trees in the garden fell while making rustling sounds, which I mistook for someone crawling out of bed because I was already scared.
And the laugh?
Maybe some strange bird? Anyway, I might have misheard something to get that sound. I act tough, but it turns out I'm actually an unbelievable coward. That's why I let my imagination get a hold of me. I decided to think about it that way and kept repeating firmly to myself to help me forget everything that happened that night.
So it all remains in darkness.
People are actually pretty good at forgetting things if they try. Ever since that night, I feel uncomfortable ever since I heard the word Beatrice. But I try hard not to let it show on my face. That's all. I can't tell you any more than that. It's really embarrassing, so please don't tell anyone. I don't want them knowing what a huge chicken I was.
You got it. I have one last question.
About the VIP room?
No. About the dining hall.
The dining hall?
On the day of the family conference, just before your ghost story, all of the relatives were gathered in the dining hall, right?
Yeah. Except Battler hadn't come back to the family yet. Everyone else was there. Everyone except Grandfather, of course.
And Anje wasn't in the room because of her stomachache. Her seat was next to yours, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Was that seat to your right?
Yeah, seat to my right. Why does it matter? Wait. That's strange. Why did the...
That's enough. Try not to think. You'll just get a headache.
What's up, Jessica? Why the confused look? Well, right. Left
Huh? You're so weird. How's it going, Will? Have George, Nissan, and Jessica told you anything useful?
A bit. The ghost story about Beatrice was pretty fun.
Ghost story? What are you talking about?
The one about Beatrice's ghost appearing in the VIP room at 2 in the morning. Pretty scary story.
I've never heard of that. I don't know who put that out there, but that'd be really rude, making up ghost stories about the woman our head's indebted to.
A model answer.
What?
Do you know about the epitaph, Leon?
Epitaph? What epitaph?
That epitaph by Beatrice's portrait.
My apologies, but I have no idea what you mean.
Behold the Sweetfish River, running through my beloved home of old.
Just what are you talking about?
So in your world, no, in this world, the portrait exists, but not the epitaph.
Of course, I know about the large portrait of Beatrice hanging in the entrance hall, but I haven't heard of this epitaph. What is it?
That's a very interesting difference. You've lived on Rokenjima all your life, right?
Of course. What's your point?
When you were a little kid, you were warned not to go near the woods.
Yes. They always said to stay away, since it'd be dangerous if we got lost.
Because a witch lives in the forest?
A witch? What witch?
The Golden Witch, ruler of Rokenjima's night. Beatrice.
Beatrice is a woman to whom grandfather owes a great debt. Don't you think it's a bit rude to treat her like a witch or a ghost?
You don't know about the witch Beatrice?
I know about the Beatrice who came here in a submarine along with the gold, and about her daughter who was raised in the hidden mansion. We just learned about those two together a short while ago, right? Where does a witch come in?
I see. So that's it. Then how did they scare you, to keep you from going into the woods?
They said that wolves lived in the forest.
Not a witch, but wolves. Of course. Very interesting.
It isn't interesting to me. What are you talking about? What is this witch?
I'm just talking to myself. I have one more question.
Please, go ahead.
During the family conference, who sits to your right at the dining table?
My little sister, Jessica, sits across from me. The next in rank is Aunt Ava's son, so George Nissan's the one on my right. What's your point?
I get it. It's all mashed together in a confusing mess, but it is interesting.
Well, I don't have a clue.
Well, what a interesting chapter title. Unfortunately for us, though, this is where we must part ways for tonight. But stick around, once again, for theories and fan art, as usual. So let's go ahead and put up like the character menu from episode 6. And let's go ahead and put up our new mat pats given to us by Indigo once again. Thank you so much for your art. And everybody get to speculating as I pull up fan art in the meantime. Thank you for bearing with me. By the way, this will take a minute. got all that. I think that's all we have this time. Unless there's some stuff in the server. Let me look for that real quick. Yes, there is. Oh, hell yeah. We've got some really good stuff here. Very, very nice. Okay. I think that's all of that, but I will ask for a last call before we get to art. But for now, now that I've got all that up, let me look at your theories. And sip water. Normal gay bro, I fucking swear to God if the old bodies of the soldiers were dug up and used to fake the deaths of the USHIROMIYAs, I'm going to die. Also, KINZO used to be kinda cool. Used to be being the operative word. Interesting thought, though. Menlo, it's so nice how different characters are getting an opportunity to do a rant Sona thumbnail pose. I think it's fun to change it up. The map paths have been one of my favorite running things of these streams, actually. It's funny that it kind of just happened by pure coincidence. Atropos, so we can all agree that Leon is the incest baby from 19 years ago. I mean, maybe. I don't know. Back up your argument. Didn't even put a lot of zest into that one, did I? But yeah, I'm realizing that it's actually kind of hard to do speculation corner for this one because they're just giving out so much. Oh, Kamikaze with the Mexican 50. Hello, just here to send my appreciation in the form of not money and to wish you a happy Umineko, said 7. Thank you so much. I very much appreciate your generosity. Indigo, we're hearing so many answers now, like the first 4 were mysteries with clues. 5 and especially 6 give you strong hints. We're just being told things now. Mm-hmm. Pretty much. Ultimate Zorlink. Honestly, I think my theory brain is run pretty dry. Part of the problem of a lot of smart people being here is I feel most mysteries have been basically solved. There's a little left, but not much. Yeah, fair enough. We're definitely going to be getting into the point where, like, these theory corners are going to become less and less, like, necessary as we go, which is a little sad, but I'm also, like, proud of you guys for being so proactive and, like, really digging into this shit. You guys have been, like, so smart throughout all of this. Indigo. Lion. Leon is the child from 19 years ago in an instance of reality where the cliff death didn't happen. That's what the larger box refers to. Burn pulling in a timeline which couldn't exist normally. Alright. Very, very good. Very good stuff. Mira. The book is Beatrice, or at least a concept of her. I think the name Beatrice represents a tale or story that in order to create her, you need 2 people. One to tell the story and one to listen. I really like that way of looking at it. Donkey Monkey. Okay, so Leon and the differences between the world where they exist and the one where they don't seems the biggest source of clues here. With Leon, there's no witch and no epitaph. I wonder why. Crap, I got scrolled down. Could beloved hometown be referring to Italy? Shrug. I mean, Kinzo's never been to Italy as far as we know. So I don't know if he would call it his beloved hometown. Gona, I'm never going to get over how this whole time Kinzo was wailing and begging for Beatrice, how much he wanted to see her and love her, and this whole time he was talking about a racist white woman. Yeah. Well, you know. Strange bedfellows and all that. Biche is, not a good person. Not at all. Not even a little bit. But I guess that kind of makes her a fitting life partner for Kinzo now, doesn't it? June, well, Mr. Wright's 11th servants can't be the culprit, shoots my canon Shannon theory to hell, but, like, I feel like the person playing pranks on Jessica is the same person impersonating Beato. Also, yeah, I do have to agree here with Menlo. I don't think Van Dyne's 20 rules apply to Umineko. There's also one that says no love interest subplot. That's true. Although, yes, June also makes a good point of, it was said in red, so it got me intrigued. I can't say too much about that one, but, I'm sure that you'll all be able to wrap your heads around that statement soon enough. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it too hard for now, or else you'll get a headache. And the person impersonating Beato with Maria wasn't always an expert, but they kind of learned with her. Anyway, I'm wept. Yeah, I mean, like, they were basically creating their own lore back and forth with each other. It was like a symbiotic sort of fan-fiction-y experience. Which is very charming. Donkey Monkey, a servant can't be the culprit, but Beato is not a servant. My theory stands. She is a witch. Just a person. Now that I think of it, isn't it ironic how Kinzo says women should be submissive baby machines when he loves Beatrice for her sass and wit? Yeah, you know? When you think about it. If Kyria hadn't mentioned game theory in episode 1, this never would have happened. It's really funny. Bazinga Girl moment. There's a lot to say about the theater-going powers, but since it tells the perspective of the person, it can't be objective. Maria is in her witch outfit, after all. Kinzo's flashback is definitely his soul being young. Sorry, I skipped one of them. Is definitely a romanticized version of the events. He's meant to be 40, but looks younger. I'm pretty sure the manga has an accurate depiction of 40-year-old Kinzo, and he looks way different. No, I think he still looks about the same. I could be remembering wrong, but I think he looks about the same. Making me think this take on his soul being young meant he saw himself as 20. After all, he lived on as a puppet for 20, but this also means Beatrice's love for him isn't necessarily objective either. Remember, she was 20, couldn't speak Japanese, didn't know much about the family, stuck on a mansion. I don't know that, couldn't speak Japanese. Yeah. I don't know that they necessarily ever say how old Beatrice Castiglione is, though. Is the thing. We know that, we know, like, a general timeline of some things, but I don't think, yeah, I don't think they ever actually say how old Castiglione is supposed to be. Cross-trash, I think, however gross the incest thing is, it's very well set up. I mean, yeah, they definitely hint at it way ahead of time. It is incredibly fucking uncomfortable and awful, but, like, it explains a lot about how fucked up this family is, and, I mean, you know, even of the things we haven't explicitly learned everything about yet, it definitely provides at least part of the groundwork for why somebody would feel so awful about all of these people that they would want all of them to die. If it does help for anyone, the incest in Umineko is depicted as a negative thing. Yes, that's very important to state. It is a negative thing. It is condemned by the narrative. Just like Utena, you know, it's very difficult to stomach subject matter, but at least, you know, they acknowledge that it is a bad thing. Portable Fish with the $10. Hello, I've still been catching up with the streams, but I appreciate these streams so much. Going through it a second time with your voice acting is such a treat. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Delina, I continue to love to watch first-timers work out things in real time. This is really the best way to experience Umineko. Working it out by myself when I read it for the first time was so frustrating. Absolutely. It's like was said before, you know, the greatest joy of a mystery once you finish it is sharing it with other people. Normal Gay Bro, I know there were so many other things in this episode, but seeing IRL Beatrice have racist ideas was literally the thing that bothered me most here. I mean, yeah, like, she is a bad person. She is. I mean, like, considering she is literally from fascist Italy, you know, it's like understandable. Well, okay, understandable is not the word that I'm looking for. I'm saying that, like, it's typical of her environment, not that it's good. Yeah, it's not surprising. Thank you. Thank you for covering my brain fart for a moment. Indigo. Oh yeah, they basically just told us that Yoshia and Sayo cannot be in the same place at once. Hee hee. Yeah. Yeah, they kind of just dropped that one right on your head. I think Grokinjima was just Kinzo and Biche LARPing heaven, her being a witch and him being a summoner. Oh my god. Can you imagine? Atropos. I think that Leon and Sayo are different iterations of the same person depending on where they were raised. Leon is uncliffed, Sayo is cliffed! Oh my god. We learned that Sayo is 19, or at least it is implied by Zephyr and Furfur at the end of the last episode. Indigo, I did actually unfortunately briefly see the sprites for Castiglione as well as the name, which was very funny since I know a Castiglione family personally. Oh, wow. You met her descendants. No. Kidding. Yeah, Although that can, I assumed she was around young adult age since she looks exactly like Kuidorian Beatrice and regular Beatrice in all media depictions, although that can be sprite reusing and they just use that. I mean, yeah, like, Ryukishi is well known for sprite reusing in some instances, so I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, you know, like, he's used sprites of, like, characters that are supposed to appear younger or older in certain scenarios, but if it's, like, by a few years, then he'll just use the same ones in scenes, because it's not like he's gonna draw a whole different set of sprites for, like, George, but, you know, 20 instead of 23, you know. The official her, but with Battler marrying Erika in episode 6 while loving Beato, and Kinzo being made to marry someone by his family and loving Beato, I wonder if Erika in any other way mirrors Kinzo's unnamed wife. Like, I don't expect all that many similarities between them, but I wonder if there's anything to glean there. Maybe she had a bad relationship with her mother. That is a very interesting read. I've never actually heard anybody think about that before. Very interesting. Just a person, out of curiosity, at what chapter did you solve Umineko, Marcy? I mean, like, I was pretty much, like, I pretty much had the general gist by episode 6, but, like, it was this episode that made me sure. Imagine if there was a mod for the game that played a vine boom whenever BJ sets him off shit. I mean, it probably wouldn't be that difficult. If you knew Japanese well enough and you, like, found the internal files with her lines, then you could just find all of those and then, like, import it into Audacity or something and add a vine boom and then just put it back in the file folder. You could literally do this. Pining Tree, let us show some love to OG Beato. She was the father of a major member of not only of fascist beliefs, but of the party that continued to fight. She was likely raised in those ideas all her life. Oh, I mean, yeah, I wouldn't doubt that. So. For sure. Nozo, back when Saya was being pressured to go get Canon, she entered a robotic state, and during that time she referred to being unable to go against the orders of her master. I wonder if that's really Kinzo. Maybe there's another more powerful master, IDK. In general, that seems just weird, though. I don't know. The Godon truth? Jesus Christ. Okay. Yeah, we flew through this one a little bit faster than usual, but to be fair, we have gone a little bit over the time that we usually go over anyway, so that works for me. We should probably get to art. So, anybody in chat, I'm putting out the last call. Is anybody working on a last-minute thing that they want to get it in before the deadline, or should I go ahead with art? Tell me now or forever hold your peace. Sorry, I just had to pull up a different window real fast. I was looking away, but... I'm not sure. Phantom was drawing Will. Oh, Phantom didn't feel like featuring it. I see, I see. Fair enough. Then yeah, I guess if nobody has any interjections, then we can get started on art. So let me go ahead and pull it up. Where the fuck is it? Okay, there it is. So, first, we have this Y window, please. Hold on. Okay, there we go. First, we have this from Wins Media. A drawing of Marisa Jessica inspired by the song Dizzy Paranoia Girl by Vocalocat at Vocalocat on Twitter. It fits Jessica really well. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to experience such a wonderful story. Thank you so much. This rules. This is really cool looking. I like this a lot. I mean, obviously, I always have a Jessica bias, so, like, stands to reason, but, sorry, I just had to bring the window over. But yeah, I mean, like, this is so cool. I really, really like this. God. I love the glowing, like, effect, the lighting, the spotlight. It's all just, it's framed so well. So thank you so much for this. Really, really enjoy it. We have this from Tiyoko Arts on Twitter. Here's a little sketch I did of Marcy's Umineko OC. I tried to depict how she doesn't have any control over her powers and how that would affect her. This is really cute! I love your coloring, especially. This is like... Oh, this is... Sorry. I have to wipe my glasses. God damn it. I tried to clean them, and then they got even blurrier when I put them back on. But yeah, no, yeah. I really love the coloring style on this. The lightning looks really cool. The pose is really good. The expression is really good. Just everything about this is, I'm always happy whenever people draw my girl, and you did a fantastic job with that. Thank you so much. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, there we go. But yeah, really, really good work. Thank you. We have this from Dav at Space Caribou. Starting episode 7, I had to draw Leon. First work with the new tablet / Clip Studio Paint, so it turned out a little interesting, but I'm excited to make more. This is a really good Leon. I really like the like contrasting of the color here. Like, I think you actually did a great job with deciding like on the colors here. They really pop. Also, they're just poor baby going through a lot today. But we love to see it. We love Leon. What an icon. What a gender neutral monarch. Great stuff, great stuff. We have this edit from dead/dove/moment on Tumblr. Announcing the hot new Umineko spin-off light novel, tentatively titled "My Self-Insert OC is Self-Aware and Has a Masochistic Crush on Me!" Exclamation point. Yeah, that's one way to describe the relationship between Bern and Erica, for sure. The fucking Windows sprite from Golden Fantasia. Jeez. Well, I guess we should be glad that she's not here right now. This would be a Chuck Tingle novel. No. We have this from A-Pining-Tree. Honestly, I love the fact that demons symbolize multiple objects and thus can hold the history of more than one thing. But even if mine are only of plushies, why not share a bit of their lore? Specifically Seimei, cause Seimei. Let's read this out.
Now that I think about it, how'd you lose your arm?
Well, it occurred long ago when I was one of the furniture of a witch at war. At the time, I was young and had little experience in fighting other demons. As such, I lost in my first duel. The great demon decided to be merciful and only take my arm as the sign of her victory. It was a hard blow to take, but I held great for that demon's choice, so I accepted the blow in my continued quest to grow, and in hopes I could face her again someday and win this time.
Wow. Well, did you get to rematch?
Sadly, no. She ate a doormat and died before I could get the chance to see her again.
What?
What? Very good. Very good. Love this. We have this from Indigo. Umineko, new pats for a new game. The rat tragically died in a freak philosophy accident the other week, so it's time for new map pats to take the reins. I thought of having Battler and Beato be the new ones, signifying their victory in episode 6. It also makes a change to have 2 of them instead of 1. It's about love or something. However, I have it on good authority that these mysterious Castlevania-looking folks could fit the bill too, so I did both. Feel free to use either pair or any individual on their own at any point. It was very fun to use this art style again. It's simple but still strong. My friend Kaya, Talwellen Comics, go check her out, said that they make good sprites in a VN, so I may take a crack at more works with this style in the future. Beato and not Richter Belmont are striking the classic MatPat PNG pose, but Battler and the person with blonde hair and pronouns are striking another pose of his I found here. I also made a couple alts, so there will be a lot of images under the cut. Looking forward to the start of episode 7 this week. Happy birthday, chat, and happy belated birthday, Marcy. I hope we're getting as much out of this as we are. Lots of love. Thank you so much, Indigo. And I will be saving some of those alts for later, perhaps. Perhaps some streams in the future. But, I mean, obviously, if you want to see them early, you can just go to Indigo's Tumblr, which you should. It is at Spaniel Tower on Tumblr. We have this from Dingo's Trash on Tumblr. Another voice actor connection drawing. Yui Horie to Yui Horie, rather, sorry. To Yui Horie communication. I think it's cute how they both have a little yellow companion. And this is Maria and Charlotte Corday from Fate Grand Order. Very, very cute. I love this. Sakutaro with his little sweat. He's like,
Stop pulling my arms! God damn it, it hurts!
But, very good. We have this from Pining Tree as well. I was telling a family member about the J.K. Rowling black mold stuff, and the way he responded felt familiar.
J.K. Rowling could have mysterious wallpaper X, and thus not black mold. It's also possible the image was photoshopped.
What the fuck is the blue for? I just thought it was funny.
The black mold meme is... yeah, it's very funny. We have these from the Discord. So this one first comes courtesy of June Pop 45. Happy birthday, chat, and happy belated birthday, Marcy. I had Indigo help me make this with them drawing the witch side and me drawing the human. Fun fact, when I I noticed Mammon was diving into the photo. When I asked, Indigo said the Seven Sisters are always diving into my mind. This is so cute, and the fact that you collabed on like both sides is really cool. I think that's a really fun idea. I would love to see other people try to take on like a sort of like challenge like that where they split the sides between two artists. That would be really fun. Great job, you two. We have this from Gloomy Squids. I like to imagine that this was his reaction as he sat and listened to all of this familial lore.
Oh my god. What the hell is the matter with these people? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, probably. We have this from Gloomy as well. And Headless provides the context for the above image. SSVD member Jame. Is that how it's pronounced? Sorry. You correct me if I'm wrong. One of many potential successors to Willard H. Wright, loves weaponry and history, prideful but reserved, not gullible but very open to absurd possibilities, which lends them a very low magic resistance. As a result... oh, no, please, correct me first. Jamie, okay, gotcha. I thought maybe so, but it was just like, yeah, the placement of the I tripped me up. But, as a result, Jamie will aim to end any fight in one strike to avoid a prolonged encounter with magic, piercing mystery instead. Van Dyne's rules fit them well due to the ruthless nature of the rules, but Jamie's demeanor lends lends them to challenging this dogma, lending them to a closer mental kinship with the retiring Willard H. Wright. Of course, the agency would never let this free spirit hold their valuable position, so Jamie's last hope for climbing the corporate ladder is taking Willard's recommendation as far as possible. Very cool. And this as well, context being, in many ways, Gloomy and I have created a universe and have displayed that ability to anyone reading/listening. Brexta and Jamie exist in our universe for our own reasons. Of course, this is the value of being a creator. Expression is a sign of life that proves we existed on this planet. I have Umineko to thank for this thought process. Creativity is indelible proof of our human perspective, and that has as much meaning as you let it have meaning. Also, Jamie genuinely dislikes her attention. Jamie does not love Brexta. Brexta, too, doesn't love Jamie. In a way, Brexta simply loves making Jamie suffer in small ways. Jamie would rather do without her needless issues. And for additional context from Gloomy, this is Brexta. Brexta is the witch of sleep and dreams. She's capable of sleep inducement and dream manipulation. Whilst in dreams, she's able to shapeshift, matching the tone of the dream she affects, or giving the affected tonal whiplash. In extreme cases, she's able to induce extreme nightmares and even sleep paralysis. She only does the latter to those she deems deserving. Brexta has a large amount of sympathy for the overworked and for children. When she's not affecting the dreams of the USHIROMIYAs, she's following Jamie around, teasing and making them suffer, in varying degrees. She just finds Jamie's reactions extremely entertaining, hence why she does it. She loves giving Maria really good dreams whenever she's on Rokenjima, by the way. Aww, that's so cute. What the hell? Fuck. I love that. That's really, really good. All of this art is really, really good. You guys did a fantastic job with these OCs, as always. We have this from Benny, or, sorry, I haven't changed the tab yet. We have this from Benny, or Rampaging Snails. I don't know if I'll last till the end, but I'm happy I got this done before I fell asleep. Aw, Leon with the lion. I really love how poofy their clothes look in this picture as well. This is really good. I really, really like this. It looks so comfy. I would also like to hug Sakutaro like this. And last but not least, we have this from Normal Gaybro on Twitter. DM Beatrice now with fixed eyes. I want her hoodie to be real so bad. There's a large magic circle on the wall that appears to be drawn in blood. Or perhaps just red paint. Okay, that's supposed to be her.
There's a large magic circle on the wall that appears to be drawn in blood. Or perhaps just red paint. Sure, go ahead and make an Arcana check to see if you can identify it.
Just reminds me of the, like, there was an art of, like, D&D AU Umineko where it's, like, Beatrice is the DM and, like, Battler rolls to see if he can investigate the corpses in episode 1 in the garden shed, and he just, like, rolls a 1, and she's like, fuck, dude, like, you don't even realize that they're bodies. Like, you're just fucking stupid. It's really good. But very, very good. Very good stuff. And that... Oh, Gona, did my art not show up in the tag? Did it not? Hold on. Let me... see. I shouldn't have any filters on. Yeah, I don't see it on Twitter, unless you were talking about Tumblr. Posted on Tumblr? I'm not seeing it. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything else in the Tumblr tag. What's your blog? If you could put that in the chat. Okay, thank you so much. Let me try that real quick. There it is. Yeah, I don't know why that didn't show up in the tag. Well, let me fix that. No, it's fine. I found it. It's this. And it's gorgeous. I'm drawing Beato in an 80s wedding dress because I think it's unfair Erica got one, but not her. My baby girl deserves everything. That's true. This is... wow. Let me zoom in for some detail here. This is really pretty. Goodness gracious. The butterfly patterns, the roses, just mwah. The fucking like, yeah, this as well. Like, yeah. I can't imagine how long this must have took. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah. You did a fantastic freaking job with this. And I think that it does more than enough to honor what Beato deserves. Thank you so much. Holy shit. Like, I'm actually kind of just blown away a little bit. Took me forever to do the roses just to realize that they're just yellow in the beginning. I mean... anything worth doing's worth doing well, and you definitely did it really fucking well. I'm very happy to leave off on that note, because that's a very good note to leave off on. Like, damn. Very good stuff. Yet again. Well, thank you everybody for once again tagging along for my silly little stream. It was a heavy one today, but I hope you all enjoyed it anyway. And I hope you'll enjoy next week as well. Thank you all for being patient with me while I've been away. Thanks for being so kind and supportive. Again, I'm not gonna go into it, but genuinely, it's meant a lot. It's meant a lot. I've seen everything that you've said. I've seen, you know, just, yeah. Thanks. I'm not gonna get all into it, or I'm gonna get teary, but thank you. And I will see you all next week. So until then, bye everybody. Damn it, you can't donate after I leave. Thank you, Mira, for the $2. See you again. Have a nice dream. Bye.